Good morning. My name is Sarah Alexander and I'm the Executive Director of MOFGA. Welcome to the second day of the Common Ground Country Fair, our 44th annual, and this year it's online. We are here at the Common Ground Education Center in Unity, Maine. As you can see, it's just us here since we can't gather together this year, but we're excited to offer you everything that would be a part of the normal fair in terms of educational opportunities online this year. So thank you for tuning in today. We want to start off with a land acknowledgement, and we want to say that the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association acknowledges that we are situated in the homeland of the Wabanaki people. We express our respect to the indigenous communities who have lived on these ancestral lands for almost 15,000 years and to the future generations that will come. With this acknowledgement, we recognize the legacies of settler colonialism and we signal an ongoing commitment to building relationships with the Wabanaki. We are deeply honored to partner with the Wabanaki community members who participate in our programs each year, including the Maine Indian Basket Makers Alliance, which has participated in the Common Ground Country Fair for more than 25 years. We encourage everyone participating in the online fair this year to learn more about Maine's tribes by going to wabanakialliance.com. Thank you all for joining us today. We've got a lot of great programming ready to go here in just a few minutes, so we hope you'll stay tuned and enjoy the fair. Hi, good morning. My name is Sarah Alexander and I'm the
Welcome to day 2 of the glorious 2020 Common Ground Fair, brought to you virtually. I'm Bonnie Rukin. I live in Camden, and I've been the coordinator of Slow Money Maine for 10 years, working in close partnership with MOFGA and many others to create healthy, local, viable food systems. And I'm delighted to have been part of MOFGA's volunteer stints since 1979 in the Hollowell office. And I've been part of many firsts for this organization, but I'd say that this is by far the most significant first of doing this virtual fair. And I want to acknowledge Sarah and her amazing staff, Rory and his amazing staff from UMaine Studios, all the volunteers and all of you tuning in who have shown creativity, courage, and commitment to keep Common Ground Fair and MOFGA going. Thanks so much. Enjoy the day.
And I'm Chrissy Fowler. Among other things, I live in Belfast where I'm a gardener and I'm an eater, like many of us are eaters. I am thrilled and grateful to be here at Common Ground with Bonnie. MOFGA, in fact, is what connected us. One of Bonnie's former apprentices was a dear friend of mine in New Hampshire. And we may have crossed paths, though, back in 1978 in Litchfield when my parents dragged me to the fair. Bonnie may have been around at the same time. So it's nice to be here at part of a connecting thing. And again, like Bonnie, I'm grateful to have this happening. I do wish that I had some shiitake mushrooms or a donut right now. As beautiful as it is, I'm missing my maple donut.
Great. Well, I think we're going to start the day and have Chrissy welcome our first speaker. So please tune in to all the opportunities that are before you, and we'll see you later.
Enjoy the fair. Remember, it's at fair.mofga.org, but you're there now. And the fair is made possible this year, not just by those of us who are attending for free, but by our sponsors. And one sponsor we want to thank is Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Foundation. They're helping make the fair possible for all of us this year. So many folks may know Deb Soule from right here at the fair. Maybe you went to her Avena Botanicals booth at the right here in the main products tent, and you can actually visit it virtually. I saw it online, I checked it out, and so if you needed eardrop oil for your child's ear infections, you could get that right online. Again, that's at fair.mofga.org. The thing that I love about this fair, actually, just jumping back, is that you can get those products for many more months. You don't have to leave the fair regretting that you didn't pick up your ear oil at the fair. You can do that right through January 8th. So check that out. Make sure you check out the folks who are at the online store, the marketplace. But back to Deb, you might have visited her beautiful medicinal herb gardens in Rockport or elsewhere. You may have taken a class with her or with one of the skilled herbalists that she brings in from out of state. You may have read one of her books. The Woman's Handbook of Healing Herbs is one of them, or How to Move Like a Gardener, so crucial in these times. But even if you've never known or met Deb, then I think that her talk is going to resonate for you. It's called Herbs for Stressful, Crazy Times. And I think that we all are experiencing that now. And so hopefully Deb's talk will strike a chord for you. Stay tuned, and here it comes.
Good. Well, hello everyone. My name is Deb Soule, and I'm an herbalist. And I'm speaking to you actually here at Avena Botanicals Healing Gardens and Herbal Apothecary, and we are located in West Rockport, Maine. And I also wanted to acknowledge that we are located in Wabanaki territory, traditionally home for the Penobscot, Passamaquoddy, Micmac, Maliseet, and the Eastern Abenaki. And just to say that there's so much good work ahead for all of us, particularly European settlers, to continue to both personally and collectively come to understand the history. And just to say a couple resources that have been really helpful for me as of late. One is an Indigenous Peoples History of the United States, great reference book. Hopefully every high schooler and beyond will read this book. And the other book that has been really important to me for the last year and a half has been Leah Penniman's book, Farming While Black. And I say this because 98% of farmland is owned by white people in Maine. So very important time ahead for really shifting and making Black and brown Indigenous farmers have access to land again. One of the things I really like about Leah's book is the last chapter of her book is titled White People Uprooting Racism. Fabulous resource for everybody. And Leah is giving the keynote, one of the keynotes is shared at the Common Ground Fair. So really a wonderful opportunity to listen to her in person. I just wanted to say about Avena, we are celebrating 35 years, which is amazing to me. This would have been my 35th year at the Common Ground Fair. So here we are in a new creative way of being together and sharing inspiration and information. And Avena is both a certified organic and a certified biodynamic medicinal herb farm. We farm over 2.5 acres of a real diversity of medicinal herbs, and we gather by hand and bring right inside here and make lots of tinctures and teas and oils and salves and creams, and they go out into the world and hopefully are of great benefit to people's body, mind, and spirits. So it's a great honor to work with the healing plants, and I hope that this short time together with a talk called Herbs for Stressful and Crazy Times, that these herbs and this talk will be a benefit. So I always like to dedicate my work, and this talk I really want to dedicate to the pollinators and the healing plants and all the people who tend soil and seeds and are really committed to saving good quality seeds, because pollinators and seeds are where it's at for the possibility of us to be able to grow and tend beautiful, beautiful healing plants. I'm going to start by reading a quote from one of my favorite books, Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. The subtitle is Indigenous Wisdom, Scientific Knowledge, and the Teachings of Plants. At the end of her book, she says, "The moral covenant of reciprocity calls us to honor our responsibilities for all we have been given, for all that we have taken. It's our turn now, long overdue. Let us hold a giveaway for Mother Earth, spread our blankets out for her and pile them high with gifts of our own making. Imagine the books, the paintings, the poems, the clever machines, the compassionate acts, the transcendent ideas, the perfect tools, the fierce defense of all that has been given. Gifts of mind, hands, heart, voice, and vision, all offered up on behalf of the earth. Whatever our gift, we are called to give it and to dance for the renewal of the world. In return for the privilege of breath. So I wanted to say in relationship to breath that one of the greatest gifts of our aromatic herbs, like holy basil and beautiful rosemary and lavender and lemon balm, oregano, marjoram, so many of these beautiful, beautiful aromatic herbs. Just being able to touch them and to smell them, to make teas. This is just a sun tea that I make every day. I put fresh herbs in my water. Being able to breathe in deeply their aromatic gifts. And oftentimes we say the aroma of these herbs is like the interface between the physical matter and spirit. So take that time, wherever you are, when you make yourself a cup of hot tea, let yourself really reflect upon the fact that you're connected to earth, air, fire, and water, the 4 fundamental elements of life. And then there's this aromatic quality of the herbs that are in your hot tea. So take that time to feel the warmth and smell your tea, and just that practice in itself could be all that you do with your hot cup of herbal tea each morning or each evening, as a way to settle the nervous system, as a way to begin to connect you in all ways to the healing gifts of the plants, and to pause before just taking in your tea or your tincture, whatever it might be, that you're connecting with the gift of these plants, because they are more than just their constituents. Plants embody this incredible beauty and spirit that is really, really so essential to the healing process. So in this conversation, when we're going to start talking about stress, settling, how is it that we begin to settle a nervous system that's really stressed, and the whole endocrine system that may be disrupted because of long-term stress. And stress is going to look differently for different people, depending on where you're raised, how you were raised, your family lineage, where you come from, your access to good quality food and water or not. There's so many factors that come into play for stress. So I just really want us to honor that also. I personally believe that the healing plants are a human right for everybody to have access to, and also important for us to remember that the healing plants have been used worldwide for thousands and thousands of years to help both us to stay nourished and well, to also uplift our emotional and our mental states of being, and to also inspire our spirits. So in all these ways, we're looking to heal. One of the things that I think is really important before we start actually talking about specific herbs is to talk about what it is in our own lives, how to come into some kind of rhythm with the daily rhythm, the rising of the sun, the fullness of a day, the quieting of the evening, and the sleep. Because when we come into some kind of a regular rhythm in our lives, that also begins to create balance before we even take in a substance. And that's something each of us can keep in mind, and actually can create new healthy habits to create rhythm that brings balance and ease and a sense of harmony and peacefulness to our inner life. So kind of rising at a regular time, eating at regular times, drinking enough healthy water, and being able to hopefully go to sleep at a regular time and have a nourishing sleep. And again, I recognize that's not possible for all people, and that's a goal for us to strive for in our communities, in our families, in our neighborhoods, how we can support each other, so that can be something, that kind of balance can come in for each person's life. So there's so many things I would love to share with you all. So I made some notes so that I could stay a little bit connected here, because yes, I'm not going to be able to say all the things I would like to say. What I do want to also just honor in this time that we're in is that Black, Brown, and Indigenous people have known for hundreds of years what it is to live in really stressful, crazy times. So I just want to honor and recognize that this is a time for all of us, personally and collectively, to be working towards racial and environmental justice and equality. And there are many, many plants that help support us to strengthen our hearts, to soften and open our hearts, and to build an inner capacity for us to begin to stay upright and to work in what's being asked of each of us, to help bring healing for all of us. So I wanted to speak to a few of the herbal teas that are very, very easy for people to grow in the Northeast, and depending on where you may be living and where you may be calling in from, these are certainly herbs that may be able to be grown where you live. But we are living, I am in the coast of Maine, and we are in Zone 5. I actually grew up inland in the mountainous regions of Maine, kind of in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. So I grew up in Zone 4, and as we all know, the climate is warming, so we're always going to be learning how to be adapting to what's happening. But holy basil, which is right here, this is, for us, grows as an annual. This is originally from India. Holy basil in the southern part of India is considered to be a very, very sacred plant. And when I was in southern India about 6 years ago, I was in a very small village, and in every single courtyard of the village I was in, there was a very particular pot, and there were holy basil plants. And they actually grow to be quite tall, and they have big woody stems. But holy basil from India is considered to be very important to grow a pot at the entrance to your home or your courtyard. Needs to grow in full sun, but that holy basil has the ability to clear any kind of negativity, fear, confusion, distress in the household. So keeping a pot for us, I've tried bringing them inside in the winter. Eventually, because of lack of light, they're not very happy. We have to remember we are not India. So I grow them, I'll bring this inside probably for the month of October into November. But I grow a lot of holy basil outside in our gardens. We probably, I don't know, grow 500 or 600 plants, because through our apothecary at Avena, we make a lot of beautiful sacred basil glycerate, fresh sacred basil glycerate, fresh sacred basil tincture, and then we dry a lot for tea. So this is a beautiful one that many, many of you can grow. And if you are living in an urban area, you grow a few pots of it, as long as you have a sunny place to let them grow outside. And we just keep nipping the flowering tops at least once a week. And you can see, I love to put them in fresh water, and also nipping them to be able to make some of your own herbal preparations. And holy basil has many, many, many healing qualities. But I wanted to say, in this conversation today, I'm gonna focus on some of the herbs that we call adaptogens. And adaptogens, kind of that translation, means herbs that help the body adapt to different types of stress. So I'll read you actually a definition that comes from this book that I brought to show you. I like this book. This is a book called Adaptogens, Herbs for Strength, Stamina, and Stress Relief by David Winston and Stephen Maines. And book's been out quite a while. You'll be able to find a copy easily, I think. And yeah, let me read a couple definitions from the book for you. So adaptogens have anti-stress qualities that provide stabilizing effects on the neuroendocrine system, especially the hypothalamus pituitary axis. They help to modulate and enhance the immune system and provide antioxidant nutrients. Adaptogens can be considered as part of an overall health plan to help reverse immunosuppression caused by stress and reverse the decline of immune system function as people get older. So a few things that I wanted just to say about adaptogens is that if you come down with an acute fever, flu, cold, serious, viral bacterial infection, you would stop taking adaptogens and you would move towards the herbs that are going to be very specific to help to resolve whatever that acute condition or infection is. And then you would go back to using your adaptogens. And there are different adaptogens that we may be using during different seasons. For us here in Maine, we have 4 to 5 really distinct seasons: spring, summer, and I also say late summer because we're kind of in late summer right now in Maine. We're not in summer and we're beginning to move into fall, so it's a transition period. So, and then fall and winter. So different adaptogenic herbs may be taken during different seasons and also different seasons of our lives. When we're younger, we may be taking certain herbs. As we get older and into the elder years, there may be other herbs. So yeah, that's important. And the other thing that's really important for me as a long-time herbalist, I've been studying medicinal herbs for about 45 years. I started when I was a teenager, is that it's so important that we don't overstimulate people with adaptogens. So please be very mindful and very careful that you don't take too high of a dose and then you're not taking so many. Like I say, please don't think about throwing everything into the kitchen sink. It's like you wanna be very mindful and thoughtful. And that's why I'm going to talk about some of my favorite adaptogens so that you come to really understand the fullness of what they have to give to us. And you can make those choices based on your whole constitution and where you are in your life. And if you start to feel overstimulated, take less and also consider maybe only trying 1 or 2 at a time. And that's actually a wonderful way to meet new herbs, is just take 1. And start with a small dose and begin to see, how that feels in you. So that's important to be taking. I also just want to say that for people who may be who the adrenal glands are very, very depleted, there's a lot of fatigue, depletion, even black circles under the eyes, a couple other symptoms. The tongue starts to quiver. People even might start to have allergies. Consider, if you're able, to find a really skillful acupuncturist, possibly Chinese herbalist, naturopathic physician, who can really come to understand the whole picture that exhaustion is treating. I think it's really important that we know the herbs that can be supportive, but we also know when we need to seek out really good professional support before it goes on too long and then somebody's just so wiped out. Yeah, so let me read another quote from the book Adaptogens. The adrenal glands mobilize the body's response to every kind of stress. Adrenal fatigue is caused by adrenal insufficiency that occurs when the glands cannot adequately meet the demands of chronic stress. In adrenal fatigue, the adrenal glands function, but not enough to maintain normal, healthy homeostasis. Their output of regulatory hormones has been diminished by overstimulation. This overstimulation can be caused either by a very intense single stress, some kind of trauma, or by chronic or repeated stresses that have a cumulative effect. Many, many people are dealing with just chronic repeated stresses in this time. When a person is under stress, more stress hormones are released and manufactured. Adaptogenic herbs help the adrenal glands respond more effectively and efficiently to the excess in hormones. When stress stops, adaptogens help the adrenal glands shut down more quickly. Adaptogens also support adrenal function by allowing cells access to more energy and preventing oxidative damage. So I also want to just say here that adaptogens are not a cure-all. They're not a panacea. They are to be considered part of a whole self-care protocol that you create for yourself that may change each month. It can change through the seasons and through the seasons of your life. But particularly in the United States, I can't speak for other people in other places, but people have just overworked for way too long, and there's just so much oppression on so many fronts that has created an incredible amount of stress for people. This is where, I hope so much as each of us continues to learn to grow and gather and prepare medicines, that in our community gardens in our neighborhoods, that we can begin to share and pass on and trade, and even, for people, sell your medicines to people, so that there's a lot more access to really good quality local herbal medicine. Just like there's such a strong movement towards local food, we have to be really supporting this movement towards the growing and the gathering and the preparing of medicines, and the supporting of our small local apothecaries and herbalists who can be really helping one another, because in this time ahead we're going to need these beautiful plants close to us. Yeah. So what I wanted to say about holy basil, there's so many things I could say, but holy basil is considered to be an adaptogen from the Western herbal standpoint. And one of the beautiful things that holy basil offers us, coming from the Ayurvedic tradition, the old tradition of healing from southern India, Ayurveda, is that holy basil helps to open the heart and the mind, and helps to really harmonize feelings of more inner peace and calm. And in many ways, I think holy basil is one of the most important herbs right now that we could all be growing and gathering and preparing because of that gift. It's really holy basil's sacred gift to us, is to really help bring harmony and peace and balance and a calm mind and that ability to open the heart. So for anybody who is beginning to integrate or has a long-term meditation practice, holy basil is one that can be of great benefit. To just even a few drops, the tea, just smelling the holy basil to help bring clarity to the mind. I think that adaptogens, there's a bumblebee. Holy basil's, the flowers are loved by our native bees and by the honeybees. So beautiful one to grow for the pollinators. But I think that in this time, we need certain adaptogens, particularly that have a real spirit connection, to help that inner capacity to really rise up and to be able to be less reactive and to be more responsive. That's something that I think of holy basil very much, and I also think of Shazander berries, which I will speak to in our time together. How it is to really strengthen in that daily practice of touching in and really being able to strengthen and quiet the mind and open the heart. So holy basil gives a real gift to us in that way. One of the things also that holy basil, because it's a pungent, really aromatic, warming herb, so many of our pungent herbs, even ones that are not adaptogens, so some of our nervines like lemon balm and lavender, those are much more nervines, but that aromatic quality. Rosemary is one of my most favorite aromatic nervines also. All of these aromatic herbs that have an uplifting quality. And so when there's when there is mild to moderate depression in this whole picture, because there's so much despair and also exhaustion, and depression can be part of that picture. Think about holy basil, think about rosemary, think about lemon balm and lavender, St. John's wort, if you're not on different antidepressants, for helping to really, really uplift. Just the smell of them and then the bringing them into the body can be very, very uplifting. The other one I wanted to say that I also would consider as part of a picture as a very important adaptogen, and as I said, I'll speak to Sheander, but Sheander also can be part of the picture when there's exhaustion and depression in there. And again, just a reminder for anybody who is on any kind of pharmaceuticals, make sure that you are in conversation with your healthcare provider. I always say collaboration is the key here. So we really need and want our incredibly well-trained medical people, and there are more and more family physicians being trained to understand a little bit more about herbs. So hopefully in your community there's somebody that can work with you if you are on some pharmaceuticals. So I wanted to, I thought I would start with A. I'm going to just speak to ashwagandha, since ashwagandha is in many ways a friend to holy basil, coming from India also. For us here in the Northeast, we can grow ashwagandha as an annual. And ashwagandha withania is the genus of ashwagandha. It is in the same family as tomatoes and eggplant and potatoes. It's the nightshade family. So just a couple comments about ashwagandha. It's the root that is used. Is that if you're allergic to any of those plants that are in the nightshade family, you're going to not be using ashwagandha. Also, ashwagandha is very helpful if you have low thyroid function, but if you have a very, very overactive thyroid, then you're going to also avoid taking ashwagandha. And as I said, again, as I start speaking about each of these herbs, remember that we stop taking them if we have an acute infection, then we go back to them when we need nourishment. And also, if you're pregnant or nursing, please also make sure that you are reading really good information about herbs that are safe for pregnancy. Holy basil actually is not used during pregnancy. Ashwagandha in very, very small doses has a history of being used in ashwagandha in India. But again, I really don't suggest it the first trimester, and to be working really closely with your midwife so that if you're pregnant or nursing, you feel really well supported in your choices with herbs. So ashwagandha is considered to be a very prominent adaptogen and rejuvenative tonic. So over taking ashwagandha for 6 months or up to a year, there's a kind of a famous saying in Ayurveda that if you use ashwagandha every day for a year, you'll have the strength of a horse for the next 10 years. So ashwagandha is really helping to build both muscle strength and stamina, but it's really working through that pituitary, hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis to really rebuild the strength of the adrenal glands. Also unnerving, so ashwagandha is very quieting and calming to the mind, helping to support a more restful sleep. It's also one that I use to help support people going through menopause, because again, supporting hormonal shifts, helping to quiet the mind, helping to promote really, really good sleep. Yeah, a few other things to say also. Stress and chronic stress, some of the symptoms can be impaired memory and just a sense of agitation and unease and anxiety. So ashwagandha also, if that's a picture for somebody with anxiety, agitation, impaired memory, just nervous system depletion, ashwagandha, it's just a very, very nourishing and building herb. My favorite way to use ashwagandha, we have somebody who grows a lot of it for us organically and powders it for us, and I really love to put it in just warm dairy or non-dairy milk and stir it in, and I like to put a little bit of honey, and I put a squeeze of Avena's rose petal elixir, and that is a really nourishing way to use ashwagandha powder on a daily basis. You can do it morning and night, or definitely you can do it after dinner to bring a sense of calm and support. If you find at any time that you feel overstimulated by an adaptogen, lower the dose or take it earlier in the day. That you just might need to readjust some of the ways that you're doing it. Okay. So let me just say I wanted to speak to Schizanderberry. And Schizanderberry, we grow a lot of Schizanderberry here. It is one of my favorite adaptogens. You can see it's a beautiful red berry. We've just been doing our harvest here at Avena. And Schizanderberry is originally from China. It's sweet, sour, salty, bitter, pungent. It is one of my favorite adaptogens also. I use this pretty regularly. I put, I'll just take a dropper full like this, and I oftentimes will just put it in my water that I sip all morning long, like that. That's a wonderful way, if there's some adaptogens that you're taking, to put them in your water. I also love the taste of Schizandra, and it is made in an alcohol base. So if you're not using any alcohol, but you're growing Schizandra, you could freeze them and then put them in smoothies. You can dry them if you're growing them. Dried Schizanderberry, if you buy it, is not as good a quality as the fresh Schizandra, but it's another option would be to, if you can get some fresh Schizanderberries, would be to freeze them and put them in your smoothies. I love the taste of it. But what I wanted to say, it is a fabulous adaptogen, safe for long-term use. Also, Schizanderberry has this ability to help us to take deeper breaths, to be able to really take in the air that we need to nourish the whole body, and gives extra support to the liver, which is a real gift that that Schizandra gives us. And in the Chinese literature, they say that Schizanderberries really help the heart to hold steady what is most important to us, which is so beautiful, and helps the spirit to shine through the eyes. So think about that, just that adaptogen gift that it gives to us for so many reasons, and then helping us to hold the heart steady and to keep what's important in our hearts. So Schizandra will grow well in the north, one that I really encourage people to consider growing. I also wanted to say another really important herb, I think, for us in the North Country to be growing is another Chinese herb called astragalus. And astragalus grows for 4 years before we dig the roots. And I just really want to encourage farmers throughout New England to consider growing it. It's in the Leguminaceae family. But why I really want to speak to astragalus, it's considered to be a mild adaptogen. This is one of the most important herbs for long-term support for the lungs and the nervous system and the digestive system. And all of these systems need so much support when we are enduring a lot of stress. Astragalus can be dried, and it can be decocted, simmered for 30, 40 minutes or so. It can be made into cooked and long-term soup stocks. It's sweet and nourishing and building, as I said, to the lungs, to the digestive system, to the whole immune system. So really helping us to stay strong and healthy and really vibrant. And one of the most beautiful gifts that astragalus gives us is to stand upright. In the Chinese literature, they say that it gives us upright qi. And that is one of the greatest things we need right now in this stressful times is these herbs. It's a root, so it roots us, it connects us with earth, and also allows us to stand up and to receive whatever's happening in our lives. It's really, astragalus is a really important herb. I can't stress enough how we need more and more farmers to be growing astragalus in the Northeast and wherever astragalus can be grown. And I also wanted to, let me think, there's a couple other ones I wanted to just mention before we take some questions. Let's see. Yes. I wanted to mention hawthorn berries. Now, hawthorn berries are not an adaptogen, but I brought some dried hawthorn berries to show you. Avena I think we've become very kind of famous because our sanctuary garden is surrounded by about 48 hawthorn trees that I planted with wonderful friends. We planted them in 1998, and they give us the most beautiful flower, leaf, and berry. And why I wanted to mention hawthorn as an important herb and part of this conversation. So the leaf and the flower can be gathered in June, and they can be laid out to dry for tea. The berries will turn red in the middle of October here for us, and we gather them and we make fresh tincture immediately, and we also, I love to dry some for tea. I love to drink a little bit of hawthorn berry and ginger tea, and then I actually put oats. This is Avena's name is after the milky oats, but that's a beautiful combination of a little fresh ginger, schizanderberry, and oats for deep restoration of the nervous system and the heart. So hawthorn is one of the most important cardiovascular tonics that we have, helping to really bring more oxygen into the hearts, helping to improve overall circulation, but particularly hawthorn leaf and flower and berry as a tincture. Like at Avena, we make one, we call it Hawthorn Plus, with the leaf, flower, and berry. Really helps to settle the heart. So when we're stressed, there can be a lot of agitation, and hawthorn settles the heart. It can be safely taken long term. If you're on a cardiac medication, please check with your medical person. But settling the heart allows us to sleep more deeply. Oftentimes when people are unable to sleep and there's a lot of stress and a lot of chaos in the larger world, we need to be able to sleep deeply. And I have found that both the rose petal elixir and ashwagandha and hawthorn berry, taken as both adaptogens and nervines and cardiovascular support, can help to settle the heart. So I wanted to end by just speaking to rosemary. Now I know that rosemary, for us here in Maine, we have to bring the rosemary plants inside in the winter. And this rosemary plant that's here, I probably have tended for about 20 years. And this is one of my most favorite herbs in honor of my own Mediterranean roots. These aromatic herbs mean so much to me. And rosemary is considered to be the herb of remembrance. So I like to encourage anybody who might be growing rosemary. You can dry it for your soups and your teas in the winter, but if you have a place that you can bring in a couple rosemary plants in the winter, you have to have it where it's not really dry heat. They will dry out quickly and die in a pot. So they like to be watered just enough to keep the soil a little bit damp, but it is a Mediterranean herb, and they love to be spritzered. The Latin name rosmarinus means dew of the sea. So rosemary, I love to winter many rosemaries because I love to drink in the winter, again, fresh ginger with, I'll take just a couple little sprigs at the top, and I put that fresh chopped or grated ginger in with a couple sprigs, and I cover it with cool water, and I just slowly simmer it and turn that heat off. And that becomes pretty much one of my most favorite wintertime teas with a little touch of honey. Rosemary brings clarity to the mind. It's uplifting to the spirit. Also really helps us to just kind of really open up our consciousness. And so rosemary essential oil in a foot bath is also a gift to help to really open the mind and open just that sense of clarity and helping to really open our consciousness. So I think that's about all I have time to talk about. Just to say, yeah, I can just say that I haven't announced this yet, but I'll say it all to you for the first time, that I wrote another herb book last winter. It's called The Healing Garden, and it's full of around 200 color photographs. I collaborated with an amazing photographer, Molly Haley. We had such a beautiful collaboration together in this project, and the book is about to go off to print and will be out at the end of March in 2021. So Avena will have it, and that book will have a lot of wonderful information about growing and gathering, and actually a lot of information about drying herbs, because that seems to be a big kind of hole for so many people wanting to work with herbs. So yeah, just keep that in mind. The Healing Garden will be out in March 2021. 21. And so I'm happy to take a few questions, and hopefully next year some of you will be able to come visit Avena's gardens and maybe take a few classes with us here. You can just keep an eye on our website. So thank you for this opportunity to share my love of the plants, and may they be of benefit. Okay.
Thanks so much, Deb, for the reminders and the remembering, for centering and maintaining natural rhythms during this time and always. And thanks too for your years of sharing your gifts of teaching people how to befriend the world of nature and to come to know medicinal herbs and bring them into friendship and into their lives for healing support. Mm-hmm. So we have some questions, and one of the questions from Anna is, I guess it's from Sandra on YouTube. Do you use both the flowers and leaves of holy basil?
Yes. And so I like to let there be a few. The flowering tops can get quite big, but if you keep nipping your flowering tops with leaves throughout the summer, your plant will just continue to bush and bush and bush. So yes to flowers and leaves.
Great. And we have a question from Katie Green. Actually from Tammy on Facebook. Are you using the flowering tops then when nipping the tops of holy basil?
Yes.
And is that the best way to harvest it?
Well, it's a basil, so we know that all basils, as long as we keep nipping the flowering tops, the plant will just keep getting bushier and bushier and bushier. So that's why I like to harvest sacred basil at least once or twice a week, and the plant just will continue to grow in a beautiful way until the frost comes, and then the frost will take the plant.
Great. And from Facebook, how did you prune that amazing rosemary?
I know, I have a very deep love of rosemary. And that rosemary is probably like 25 years old, and I'm one of those crazy gardeners who has killed a lot of rosemaries, and I've been able to save that rosemary. So the real trick I've learned over the years to rosemary is when they're young, don't be shy about cutting them back a little bit, like even start by a 25% or even by half, because every time that you prune a branch of a rosemary, at that juncture, it'll send out new shoots. So if you start young pruning your rosemaries, then the plant will continue to bush and bush and bush. And that's really what you're looking for. That particular rosemary plant is, as I said, is an old one, so it has quite a woody stem, but I just kept nipping and pruning and it just kept bushing out. And the trick to rosemaries in the winter is here in Maine, is that you'll kill them if there's dry heat. You'll kill them if you underwater them, and you'll kill them if you overwater them. So they're a little tricky here in Maine. They can, they have to come inside like the end of October. A cold wind will kill them if they're outside in the really cold wind and the ground freezing. That's why we have to bring them in. So find a place where they can get at least a half a day of sun, but not near a wood stove, in a place that's a little bit cooler. They don't like hot temperatures in the winter. Yeah. So good luck with your rosemaries.
Artistic touches.
Yeah.
So here's a question from Josh on YouTube. What are the best de-stress herbs that we can grow now inside?
Oh, inside. Oh, depending on where you live. For us in Maine, we're going into our longer, our less light of days. So that's a little bit harder. I mean, you could try to keep some holy basil going, like I said, especially holy basil needs a lot of light. And I know some people have been successful at growing it. You could try a pot. I mean, I've never grown mint inside, but mint, just the aromatic quality of mint can be uplifting. I mean, rosemary, I winter pretty well. And that's, as I said, it's really uplifting. But your question is a tough one because of my experience is limited in Maine. Yeah, like rose geranium, like the scented geraniums, those stay really, really well in the wintertime. And as I said, anything that's aromatic is uplifting. So, but really the goal is for us to be growing many of the plants I talked about and preparing them, drying them for teas, making some of your own glycerids or tinctures or syrups or vinegars or honeys and being able to have them through the winter. That's an easier way for us in places like Maine.
And keeps the connection going longer between human and plant spirits. Here's another question from Sylvan on YouTube. The plants that Deb spoke of earlier, Tulsi, holy basil, ashwagandha, astragalus, schisandra hawthorn, and rosemary. Am I missing any?
I think that's what I did. Yeah.
Okay, and I think you've answered this question about pulling herbs like rosemary from our garden and potting them and bringing them inside. Yes, with mixed results. And
yeah. If you overwater them, you'll kill them. If you underwater them, you'll kill them. If they're in a really hot, dry place, you'll kill them. So it's a learning. I started learning about wintering rosemaries about 35 years ago, and I've had success and I've lost some.
Okay, so be experimental and be ready to have a mix of success and failure.
That's
probably a piece of wisdom for the world at large. Another question, what were the red flowers behind you on the video?
That's my favorite annual flower for the hummingbirds. That's hummingbird sage. Salvia coccinea is the botanical name. Hummingbird sage is native to the Southwest, so Texas, Arizona, New Mexico. I grow it as an annual. I grow about 300 of them, and they grow well in pots, and you just keep nipping the spent flower, and the flowers will keep blooming and blooming and blooming. I grow a lot of them in the garden. They are the most favorite flower I have seen in my garden in Maine for hummingbirds. And we have one species. And what's great about them growing until the frost is the hummingbirds will start to leave by mid-September, but they're also migrating from the north through. So those of us with gardens, it's important that we keep these flowers for the hummingbirds because they're making a 3,000-mile migration. So if you're somebody who's really interested in nourishing hummingbirds, consider hummingbird sage in your garden, and not just one, like grow 3 or 4 pots and try to grow like 20, 50, in your garden because they love this plant.
Wonderful. If people want to get in touch with you or learn more, maybe work with you one-on-one, what would be the best way to reach out to you?
Let's see, that's a good question. Maybe it would be, this is an old-fashioned answer, but I don't live with the internet, and so somebody could write me a letter. and so I can give you my address, which is 73 Morse, M-O-R-S-E Road, and I live in Hope, and the zip code is 04847. So write me a regular snail mail letter.
A treat at both ends. A novelty for both.
The other question I'll say is that on Wednesdays, I forgot about this, on Wednesdays for about, I think 25 years, most Wednesdays from 1 to 2, that's Eastern time, I do a free call-in time at Avena Botanicals, and the number is 207-596-0714. So if people have brief questions, it's not like for a long consult, but if you have a brief question about an herb or about dosing or about growing or anything like that, that's a way to talk to me directly. And if there's something larger that you needed, then we would talk about that at that time. So I forgot about that call-in time. Yeah.
Great. And here's one last question, a quick answer. Where can I purchase herbs this time of year?
Are you looking for plants? Somebody looking for plants? And I'm wondering where they are located.
I'm guessing so. Well, let's just assume they're located in Mid-Coast or the general vicinity of Maine.
Yeah, I mean, they're really, I mean, I suppose you could see who some of your local greenhouses are. You could, Rebel Hill Farm, located in Liberty, they grow incredible MOFGA certified field dog perennials, and they grow a lot of medicinals. So if you probably could look them up online, Rebel Hill Farm. So they still might have some plants available. That's one thought, because they grow really good organic field dog perennials, and we want to make sure that you're, you know, when you're searching to buy plants, that you're feeling good about the quality of the plant that you're purchasing.
Wonderful. Well, I thank you again for providing people with inspiration and knowledge to take this information forward into their own lives and spirits, and know that you're there for support along the way.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. And thank you, MOFGA.
You're on, Chris.
Great. Well, I'm just so happy to be here at the fair and out in this beautiful sunshine. As I said, I do miss having the donut, but I'm really excited to even be able to do some of my rituals. For example, you know, the fair is about drinking from the well. It's like we all get here and we all connect up, and it's about how a place could be. And I got to use the common throne over in the children's area, which is a place where it's a composting toilet instead of the old porta potties. And you know, compost is king. Here I have my compost and recycling shirt from back in the day. All those connections are important to us, and one connection that we have is that the Maine Harvest Federal Credit Union is sponsoring the fair. So it's making this content free for all of us for quite some time, and giving us a chance to access this educational content at the fair ongoing. You can just go, there's a little map on the site, you've probably seen it. And I love that as a visual person. I can look around and think, oh yeah, where's the education area? And then I can click on that and get that content anytime I want. I'm especially excited about this next section because it's about educational content. And back in the day, I even helped coordinate some of the educational talks at the fair. And one thing I was focused on was agriculture education. And one of our next presenters at this question and answer period, this garden Q&A, Eric Sideman, I met him at the farm where I was doing a farm camp because he knew the farmer. So really, it's all about connecting us, and we're so happy that you're joining us right now. The three folks who are going to be talking next, Eric Sideman and Caleb Goossen, are both MOFGA folks, and they're joined by Mark Hutton, who's a University of Maine cooperative extension person. And they'll be answering questions in a continuous Q&A format. So we know that questions are coming in on Zoom, coming in on Facebook and YouTube, and we'll be sharing those questions with the folks via our amazing tech that's happening here at the fairgrounds. So please ask questions. All summer long, Anna Libby has been coordinating these sessions, similar ones, and those are accessible, again, on the fair website. You can see the, you can find those on the Facebook page and online. And again, I just can't stress how lovely the ray of sunshine is that we can continue to shop for things, for example, through the marketplace, all for the next 3-4 months. It'll be up until January 8th. One of the things I did think about, speaking of compost earlier, is that a situation of the pandemic is that we built a composting toilet. And if you can't do that yourself, you can get one online at the marketplace. Well, let's go now, though, to the garden question Q&A with Eric and Caleb and Mark, and Bonnie's going to help facilitate asking those questions. Take it away.
You're on.
I don't see questions.
Go ahead and talk.
Okay, thank you all. Eric, Caleb, and Mark, we have questions coming in. And I'm curious about this question. What is the best way to hold a plot that was used this summer, but I'm not sure how it will be used next year? How to hold it over the winter?
So the question's about how to prepare a plot for going into the winter that with uncertain plans for the next year.
Right, I think you're wondering about cover crops and so on.
Yeah. So if someone thinks they might be able to get to it and there's the chance they're going to want to use it early in the spring, probably the best thing is a cover crop that winter kills, like oats and peas. It's getting a little late in the year for that. So you may get some growth, but it's not going to be a large amount of growth. Another way to do this is to just sort of reseed it to sod, to grass, which that way if you are leaving that plot, it just becomes lawn or hayfield. But it'll be a little more work to get it back into shape in the spring, depending on how well it establishes this fall. I don't know if Mark or Eric has anything else to add.
Well, I agree with you. It's getting late for cover cropping now. I use September 15th for about as late as you can go with oats. You can still plant winter rye, but I wouldn't recommend that for anyone who doesn't have good equipment to take it down. So I think for a gardener, the best thing to do would be to cover it with oat straw. And then you can rake the oat straw off or till it in if you have the ability to do that. Or even raked up leaves, anything to protect the soil to cover it for the winter.
Yeah. The other option would be to cover it with impervious plastic, a technique we refer to as tarping. And so you could cover it with plastic, either burying the edges or weighting the edges down with sandbags or cinder blocks or something to keep it from blowing away.
So related to that, Linda on YouTube is wondering where to get oat straw.
I think the first place to look would be to find somebody that grows oats nearby you and see if they bale the straw. But another option is that the University of Maine maintains a straw directory online. And so you can just Google UMaine straw directory and you'll see that. And it doesn't always get updated, but you'll see people who have produced straw in the past and you can contact folks and just ask what they have currently available. But on a small scale, you might want to just go to a garden center. And
that's what I was going to say, or a grain store, your local farm supply store. Even Agway sells bales of straw, but they're expensive. So if you're looking for large quantities, you've got to do something different.
And it's important to use straw and not hay, because hay typically is going to be full of lots of weed seeds.
If you're friends with a strawberry, pick your own strawberry person, they are going to be mulching their strawberries in the winter, for the winter in all likelihood, in November or so. And they probably have some extra straw that they would sell if you're friendly.
Okay, we have a question from Cindy on YouTube. My Swiss chard looked beautiful all season long and in the last month has large holes in the leaves.
If they are tattered, it's probably due to birds. Oh my gosh, the name went right out of my head. What's the yellow bird? Goldfinches. Yeah, there we go. We've seen when it's particularly dry, we can see a lot of injury to Swiss chard, to beets, spinach, by finches. They will fly down and just tear out pieces of the leaf. So it's not uncommon.
that's
And they're a handful of diseases like Cercospora leaf spot. You could Google diseases of beets and probably come up with pictures.
yeah, and that would eventually, that leaf spot would fall out, creating the hole in the leaf. Another thing is to just look for slugs and snails. Try to reduce slug and snail habitat because that's always a chance. Sometimes they'll put holes in greens.
How do you recommend reducing slug habitat and snail
So
habitat?
slugs and snails like to hide somewhere that's moist because they don't want to dry out. It's a little at odds with some of the practices we like in our organic gardens. So if you can't manage the habitat, another option is to use sluggo, which is a snail bait that when they eat it, it stops them from feeding. And then another option is to maintain habitat for slug and snail predators like toads and garter snakes.
Great. Bronwyn on YouTube asks, what's the best way to prevent wormy apples?
We are talking to vegetable crop specialists.
That's a good question for our fruit specialists. We have CJ in the farmer program staff at MOFGA and Laura Seeger, who maintains the MOFGA orchards. They would both have much better answers than I think the three of us could come up with. And I think we probably have some MOFGA publications on the website and maybe some talks in the content library for this year's fair that you could look for there and get some better answers than we can give you.
And that may be the same answer for Bronwyn on YouTube, who asks, what's the best way to manage a non-cultivated wild blueberry field that's currently getting overrun by poplars?
Well,
Same
that we can talk a little bit about because one of the main things for wild blueberries is that they are an acid-loving crop. So testing your soil, checking the soil pH. If it's acidic enough that the blueberries can survive, but other species don't do as well. And if not, you can adjust based on those soil test recommendations. Typically, it's adding sulfur to bring the pH down to make it more acidic. The other management is mowing or burning, but that's usually on the commercial scale and needs to be done carefully. Except for mowing can be done by the homesteader pretty easily.
Yeah, you could divide your field in half and mow half of it every other year. There is a great fact sheet from the University of Maine, Managing Organic Wild Blueberries, or some title similar to that.
Okay, from Valerie on Facebook, can I mulch or cover my leeks with straw to overwinter them in the ground? Will this protect the leeks so they don't freeze and I will be able to dig them out of the ground, or will the ground still freeze hard?
So you could mulch those leeks and that will probably get you through December, possibly even into January, where you'll still be able to harvest them. But it will take, and this again would be one where you would want to use straw.
And Mark, aren't there some varieties of leeks that are much better at cold hardiness?
There's a group of leeks that are actually further south from here. So down in the mid-Atlantic region or in England and in Holland, they grow their leeks through the winter for spring harvest. Those varieties are too long seasoned to do anything for us. But it's been a long time since we've done a leek trial and we really haven't looked at keeping leeks long into the fall.
Yeah, I would say there's also that aspect of it depends, because if your soil and your mulch both get saturated and really wet right before a hard freeze, they're going to be frozen in there pretty solid until it's warm enough for you to get them dug out again. It's a tough question to answer definitively, but that's one of the things about gardening, right? Is we all get to try and play a little. If they're in the ground now, you might as well leave some.
Okay. This might be a little off topic as well, but Rose on YouTube wonders if it's okay to use wood chips as a garden mulch.
Wood chips, yeah, wood chips make a fine garden mulch. One of the things to consider though, it will impact some of your other management decisions later on. And I'll raise my hand to a bad decision we had made. We had used wood chips to mulch an asparagus planting and it worked really great for a couple of years. And then we started getting more weeds in there, more perennial weeds. And eventually to manage those perennial weeds, we had to rake all the wood chips out so that we could do some shallow tillage operations.
I like to use wood chips in garden paths, somewhere where you're never gonna till it again if it's a permanent path, because one of the main problems with incorporating wood chips into the soil, and this is where you'll hear people mostly advise against it, is that if it's really carbon-rich material, as the microbes in the soil try to break it down, they pull nitrogen from wherever they can get it. And that's usually the nitrogen that would otherwise be available to your garden crop. So if it's on top of the soil, it's not a problem. It's when you incorporate it into the soil that you get a real a nitrogen lockup by the microbes in the soil.
Next from Brian on Facebook, for paste tomatoes, any tips for avoiding black rot and combating black rot once it is noticed?
Well, Eric and Mark, what do you think? What do you think he's referring to by black rot? I could imagine it could be blossom end rot.
I think it's anthracnose, because the anthracnose comes in later in the season when the fruit is ripe. Getting the ripe fruit off, not letting it get overripe. Crop rotation helps because it overwinters in the debris near where you had the tomatoes last year. Those are the two things that I would recommend.
Also good sanitation. So at the end of the season, removing the tomato crop or the plants that are there, or mowing it into very fine pieces so they'll rapidly decompose.
You could spray copper too, but I would be very leery because you probably don't want to use as much copper as you would need to manage that.
Thank you. Here we have Rich on YouTube. We feel we had far fewer borers and earworms in our field corn and popcorn this year. Was this true all over Maine this year, or are our cultural practices working? Meaning
it was true down here. I live in New Hampshire, about 30 miles west of Sanford, Maine, and we had no earworms at all, and I saw 2 corn borers. And I have 30-something rows, about 50 feet each. So it's a lot of corn for so few pests.
I did notice, as talking with extension folks, tracking the numbers over the season, there were some spikes with tropical storms coming up. And that's always going to be the case. Tropical storms often bring these moth pests up and they lay eggs. And so you see a delay because the adult moth comes in with the storm, then they lay eggs, and then the eggs develop, and that's when you'll start to see the pest.
Yeah, it's important to mention what Caleb just described as the corn earworm. It does not overwinter here. It comes up with the storms every year. So your management practices actually do nothing for corn earworm. It's at the whim of the storms coming up. Corn borer, in contrast, does overwinter here, usually near the soil level and like the bottom 2 inches of corn, or one of about 200 other hosts. So corn borer management plays a big role in managing a European corn borer.
Sandra on YouTube wonders, red plastic mulch is supposed to help tomatoes grow faster, but it inhibits rain from getting to the roots. So is it best not to use it?
So plastic mulch has a lot of benefits in agriculture and in your home garden. One of the primary ones for us here in Maine is that it's going to help warm the soil more quickly in the spring, which is going to translate into greater and earlier yields. Normally, we put the plastic mulch down over the soil in the spring when there's soil moisture available, and that helps trap that soil moisture in. Most of our soils, we get a lot of lateral water movement back underneath so it can recharge the soil moisture under the plastic. But very often commercially or home gardeners will put drip irrigation underneath the plastic. Now, having said that, many people will know, as you do, that there's red plastic, we have blue plastic, we have yellow plastic, we have lots of different colors of plastic. And different crops respond to the light being reflected by the plastic back up into the plant canopy. So tomatoes seem to give greater yields when grown on red plastic. The cucurbits give greater yields when grown on blue plastic. And peppers seem to like yellow plastic. But the trouble with yellow plastic, it also is a good way to attract lots of aphids into your garden. So having said that, it's one of those things where statistically, so experimentally, we can show that red plastic does in fact increase yields of tomatoes. But the increase in yields of the tomatoes may not necessarily be greater on, or great enough to pay for the difference in cost of red plastic over black plastic. So I don't know that I would invest in red plastic, but I sure would invest in black plastic. The other thing to keep in mind is you can grow multiple crops in that plastic, so you can get more use out of it other than just that single crop.
Other comments? He covered it.
Actually, I want to make
Mark's
a comment
done.
just to break the formality of this. Bonnie, this is like the real fair. I haven't seen you in 8 years. It's wonderful to see you.
I know, it brings back the homecoming piece of this event, even
That's
though we're all,
exactly right. That's
we're all
right.
not physically here. Wonderful to see you too, Eric.
Thank you.
Eric and I go back to the mid 80s with our work on MOFGA.
That's right.
Okay, from Stephen on YouTube, you said to do cover cropping by mid-September, but many crops aren't quite done by this time. Should we start cover crops in the midst of plants that are still producing, like tomatoes and peppers?
That's an excellent way to do it if you can manage it. That does mean it's harder to pull up those plants and take the roots with you as you're cleaning up the garden. You might clip them at the soil line instead, or maybe I pull them anyway, and I figure my rye is coming through. This year I planted rye in my garden. But some folks try to have more of if they have the luxury of the space, and I know many people don't, but if they have the luxury of the space, they try to just plan their cropping in a way that they have a crop that will be pulled out of the garden by that time. And that's what gets the long, thick cover crop, and everything else gets kind of an emergency cover crop. Not really emergency, but the best we can do last season. And then the following year, they'll rotate those so that that spot that had the lighter cover cropping later in the year gets cover cropped earlier in the season.
Anybody else have more to add?
That was right on.
Or well, I'll ask a question. It's nice to be part of this Q&A. Eric, we met years ago through a mutual friend, a college friend of yours, who was a farmer at a place where I was doing a farm camp down at Mill Valley Farm in New Hampshire. Anyway, hooray for connections. Here's a question from someone on Facebook. Bonnie on Facebook wonders about advice for carrot storage. Anybody have any words of wisdom on that?
Well, the first thing is to grow the right varieties. Some varieties are the proper variety for storage, and others are quick and should be eaten young. That's number one. One very important thing is to harvest them when it's cold out, and put them and wait for the root cellar where you're putting them to get cold before you harvest as well. There's one disease called white mold that sort of hides all summer during the warm weather, and then later, late in storage, will take off, especially if it's warm, it'll develop better.
So the other thing to keep in mind about that is when you plant your carrots. So carrots that we're going to store, we don't plant until late July, figuring that we're going to harvest them in October or the first part of November. So the carrots that you planted early in the spring aren't going to be the ones you want to put into storage. Carrots in storage, we need to store them cool. So down around 38 to 40 degrees with high humidity. You also want to make certain that you don't have them around any crops that are going to produce ethylene, particularly apples. So you don't want to have apples and carrots in your cold storage together. The apples will cause the carrots to become bitter or develop an off taste. One last thing about carrots in storage, the quality improves in storage. So they're going to get sweeter if you harvest them and hold them in cold storage.
I actually want to interject something myself. My dad, for a couple of years, just left the carrots in the ground and covered them up, and he was very pleased with himself for shoveling off 3 feet of snow and digging down and pulling out these incredibly sweet carrots.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I do it a little differently. I haven't stored a carrot for 20 years or 15 years. I now have a high tunnel, and I plant carrots towards the end of July in the high tunnel, and then I harvest them all winter. I just go out to the garden and harvest my carrots. And so you can do the same thing if you mulch them heavy enough and put something on it so you can pull the snow off and get to your mulched carrots. You'd be able to harvest them right out of the ground all winter. And they too will actually have a better flavor than your summer carrots.
And the same thing could be said for parsnips. We can do parsnips the same way. We can do beets the same way.
Wow.
Beets
I
are a
will
little
have one. I
trickier.
just have to have one caveat, which is that the year he stopped was the year that he dug in and found all the carrots eaten up from the bottom and just leaving the outer skin, and it was very depressing. So be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point, because you can be breeding voles and encouraging them, and then you might have a larger population in the garden all next season. Beets can be a little harder because they're so much more above the soil. That might require some mulching. The other thing to keep in mind with these root crops is that they're mostly biennials. And so you can get them into the spring, but once they start waking up, their number one goal is to send up a flower stalk, and they start to get woody or mushy, or the texture starts to decline. But all winter long, provided you can get to them, if you mulch them so that you can get the snow and the ice off and dig down to them. Another thing for storage in general is that MOFGA does have a fact sheet on how to store your own garden vegetables, and I think some of our folks are putting them into the chats right now. And then if you want to go really, fine-tuned, there's a USDA handbook number 66, and that has all the super specific information on the absolute best conditions to store produce for as long as possible. But that's more on the commercial side of things. And then one more caveat in that ethylene that makes the carrot skin bitter. It's not just apples. There's other food that if you have a root cellar, that's another place to look for good information, is root cellaring books. That you wouldn't want potatoes next to carrots, because potatoes also give off a lot of ethylene.
We pull our carrots out of the high tunnel at the end of February, because by then they start doing exactly what Caleb described. They begin growing and they get hairy and send up their leaves and eventually would flower.
Bonnie, you want to ask the next question?
Yes. Bo on Facebook would like you to talk about tarnished plant bugs, our favorites in growing strawberries in the past.
Oh, it's been quite the year for tarnished plant bugs. They always tend to be more of a problem in dry years, which I've learned a bit actually from Eric and his wife Becky, that in these dry years, it seems that they like to live in weedy hay fields or field edges and feed on clover out there, things like that. But in a year like this year, where those conditions aren't as good for them, they actually might be seeking out our crops for moisture. But even in a normal growing year, they can be a real pain for many, many, many garden species. And one of the problems is that they like to sting flowers in their feeding. And so they might get into pepper flowers, eggplant flowers, or flowers if the flower is the crop for cut flower production. And if it's the bow that I think it is, that's probably what he's talking about. It can really put a hamper on them. So it's a really tricky one to manage, which means I'm going to let Eric fill in that part.
Yeah, but I don't have any good recommendations other than row covers, and row covers don't work for flowers because you want to see the flowers, and they don't work for strawberries because you want the pollinators on the strawberry. So that's a very tricky crop, and I don't know of any spray that I would use. The tarnished plant bug problem is going down over the years. About 2 or 3 decades ago, a predator was released. I believe it was a parasitoid, and it is getting more and more common, and there are fewer and fewer tarnished plant bugs, but they vary with the year, and lettuce really suffered this year from tarnished plant bug feeding on the midrib, getting worse.
I would add, I was at a grower this summer where they were losing cucumber plants. The tarnished plant bugs were feeding on the apical meristems or the growing points of the cucumber vines and killing the growing point.
Do you have any recommendations, Mark?
No, there's not a lot of good options.
Yeah,
particularly for the home garden.
there are a handful of questions I don't ever want to get, and that's in the list.
That's why I bumped it over to Eric. One of the tricks with tarnished plant bugs that people need to know to understand, to help think about managing them, is that they do live off of so many different species, and many of them are weedy species. So just your garden edge, your field edge, they'll be living there. And in a normal year where it's not so dry, usually where we see them come into agricultural fields is when a hay field gets mowed nearby, and that takes away that food source, and they just migrate. And so even if you were going to try to spray for them, you might get the ones you see, and then there's going to be more migrating in from other weedy areas. It just is, it's awfully tricky. And speaking of that parasitoid, I've actually been talking with some folks. We're hoping to try to get a sense of how present that parasitoid still is, because how did we get so many this year? Is it just the dry, or maybe the parasitoid population's gone down a little? Stay tuned. We don't know yet.
I think, Cal, the weed management is a huge thing, particularly things like pigweed late in the summer and in the fall. That's what they're going to be feeding on to get, to get ready to overwinter.
Thank you guys for that. There's a ton of questions here. So I'm going to go to the next one about using salmon as a fertilizer opposed to manure. This is from Sikwani on YouTube. Has anybody ever heard about using salmon for fertilizer as opposed to manure?
Well, it's certainly been a traditional way to grow anywhere along where salmon's plentiful or where fish are plentiful. Fish as a fertilizer is pretty well established. It's just for the modern context where so many people don't have access to it inexpensively, that manure is usually a lot easier to get your hands on. But sort of one of the modern ways that it's often used in the garden are fish meals or fish-based fertilizers like Neptune's Harvest, where they're often the byproduct of fishing industries. I don't know if there's other advantages to using the whole fish. That may be, I think at some point there may also be a food safety concern. So I wouldn't want to use it necessarily on a root crop. I don't know. Mark or Eric, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I would go to the ecological side of things, and the fish fertilizers that are sold, the buyers should be careful of what they buy and be sure they're buying something that's a waste product of the food industry. There's a lot of fish meal on the marketplace. A very small percentage of it is actually a waste product. The larger amount of the fish meal on the market is actually coming from fish that are caught to make livestock feed or fertilizer. And so that is really wiping out some fish populations and would be a mistake for organic growers to get involved in. The Neptune's Harvest is a liquid fish product. It's a great liquid fish product because it is made from the waste of the fishing industry. The only issue with it is that dollars per pound of nitrogen, it's very expensive and it wouldn't make sense to use on a field crop. It would only make sense in a container situation, high value.
There are a bunch of questions here, and I have to say that I came in slightly late, so I'm not sure what's been asked, and maybe Bonnie can help cover ones that haven't been asked, but I'll go to the next one, which is a bunch of mulch questions have come in, and a bunch of different ones, so we're kind of combining questions about, and I know you talked about red plastic mulch earlier, but questions about using sheep wool or leaf mulch, or if you use plastic mulch in the gardens, should we be concerned about the plastic breaking down? Just a bunch of kind of questions about mulch.
Well, the sheep wool is a funny one because Becky and I joke about it all the time. I always say, boy, wool makes a great mulch, but in reality, Becky hates it. I used to use it around my blueberries. It's very slow to break down and it gets tangled up in the mowers and all sorts of weeds begin coming through it and it's hard to remove it. So there's got to be better uses of wool than mulch, I think. Plastic is a tricky one. Remember that the biodegradable plastics are not allowed in organic production unless they are 100% bio-based, and none of them are. So essentially, the biodegradable plastic mulches are not allowed at this time. Whether plastic should be used or not, that's a big question. I think I'm going to let somebody else go on that one, but there's definitely environmental concerns in manufacturing the plastic, microscopic pieces of plastic that break off and end up very far away in the environment, so on.
Yeah, plastic mulch is a tricky one. I think the best arguments are usually on the home scale if you're using it to use a thicker plastic that you can reuse and that is less likely to break down. But
that plastic shouldn't be plastic that you buy at the big box stores. It should still be an ag-based plastic.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mark.
So something like silage covers that you see dairies using to cover their silage bunker. The plastics that you buy, construction grade plastics don't have the UV inhibitors in them, and so they tend to break down much more rapidly.
Into lots of little pieces that blow and wash all over the place. By the way, I don't want to sound too highfalutin here. We do use plastic on our farm. We use it minimally. The only place I can think we use plastic on a regular basis is for cucurbits, our squashes and melons. We also use plastic on sweet potato. The squashes and melons very much benefit from the warming of the soil. And in the sweet potatoes, it prevents it from rooting at every node and diverting food away from your cluster of sweet potatoes in the middle. So be careful to remove it and not let it blow around in the environment.
For non-plastic options, if you do have a lot of wool around and you have somewhere where you want mulch to stick around for a long time and it's not going to get tangled up, it could be a nice option, but it's going to be matted wool. And so you just have to know what it's going to look like. It's not going to warm the soil the way plastic is. Most of our organic materials that we use for mulches will not be warming the soil. I say most, I can't think of any that are actually going to warm it unless they're actively breaking down, like which would be more like manure. And that's not going to do much anyway if it's on the surface.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I was going to trail off anyway.
So I think that one of the things you need to think about it is what the intention of using the mulch is. And so if we're talking about using plastic mulches, for us here in the Northeast, the big one is, as Eric mentioned, is getting that soil warming. And then secondary to that is going to be weed management, water management. So if you don't want to use plastic mulch, but you are interested in growing solanaceous crops, so tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, where planting and putting an organic mulch, so leaf mold or straw or something else, that's actually going to keep the soil cool, which you don't want. So in the spring, you transplant those crops into the garden and then keep that area clean cultivated through the month of June. That way the soil is going to warm up. And then when we get into July, after the soil is warm, now we can come back and use our organic mulch, so straw or leaves or whatever else it might be, to serve as a weed mat. And that will help control your weeds, help trap soil moisture in, but isn't going to delay maturity because we haven't kept the soils cool. The other mulch that's out there that you might want to consider as an organic mulch, we've been doing some work with this at Highmore, is using compost as a mulching source, where we'll put a 1 to 2, in some cases 3 inches of compost on the soil surface, pull the compost away to transplant down into soil, and then push the compost back. And that has served as a very good weed barrier. It also makes weeding very, very easy. It doesn't reduce soil temperatures. The biggest problem you'll find is if we go through a prolonged drought, when it does rain, that compost mulch bed is going to shed water. Because once the compost or any of the organic mulches like peat moss or anything like that, when it becomes very dry, it actually becomes hydrophobic. And so water beads up and just rolls off of it, rather than it getting wet and transferring that moisture into the ground.
Yeah, that was good. That reminded me to say what I like to say in these gardening Q&As, of that we're not telling you the exact right answer, because there's so many different ways to do things and your system's going to vary. It's just that everything you tweak is going to affect things a little differently. Compost was a good example of where, because it'll be dark on top of the soil surface, that will actually be nice and warm. But if you're trying to prevent, say, early blight in your tomatoes, you might actually choose to put rye straw down earlier, because that's going to help prevent splashing of the spores that start the initial infection. And often you can, with early blight, you're usually just trying to delay when it really gets your tomatoes. And a straw mulch earlier in the season will help that, but it's a trade-off because your soil isn't going to be as warm.
These are so good. I'm going to chime in again because I'm going to leave in a little bit. I don't know if you talked about Claire's question about green shoulders on tomatoes.
No.
What causes that? But there are some other questions about tomatoes and things being under a cold frame. So from Junie on YouTube, there's a question about starting tomatoes early under a cold frame. There's tons of green tomatoes right now. Is it more sun that's needed to ripen, or what's going to help there?
So those are two different questions about tomatoes. One being green shoulders is where the tomato ripens, but the top of it, the shoulder of the tomato, won't really get soft and tasty. It might be yellow, it might be speckled sometimes, or it might stay really green. And that's, it's impacted a little bit by variety, but it's usually a lot of sun and heat and not enough potassium in the plant. You want to soil test appropriately, make sure you're supplying enough potassium to your crop. If it's continuing to be a problem for you, maybe look for varieties that mention that they're resistant to green shoulders, and make sure you're watering consistently. And if it's really a problem, I think down south, they'll actually shade tomatoes a little bit. Mark, is that
Yeah, so if green shoulders are a tremendous problem, we can look for varieties that are uniform green. There's a single gene that causes tomatoes to have a green shoulder on the developing fruit. And you'll know that if you've got that kind of variety, because even as the tomato is green, the shoulder of the fruit can often be a darker green than the rest of the fruit. So then the physiological problem of the green shouldering then turning yellow or not developing and ripening is, as Caleb mentioned, it's related to environmental stress, so too hot, too much sun, kind of irregular moisture, and then not having enough potassium. All of those factors contribute to yellow shoulder in tomato, and it's really a combination. It's a really tricky problem to resolve. And this year was a great year for yellow shoulder.
A great year meaning a lot of it.
A lot of it.
Yeah. So the other question was someone who started tomatoes in a cold frame, but their tomatoes they still have a lot of green tomatoes now. And assuming that means they haven't picked many ripe ones, then yes, I would say that's probably in an area that's not getting enough sun. It just means that if their tomato took that long to develop, that they probably don't have enough hours of direct sun during the day. And I get this question a lot about how much sun do my plants need, or I have a shady spot, what can I grow? And I always tell people that plants are, the leaves are solar panels, but the fruit and the root is an energy suck. It's a battery. It's a motor that those solar panels are feeding. So in a shady spot, greens do really well, or they're going to do better anyway. You're at least going to get something because the plant is motivated to make more leaves to try to collect energy. But if you're trying to make a crop that is a lot of energy intensive, that's an energy sink for the plant, like tomatoes or root crops, those are going to need more hours of daylight because it really becomes an energy balance at that point.
That's a really good analogy.
Oh, I like that too. So we've got some rodent collections here. People digging potatoes and finding a lot eaten by moles and voles, others finding squirrels and other animals eating their winter squash. What do you offer, gentlemen?
It's probably worse this year being so dry. What they want to eat out in the woods or the field edges or anywhere else are less abundant. But once their population starts building up and they know you're an easy target for a food source, they're going to make homes nearby and their population is going to keep building up. So typically it's either exclusion, which is easier to do with larger animals, right? You can make a fence that deer can't get through. But when you start getting into these smaller animals, it's a lot harder to exclude them. And it usually means lethal means. For me, I would use snap traps. I feel like that's the most humane. Other folks might try trapping and moving somewhere else, but I think that's tricky. And the numbers that you're talking about you might give up on that soon. Eric, Mark, do you have others?
Well, I'll make a plug for Elliot Coleman's design of a tunnel with snap traps in it. And that is even working this year. We have a enormous population of meadow voles, the large vole running all over the place. They tend to run through the same tracks. And if you can spot where they're running, you can build a little tunnel out of plywood just big enough to put a snap trap in and have this snap trap work. You don't need any bait. They're going to run through that track. They like going through the tunnel and they're going to get caught by that trap, and you just have to empty it every day.
Yeah, so one of the key parts of how that works is that the trap is usually perpendicular to the run that the voles are running on. Sometimes, I think in this case, it's in the run, and that's what that tunnel is doing, so that they go through it and they don't even realize there's a trap there. Whether you use a trap setup like that or just targeting those runs, that's the main thing, is that voles are very habitual, and when they start making their little tunnels sort of near the surface of the soil, they will continue to use those little vole highways. And if you put a trap just so that they have to cross over it, they're more likely to see it. But if you are baiting, and I like to, I just use a small slice of apple or even a slice of beet for voles. And then if you're not sure if it's voles or mice, sometimes field mice will get into gardens too. I put a little peanut butter on the apple, and then it attracts either one.
Great. We had a question from somebody wanting you to share thoughts about companion planting and crop rotation. Is crop rotation as much an issue if you already do companion planting? Any thoughts?
I think Eric talks nicely about crop rotation in the garden because it can get tricky and not as easy to do, or not as easy to see the benefits as we see on farm scales.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the garden, the recommendation that I've always made, I don't really follow it because we have many gardens. And so we rotate our crops between our different crops of different fields. But somebody with only one garden can divide the garden into quadrants and every year use a different quarter of the garden for different crops. But you have to keep in mind what crop rotation is good for and where it will work and where it won't. So for insect management and disease management, crop rotation in a garden isn't going to really do much because the garden is just not big enough. Almost anything that's going to cause a problem on one side of the garden is going to be able to get to the other side of the garden. Where crop rotation helps in a garden is managing weeds or managing soil fertility. And so you could grow cover crops designed for those benefits in one quarter of the garden using your different crops in the other 3 quarters and rotate them around. And MOFGA has a whole series of publications, and one of them is all about crop rotation and using cover crops. And so I would take a look at that. There's also one I was going to mention earlier in Basics of Organic Gardening for people who are just getting started. And there's a list in there of crops that do well in the shade that could complement what Caleb had mentioned earlier.
And since the question was a little bit also about companion planting, I'll give my twist on it that, as Eric was saying, the further apart your gardens are, if you have more than one, the more benefit you'll see from crop rotation. So for an example, if you're growing a brassica, you might be attracting a lot of flea beetles to that brassica. And if it's in one garden, moving your brassicas next year to the other corner of that same garden, the flea beetles are going to emerge the next spring and they're just going to go right to the new brassicas. If it's something where you have a garden in the back of your house and a garden in the front of your house, you have a better chance that you're going to be able to move your brassicas to the front of the house and maybe row cover them. So when the flea beetles are still going to find them, but it might take them a little, they won't be right there when they emerge out of the soil in the spring. You might be able to cover your plants and keep the flea beetles out. And so you can do the same kind of thing with raised beds. That helps to make rotation a little bit better. But when you're companion planting, if you're mixing brassicas in with your other crops in every bed, then there's a chance you have flea beetles in every spot where you had the brassicas, just as an example. So to that question, yeah, it complicates things when you're doing companion planting. So you either have to roll with it and just say, I'm not going to worry as much, and I'm hoping my companion planting is scattering the pests, confusing them because they don't know where to find what they're looking for, or you have to really pay attention and say, all right, I had brassicas here, here, and here, but not there. It's complicated. I'd say this is one where my advice would be try to find the fun and experiment and see what works for you.
Okay, I've got what may be more of a mystery question, but not necessarily for you sleuthing detectives. From Liz on YouTube, I planted broccoli and cauliflower in the same plot. Broccoli is giving nice heads. Cauliflower has no head development, but plenty of leaves. Treated exactly the same in terms of row cover timing and amending. Thoughts?
As long as the cauliflower is healthy, I wouldn't be worried. There's a big difference in the days to harvest between most broccoli cultivars and cauliflower cultivars. We're seeing the same thing in my trials. I've got broccoli that's ready and cauliflower that's still going to be another 2 weeks away.
No mystery at all. Have you been stumped with any questions yet in the whole summer series, gentlemen?
Yeah, the tarnished plant bug.
Okay, phew, mere mortals still working on these issues. How encouraging. All right, gardeners, it means stay with it. And here's one from Rosita on Facebook. I have an asparagus bed that needs replacing. I'll move it to a new location next spring, but what can I do with the old bed with the eager spindly spears coming up, as I know they will?
You can eat those spindly spears that are coming up. We took an old asparagus bed out of production and used it for our regular vegetable garden for a couple of years and had asparagus coming up for quite some time. And we just either clipped those off, ate them if they were good quality, and if they weren't, they just went into the compost pile.
If you were really trying to end that, I would just say plant some grass and keep mowing it.
Yeah.
Okay, from Sue on Facebook, any leaf miner tips besides rotation and removing and discarding damaged leaves?
So that's probably, I'm guessing, spinach or beet leaf miner. There are other leaf miners, and some of them can get into other veggie crops, but the real trouble usually comes from spinach and beet leaf miner species, and they'll get into spinach and beets and chard. So one of the tricks there is that they overwinter in the soil. So crop rotation, if you have the space to do it, helps, and then covering the plant. Because the adult form of the leaf miner is a fly. And so in the spring, when that fly is emerging and flying, they want to go find more spinach and beets and chard to lay eggs on. If you have row cover on yours and you've rotated away from where they were previously, you'll hopefully exclude them from laying those eggs. And spinach, beets, and chard don't need to pollinate, so you can leave them covered. They don't like it hot, however, so you might want to look for a really thin row cover or exclusion netting. It's more expensive, but it lets more air through. It doesn't keep the crop as hot. And then finally, if you need to, well, another trick is that you keep looking to find the eggs, because the eggs are pretty visible on the leaves. And so if you can catch them while they're still eggs, either A, you squish them, or B, you start harvesting aggressively the older leaves. And if you're harvesting those eggs, then you're removing the leaf miners before they can get in there and start building up the population. And then the final thing is, if you need a control, they are susceptible to spinosad, but it's super tricky. Don't even bother spraying your plant if they're already in the leaf, because they're protected inside the leaf. That's why they mine in there. You can get it if they're still that egg stage, but that's, you know, a last resort, and I don't usually encourage gardeners go that way. Anything else to add, Mark or Eric?
No, that was good.
Yeah, it was right on.
All right, and we know you're tough critics. From Meg on Facebook, what's the safest way to dispose of tomato plants in the fall? They've produced well, but they have signs of disease. I have 40 plus 12-foot plants. No one's eager for this one.
Well, I think the tomato plant needs to be taken out of the garden. You can put it into a compost pile, but I would not use that compost where you're growing tomatoes next year, or be sure that it really is thoroughly decomposed before you use it. There are a lot of tomato diseases, many of which can be microscopic spores on debris. The debris doesn't even have to be alive. So a little tiny piece of a dead tomato leaf still could be carrying early blight, or anthracnose or alternaria or something like that. And so I would be careful to, if you're going to save it in a compost pile, just not use that compost on tomato growing next year.
Yeah, and one of the things that Eric's not mentioning here, but I know we've talked about in the past, is that for home gardens, home compost piles usually aren't really active compost piles. They don't get to the temperatures that kill diseases and kill weed seeds. So unless you know, unless you've got a thermometer and you're a really active composting, you've decided that's something you're going to do is become really good at composting, and you get enough material to make a large enough pile that it really heats up and you mix it thoroughly. I kind of think of a home garden compost pile often as being slow rot, and let it sit for a few years. Or sometimes I use it as just accumulating debris. And then if I have manure, mix that debris in with that and create a hot compost pile then to get it up to temperature. A lot of gardeners and farmers like to dump their tomato plants out in the woods. I find that they're not really dumping it far enough out to really have that be disposing of them, and that you might just have a pile where those diseases are breaking down the dead old tomato plants and happy to release spores. So I would say maybe don't just throw them off to the side into the woods. If you do have a bonfire, you're losing your organic matter that way. But if you already have a brush pile, you can, and your disease pressure is very high, you're really concerned about overwintering disease, you can throw them on top of that pile, and then when you burn it, there it goes.
Other comments?
A shallow grave would work too. During the late blight epidemic in 2009, I remember seeing some pretty large shallow graves.
Great. Well, we're going to need to wrap up, but I have certainly found this informative, and I'm sure all our listeners have much to work with to sharpen their notes about this season and next. And the treasure trove that all of you represent has been wonderful to bring to this fair. And we miss you in person, but we're really happy that you're able to stay connected with the garden season and all of our fair goers. Thanks so much.
And for you newcomers, remember Mark and Caleb and I do this every year, all 3 days at 10 o'clock at the fair, and hopefully next year it's a real fair.
All right. Amen to that. 3 cheers. Thanks so much.
Bye, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Oh, that was such a great presentation. It's such a great, I feel so privileged to be part of it all. One question I didn't get to ask is about these little spots I have on my chard, like little spots on my chard. I had some chard for breakfast. So it's good to hear about all those home gardener tips. At this time, we want to thank some of our sponsors who are making the fair free for all to access online, as I said, for weeks to come. One of those sponsors, our community level sponsor, is Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Foundation. So thank you again to them for helping make the fair accessible. It's a great segue because in the 1970s, my parents were planting victory gardens and we were out there digging in the earth. We had our own stuff. And so moving from this great Q&A to our featured speakers just seems like the perfect kind of transition. Barbara Damrosch is a farmer and lives over in Harborside, and she is part of the Four Season Farm. You may have heard of that. She and her partner Elliot Coleman do lots of amazing work. Barbara has written a book, The Garden Primer, which I think Bonnie may have flashed on the screen, but if she didn't, I encourage you to check it out. It may be something that's available in the Common Ground Marketplace, but you can certainly find it through Barbara. And I'm just going to hand it right over to you on this beautiful sunny day. Thanks for coming and being a featured speaker.
Thank you very much, Chrissy, too. I really wanted to do this live, so I had a good excuse to visit this beautiful Common Ground, which I look forward to every late September. Right now, I'm surrounded by a merry band of excellent techies, but I miss the 25,000 people who would be here in a normal year. And I hope that they will all return next year when it's safer. And I'm very grateful to all of you for tuning in. So I'm going to actually read my talk today because there's a lot of things I really, really want to say to you, and I don't want to leave any of them out. I don't want to forget them. So here we go. For those of you who are on audio, I'm standing at a table filled with vegetables, and it's very handy. They even gave me a pile of onions to use as paperweights if the breeze comes up. So here we are. It's It's September 26th, and in a little more than a month, November 1st, we will fall back an hour when daylight saving time ends, as usual. But this time there's a lot of controversy about it. Most people think that the purpose of daylight saving time is to save energy, but most studies say that it doesn't do that at all. So why bother? We've forgotten, I think, that the original reason for bothering had more to do with food shortages during both world wars, with so many farmers off fighting. Home gardeners were enlisted to plant war gardens in World War I, followed by victory gardens in World War II. Changing the clocks gave an extra hour at the end of each day for people to tend those home plots after they came home from their jobs. Many of them were housewives, newly enlisted into the workforce, and during World War II they produced almost half of the nation's food in their victory gardens. Eleanor Roosevelt planted one on the White House lawn. Those gardens were more than just a footnote to our country's history. Home food gardening always surges in times of crisis, not just wars, but also times of economic disaster, like the stock market crash of 1929 and the ensuing Great Depression. People suddenly picked up their hoes and sowed vegetables en masse in 1973 after the oil embargo hit. They did it again in the recession of 2007-2008, brought on by the mortgage meltdown, when seed companies were swamped with orders for peas and carrots, not petunias and cosmos. In some way, it's a reassuring trend, because our urge to take more control over our own food production is a sane one in times of insecurity, especially if it's right in our backyards. It was Henry Ford, of all people, who said, "No unemployment insurance can be compared to an alliance between man and a plot of land." But the discouraging part is that in between these crises, the interest in food gardening declines. After World War II, our food supply, as we all know, became even more centralized. Farms were consolidated and relied heavily on the petrochemical fertilizers that emerged from the cauldrons of the gunpowder factories. Before the war, most Americans probably knew enough about gardening to plant those victory gardens with some degree of confidence and success, but all that changed. So how do we rank as gardeners now? I got my answer to that on a trip that my husband Elliot and I took in 1995. He had pioneered a lot of season extension techniques in American horticulture. So that January, we decided to follow the 44th parallel, which is the line of latitude on which we farm, through France and Italy, which would naturally have the same day length we had at home. What varieties were they growing and how? My publisher gave us $5,000 toward the trip with the idea of our writing a book about what we found out. Now, Elliot and I do many things together very, very happily, including farming and travel, but writing is not one of them. So after 2 years of crossing out each other's sentences, we gave up on the book and gave back the money. But the information we gained as we visited countless farms and gardens was invaluable. What impressed me the most as we drove through both towns and countryside was that most homes had gardens. Even in January, we could see the blue-green foliage of leeks and winter greens, sometimes protected by low homemade tunnels of plastic stretched over wire hoops for protection. Clearly, France and Italy still had a gardening culture, whereas ours had largely been lost in the distractions of modern life. Now, not all the food news in the good old USA has been bad. From the 70s on, more and more people have started to question the quality of industrial food, how it affects our bodies and the environment in which it's grown. The food movement, as it is commonly called, is no longer a hippie one or even an elitist gourmet one. It has broader reach and longer legs. There has been no let-up in the trend towards small organic farms, which, despite what people may tell you, can feed the world. Local farmers markets are still sprouting up everywhere. Traditional foodways are being protected and restored. Social justice has been added to the requirements for a righteous farm. We have a better food culture than we once did, though it is far from universal and we have a long way to go. Big Ag co-opts it at every turn in its advertising and its power over the USDA, which allows factory-like soil-less hydroponic farms and CAFOs to be certified as organic, as everybody grapples for that magic label. And where is home gardening in all of this? A bit of my own personal history will give you an idea of what I have observed. In 1976, like so many others, I read a book called Living the Good Life by Helen and Scott Nearing, which became the Bible of the Back to the Land movement. This caused me to leave a career of teaching and writing in New York City and move to Connecticut so I could grow my own food. I worked for an organic farm/nursery and began writing exclusively about gardening. I wanted to start a vegetable farm, but had no money with which to buy land. Then, on July 9th, 1991, I walked into Helen Nearing's tiny greenhouse on the coast of Maine, and there was Helen and a farmer named Elliot Coleman, who was helping her tie up her tomato plants. We fell in love. Like me, Elliot had no money either when he had decided to farm back in 1968. But Helen and Scott had sold him a sizable chunk of their land for $33 an acre, the amount they had paid for it in 1953. Scott, as a radical economist, didn't believe in unearned income. 5 months after we met, Elliot and I were married, and there I was, farming with him on former Nearing land. Miracles continued to unfold. The year before, I had gotten a job on the PBS show, The Victory Garden, and I soon swapped that for a show that Elliot and I hosted together on the Learning Channel called Gardening Naturally. We reached a whole new home gardening audience with that show that our books had not. Then, in 2003, I was sitting in a coffee shop in Washington, D.C. with the Washington Post's gardening editor, Adrian Higgins, and he asked me, how can we get gardeners to grow food? That was a turning point. That led to this 15-year run of the weekly column I wrote for the Post called A Cook's Garden. So, were the people gardening yet? In 2008, the mortgage meltdown, remember? I got a frantic call from my publisher saying that the sales of vegetable seeds, not flowers, were suddenly off the charts, and would we please co-author a book, Elliot and I, about growing your own food with recipes. After we stopped laughing, we thought, hey, maybe this is an opportunity. Magazines had been asking me for stories about growing your own food, but it always had to be from tiny plots, say 10 feet by 12 feet, because I was told anything more ambitious would scare people away. Elliot and I disagreed with that. Our approach would be, it's fine to start small, but plan big. You will not feed your family from a dainty little parterre. And that's what I say to you right now. Your first kitchen garden might only give you a summer of salads, which would be fine, but the next year it could give you enough to feed your family for the year. How big would that need to be? The recommendation back in the Victory Garden days was that 1 acre could feed 40 people, and you would need 1,000 square feet to grow each member of the household's vegetable for the year. That's a little less than half the size of a singles tennis court per person, if that helps you visualize it. And your yield could approach twice that as you improve your skills and your soil. Your plot could be big enough to include vegetables that take up a lot of space, but are great survival food, such as winter squash. You choose them for food volume per square foot and storability. Say cornmeal corn you can dry for winter, in addition to the more usual sweet corn. You'd grow enough open pollinated varieties that you could save seed from them in case all goes to hell and it's the only way to have a garden. The fact that after 4 years, we actually finished writing the book together and turned it in was a happy surprise. But guess what? You probably know what I'm going to say. The economy rebounded, the panic ceased, and the home food gardening craze was over. Like a fire drill when it ends and you all go back inside the building. What we had tentatively called how to feed yourself from your garden in good times and bad, it was considered a risky title. Nobody would buy it, they said. The book came out as the 4-Season Farm Gardener's Cookbook, from the garden to the table in 120 recipes. With the growing half of the book, half of it was about growing, only mentioned on the back cover. Food culture had beaten garden culture once again. So what do we do to change that? I was born in 1942 as part of the last generation of people who could actually learn about gardening, its value and its techniques from their parents, as I had. That's a handicap. Books, videos, and other media certainly can play a role, but I often think that the best new horticultural idea I've encountered in my lifetime was Alice Waters' edible schoolyard in Berkeley, California. Elliot and I were invited to visit it and watched a class of hyperactive tweens totally engrossed in planting, trellis building, and tending chickens. One little boy came up to me with a chicken and handed it to me and said, "You can feel its heart." We then sat in a class where 8-year-olds prepared a meal of wonton soup, stuffing the wontons with vegetables they had grown and chopping up more of them for the broth. We then sat down with them and enjoyed their delicious meal. What is a more democratic way of teaching a valuable subject to all citizens than incorporating it into our public schools? That was Alice's dream, and it has spread. The very small town I live in has a school garden with a greenhouse and a part-time gardening teacher on staff. A number of neighboring towns do as well. Another bright flash of hope along my life's journey was seeing Michelle Obama launch her all-season home garden project on the White House lawn, where she brought local school children in to learn and enjoy gardening. And I have faith in organizations like the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. MOFGA is the oldest regional organic ag organization in the country and also has the most members, partly because it has always offered educational outreach to home gardeners as well as to farmers, both young and old. There's also some possibility that things will change on their own. Let's take today, September 26th, 2020. It's been half a year since COVID-19 struck, fueling much anxiety about disruption in the food supply. So it's no big surprise to anyone that we're seeing the latest huge spurt in new home vegetable gardens. My first awareness of it came with a conversation with someone at Johnny's Selected Seeds, a national seed company located in Maine. Vegetable seed sales were through the roof, just as in 2008, but at such high volume, much higher volume, that the company was briefly paralyzed. Most significantly, as reported by the Bangor Daily News on April 3rd, half were from new gardeners, new customers. At local nurseries, transplants were selling out too. Our farm set up a little emergency seedling stand at the beginning of the driveway for our neighborhood. Our farm, 4-Season Farm, faced many challenges during the early days of the epidemic. Our farm manager, Elliot's daughter, Clara Coleman, arranged 2-week quarantine sites for newly hired workers and worked out safe ways for customers to shop at our open-air, semi-covered farm stand on Saturday mornings, requiring face masks and distancing. As our local food co-op and some restaurants also found ways to do business again, our business did fine, and many other farms did too. but we had to close the winter market that Clara managed in a large glass house in the nearby town of Blue Hill. Even when moved outdoors, the density of the crowd posed more of a risk to shoppers than our consciences would allow. It is nice to imagine that when COVID-19 is under control, life will be more, quote, normal again. But will it? This crisis does not have just one cause. It's a big, ugly dump truck load of trouble piled up on us. Not just the pandemic itself and its consequent ills, such as mental stress, isolation, and joblessness, but ills that come from other directions, such as the unmasking of racial violence woven into the fabric of our country and the deepening of a political divide. Add to that natural disasters, wildfires, drought, flooding and wind damage from this year's extra hurricanes. All these the result of something we call climate change. What a feeble name for what I prefer to call the human domination of the planet and a way of life that threatens all its species, including our own, ripping apart the entire web of life. As of today, September 26th, 2020, we are tasked with coming up creative new solutions to a new state of the world. We must learn to live locally without obsessive travel and fossil fuels. We need more small organic farmers making the soil better than they found it and help repair the damaged earth, water, and air. But they'll need land, even if they have no funds to buy it. Some solutions already exist beyond the homestead model. Farms can be collectively run by a group of like-minded folks. Incubator farms provide new farmers with a few acres plus shared equipment and marketing space so that they can build their skills before they take the ownership plunge and better succeed when they do. Farm Link programs match landless farmers with people who have acreage they'd like to see farmed, not as tenant farmers, but as the source of an asset to the landowner's own lives as well. There's even a mini trend among land developers in which a housing project offers as an amenity not a golf course, but a small farm that provides each unit with wholesome food just a few steps away. The need to provide space for farms in urban areas has attracted a great deal of attention. I learned a lot about its potential a while back when I visited a demonstration farm in Kansas City run by a woman named Catherine Kelly for the Center of Urban Agriculture. A small group of people, she explained, has been painting a terrible picture of what an urban farm can look like. For them, a farm means massive fields of corn, soybeans, and milo, that's sorghum. They have no frame of reference for urban farming. But if you show them little farms that are patchworks of highly productive crops, she feels, people will embrace the idea. She also showed me a large greenhouse on site that provided city gardeners with light, warmth, and tables for seed starting. A diverse, congenial crowd of people was busy making transplants. That's the kind of creative solutions that we need. I have sometimes read about creatures that are inherently savvy about imminent events, like the animals that race inland and upland when they sense from far away that a tsunami is coming, or dogs that can tell you if you're about to have an epileptic fit. I would like to think that we too have some innate scrap of good sense that tells when the outlook is dark to head for the nearest piece of earth and make it grow food. Suddenly the reasons why it's impossible start to disappear. I don't have time turns into how can time be made? My kids won't eat garden food turns into they might if they help to grow it. Other obstacles are more daunting. The yard is tiny. It's shaded by trees. There is no yard. That's when you need a new idea. Find a gardening partner with a bigger yard where you could both share in the labor and what the garden yields. Or borrow a plot in exchange for food and do the gardening yourself. Or if you can't physically rip up your big lawn and put vegetables on it, make a partner of someone else who can. You'd think an enlightened country would guarantee that every citizen has the right to a plot to grow food on. Community gardens in vacant lots and city parks have been around for quite a while. Some have waiting lists, so we need more of them. Any kind of institution with a lawn could host community garden plots. A school, a hospital, a bank, a church, a corporation, a factory, a retirement home, a trailer park, anything. Even in the city. The Victory Garden show I mentioned built its first TV set by putting raised beds in the asphalt parking lot of WGBH in Boston before it moved to director Russell Morash's suburban yard. The edible schoolyard was also asphalt before Alice Waters took a jackhammer to it. Well, not her personally. If your plot is still too small, there are gardening techniques that let you make the most of limited space. Growing vegetables such as beans, cucumbers, and tomatoes vertically on trellises greatly multiplies their yield per square foot. Cut and come again crops like spinach and kale give you a longer and more bounteous harvest than, say, a row of head lettuces that, once you pick them, don't regrow. Twofer crops like beets and turnips, where you can eat both the roots and the leaves, obviously give you more food. Interplanting two crops can double the space. Planting a quick-growing one like scallions in the same bed as a slow one like Brussels sprouts. The first will be harvested before the second one can shade it out. After ripping out an early crop such as spinach or lettuce, fill the empty bed with a fall one such as cabbage or broccoli. In fact, any time a spot is empty, fill it with something else. Put up fruits and vegetables in glass jars, or freeze them, or dry them. Extend the garden's life with simple season extension devices, such as cold frames, quick hoops, and simple greenhouses. Landscape with edibles. Train grape vines on the arbor. Grow berry bushes along your fence, and plant fruit trees for shade. But if well tended, even the most utilitarian food garden will be so beautiful that it deserves a place of honor in the front yard, if that's where the most space is and the most sun. Sometimes lack of confidence will deter a would-be gardener more than any real barrier. It has become normal to outsource so much in our lives, fixing the car, fixing the roof. But growing food is one of the few things that are actually easy to do for yourself. Many people don't believe that because gardening is so often portrayed as a battle with nature, one that those without the mythical green thumb will surely lose. And that's because food growing has strayed so far from nature's program. Good gardens should rely more on biology than chemistry. They are built on the principle of fertile living soil, teeming with bugs, beetles, ants, worms, and a celestial choir of billions of microbes singing hallelujah. Creating that kind of soil is the foundation of your garden, not from purchased inputs, but from great amounts of organic matter you produce yourself in a compost pile. Crop rotations, green manures, cover crops, natural mulches are all sound organic practices that will give you a bountiful, healthy harvest. Organic gardening is so often portrayed as a list of no-nos. Don't spray with this, don't dust with that, and yeah, don't. But the real point is to make your soil so good and your plants so healthy that you don't need those poisons. Weeds? Yes, there will be weeds. But here's what to do. Plan A. Cultivate the soil between your plants frequently by lightly stirring the soil surface with a small sliver-like hoe, such as a collinear hoe, to halt weeds when they are tiny. Plan B. If you get distracted and fail to do this, and the weeds take hold to the point where you are overwhelmed by the problem and don't even want to go into the garden, play a little mental trick on yourself. Tell yourself to go out to the garden and weed for just half an hour, no more. The way the dark soil looks when you have cleared a patch of it, and the way the plants look when you have freed them from competition, and the order that you have created will lead you up and down the rows, and you may find it hard to stop weeding even as the night starts to fall. A weeded garden, not to mention a basket of delicious just picked produce, seems like a triumph at a time when it's easy to feel powerless. But imagine what it would be like if we all did it. How strong we would feel to have a big chunk of our food supply and the quality of it squarely in our own grubby hands. I haven't heard anyone saying the Democrats are planting gardens or the Republicans are planting gardens. For once, this is not something that falls along party lines. And for once, it's good news. I don't know what the next few years will bring, but when we do come out ahead of this mess, life is likely to be different in ways we don't know yet. And I hope they are the result of creative thinking, good science, truth-telling, and a willingness to cooperate and collaborate with each other. And I hope that when life returns to some form of normal, and I drive by your houses, I hope that I might catch a glimpse of a garden, and you in it. Thank you very much. Hi, Bonnie.
Hi, Barbara.
Hey.
Hey, we can be here. And I'm so glad that you are one of the few people presenting that we can see in person. It makes it a little bit more connected.
That I live in Maine.
It certainly does.
I wouldn't have gotten on a plane, I don't think, if I hadn't been in Maine.
So unless I missed it, you modestly omitted that you have written this Bible, which I'm sure that many of you count on and keep at arm's length through the gardening season. Barbara wrote the first edition of this in 1988, if I'm correct, and the most revised edition in 2008. And it offers many different opportunities for you to understand your garden from beginning to end each season. So please know that she touched on many different things about others sharing ways to garden, but that she has quite a bit of knowledge stored in herself as well. And you can share that with her at some point. And help yourselves as you move on. So we have questions for you.
Good, I love questions. I just hope I can answer them. It's funny, sometimes I forget something and I go and say, what does she say? And I look it up in the book.
Okay, well we have Susan from Facebook asking, in your formative times moving through this, how did the Nearings influence you?
Well, their book, I mean, totally, you know. But by the time, well, I mean, that's what I left the city because of. You know, I moved to Connecticut and started growing my own food. That's a big career shift. You know, I'd been a college teacher, a freelance writer, stuff like that. And I was much happier as a gardener. But unfortunately, Scott died in 1983, a considerable time before I went up to meet Helen. But she was there. She was the most amazing person. She was in her early, well, let's see, she was like 92, 92 when I met her? No, not quite. She was in her late 80s. In any case, I was her close neighbor for 4 years, and I helped her with her gardens sometimes. We had many conversations. I wrote the foreword to her cookbook. I mean, she was just extraordinary. She had built this immense house and walled garden herself. She was an expert mason. And she was wheeling around wheelbarrows and just bouncing around like a teenager, even at that late age. And I think she could easily have matched Scott's 100 years, which is what he was when he died, if she hadn't had a car accident. So, which was tragic, but I really loved her.
And you brought her with you as you moved forward, clearly.
Yeah. Yes. And she had wonderful thoughts in her cookbook, where she kept things very simple. And people would show up and she'd always feed them. She was very generous, and she'd just add a little water to the soup, or that kind of thing. And she, if she didn't have time for dessert, she just put out apples. And I often think of that when I'm trying to feed my farm crew or drop-ins. I just put out some apples.
Keep it simple.
Or melons or blueberries.
And yummy.
Yeah, keep it simple. Yeah.
So I have a personal and maybe challenging question. How would you encourage consumers who are very supportive of local produce and farmers and have the ability to support them financially, but may not be doing that beyond the consuming beyond buying produce? Can you suggest how they could strengthen this local food economy, people that may not be growing their own food but really believe in the local food economy and want it to be vibrant and sustainable?
Just tell their friends to support the farmers markets. Farmers markets are a wonderful thing. I mean, we hated to have to shut ours down because of COVID, because people had meetings there, got coffee there, chatted, brought their kids. There were kids running around everywhere. It was a wonderful scene, and you could offer to take somebody to one of those if they don't know about them already, or take the kids to visit a farm. I remember I was teaching at Middlebury College, and there was a farm all the moms visited with their kids when it was lambing time, because you could see the baby lambs. So a lot of farms will let you come and see what they are doing, and that kind of thing. But as far as supporting them goes, I think they're doing a pretty good job of supporting themselves, a lot of them. Just let them go at it. Don't put up any hindrances to it. They're part of your community.
Have you experienced more interactive ways to bring the public in that have worked well for you in educational ways?
That's a good question. I think just by making having an open door policy has helped. We've been a little more shy about that since COVID, but people have been respectful. They don't walk into buildings. They wear masks, as do we if we are around visitors. Having an on-site farm stand was a decision we made, even though we were very far from a lot of our potential customers, because we wanted to show them what we do. A lot of people back then thought organic farms were sort of adorable, but the produce was going to be full of holes. There was going to be bugs everywhere, and we wanted them to see what a well-farmed thing was all about, and I think they were pleasantly surprised. And I think it explained organic to them just by looking at it. But we also, especially Elliot, would always stop and talk to people who came, and sometimes you couldn't stop him. There would be something I wanted him to do, and he'd be standing there talking to the people, But that's him. It's a wonderful thing. And Clara's the same way. His daughter Clara, as our farm manager, interacts really well with customers and answers questions, as do our crew. We have a great crew. It can be anywhere from 5-6 people, not counting me and Elliot and Clara during the summer, and then we go down to about 3 plus us in the wintertime. And so we feel that having work, it's funny, Bonnie, initially when we started the farm, we thought, well, we're going to do all the work ourselves. And that was fine. You know, we could have gone on that way, keeping the scale to what we two could handle. And then I believe it was Rob Johnson, the founder of Johnny Selected Seeds, who said, this is all well and good, but you know, you guys could be educating a whole new crop of farmers if you take on people. So we did, not on a volunteer basis, but as paid workers. And we do the whole, you know, FICA, workman's comp, you know, all of that kind of business stuff at the farm. And we have had hundreds and hundreds of people over the farm is over 50 years old now. You know, and they're all out there. A lot of them are farming or doing something related to agriculture, and it has nourished them in so many ways. So we're very proud of them. They're like having an enormous crowd of children. We hear from them, they come back, and the kids want us to have a kind of 50th anniversary party. We're kind of into peace and quiet, not keep things simple, you know, so who knows?
Well, I'm aware that our birth years are 2 years apart, so I'm curious about what you see as your next life chapter, knowing that you have been engaged in so many chapters through this.
You must know me better than I think. There's always something. I really love to paint. I'd like to do more of that. I still, the one constant has been writing. I've been writing since, you know, I got out of college, and that will continue, I'm sure. Let's see. I go back and forth about growing flowers. Now, it seems like I kind of dumped on flowers a little bit here, but that's only because I really want people to start to grow food as well. I've actually had a small off and on flower business at our farm, growing them myself and making bouquets and selling them at the stand or the co-op or the market, you know. So I'm kind of, Elliot's trying to get me to stop doing it because it's so much work. But there'll always be that little component. And who knows, it might be something completely different, you know.
Your passions will guide
Well,
you.
who knows? Yeah, hopefully for the better.
Well, we had one question to repeat the name of this book, The Garden Primer, 2008 edition by Barbara Damrosch. So people can use this if they haven't yet and reference it. So far we don't have more questions coming in, but I can, we can call this enough or continue? Okay.
Continue.
So I'm going to continue. Any questions from you, Chrissy? Sitting and listening?
I will field them.
Okay.
You keep going and I'll bring my questions.
Well, no, bring your questions. Yes.
Step right up. We're going to.
I think maybe everybody's outdoors today, and
Well, it's a glorious
They
fair
should be.
day on the
They should
fairgrounds, and we
be.
wish you all were here with us, which will happen next year, hopefully.
I'm just going to stand over here. Barbara, I was listening and I was struck by two different things. I was struck by your encouragement for all of us to sort of stick with it. So in other words, once the transition has happened, like what I heard you saying was that there's been a shift and a kind of resurgence and a reminder, oh, we could be a little self-sufficient, which isn't such a big leap for those of us in the Northeast who are kind of accustomed to that self-sufficiency. And what you were saying was, let's not make it like a fire drill. Let's make it like, oh, we made the shift and now we're not going to go back inside and do the same things we just were doing,
Right.
but we're going to remain focused on that. And I think one thing I was thinking about was, and you brought in, was the education and children and you know, agriculture education programs in schools, and there are so many of those around. But the question I had is, and I think you spoke to it some, but I guess I'd like you to reiterate, what can we do as, and it ties in with Bonnie's question, those of us who are passionate about it, what can we do to make sure that we do keep moving in that direction instead of saying, oh, well, thank goodness that's over. Let's go back to our other plan. But to keep having us take those little steps and expanding, as you were saying, the garden. How can we, what are things that we could do? What would you say, hey, try this? If for those of us who want to encourage it in ourselves, like our own practices, but also helping the people around us do that as well.
I think, you know, having it be as local and community oriented as possible is important. Things that are done through, you know, say some farm link program are great, but what if that were a local bulletin board on which you could post a notice that said, I have a great big farm area or yard. Is there anybody who would like to work it for me? I'd love to have the food that I could pick right away and eat it. Or I want to have a garden, or I want to have a small farm. Is there anybody looking for that? You know, I mean, approach somebody in the grocery store and somebody you know enough to gauge whether or not they would be even, you know, amenable to something like that, and suggest it. And it would be the kind of word of mouth thing among neighbors, and that just strengthen a community. And then when somebody is having trouble with their garden, be there to advise them, give them pointers. Sometimes friends just say, can I just work in your garden a day or on your farm? You know, what was it, last year or the year before? One of our great chefs, Devin Finnegan at Aragosta, said, listen, I want to learn how to dig dahlias. I'm going to come and help you do it. So she came over twice and helped me dig the dahlias. And it made it go a lot faster because, you know, I had somebody to talk to, and she learned something, and she's now, you know, doing her own.
Yep. So that one-on-one.
And so that kind of one-on-one thing too.
Yep.
And
yep.
You know, there's garden clubs, which are good, but a lot of the ones that I've spoken at, not all, but are a room full of very, very well-dressed women. You know, the jewelry gleams so brightly, you're afraid that you can't get the room dark enough for your slides. You know, and there's always one person, man or woman, well, it's usually all women, but not completely, that really, somebody say, she actually knows how to garden. She actually has a really great garden. And it's usually somebody dressed the way we're dressed right now, you know. But, and I don't want to diss it, because they're all nice people, and they're paid gardeners, make beautiful gardens for them, and keep us folk at
eye candy is important, right?
You know
yeah.
But I'd like to see more garden clubs that are, and actually I have spoke in front of some that are extremely down to earth, like Deer Isle, Maine. That was, those were people had fingernails like mine.
So like more of the more geared toward. I think what I hear you saying is that what we can do is support things that are really geared toward the nourishment part and the sustainability pieces, as well as all that beautiful eye candy. And when you look around and it's so perfect. Yeah. I'm thinking about I have an apartment, and my landlord has an incredible garden, which is like eye candy, but he does the CSA. So, and I'll hear a car pull into the driveway, and I'll look out and I say, oh, it's that person, and it's a self-serve, pick your own. It's like their own garden, but it's at our house. And so maybe small scale things like that too can help people just keep that momentum growing.
Yeah, there must be some great way to have a network. You know?
Yeah.
One thing I always like to do, well, I used to do it more, I think, but if a single crop was suddenly coming in great amounts, I'd have a sort of a party that celebrated the first melons or the first tomatoes or the corn or whatever it is, and that kind of gets people excited. We have a community just on our road where we have potlucks regularly. You know. Right now it's distanced chairs in somebody's lawn or porch or something, and I don't know. If we keep on having days like this, maybe we can go on for a couple of more months, but it's hard in a Maine winter, isn't it?
It can be tricky in a Maine winter, and but we will adapt. You know, we'll figure things out as we do.
Yeah.
I wondered also. I was you know, yesterday I listened to Leah Penniman's talk, or watched it and listened.
She was great.
Yeah, she just smiled the whole time, and so just made me want to do whatever she said.
It was very positive.
Yeah, and I think you know, we here in Maine have an advantage, most of the places we live, because there is land that we can work on. But she was talking about urban gardens and and helping people grow food in a city environment. Right. And maybe that ties into Bonnie's question about about how can we support, you know, maybe supporting programs like that as well.
Oh, definitely. Well, on her website, Leah's Soule Fire Farm, she has a long list of organizations that if you want to lend a hand or your dollar or something, you know, you can contact them. Yeah.
And that's all up still on the MOFGA site. That would be accessible there, that you can find all those links.
Yeah, the city thing is interesting. The people who do community gardens are always trying to get a step ahead of the bulldozer. You know, a vacant lot is like real estate. You know.
Yeah.
But when it happens, it can be wonderful. And a lot of times when you go to those community gardens, there's a lot of diversity, either because of the neighborhood or just because a lot of recent immigrants come with the knowledge of gardening, and they're used to being able to grow their own food to some degree, and so it's kind of fun to visit, you know, and see different kinds of foods being grown too.
And it's here in Maine as well. In Lewiston, Auburn, we've been working closely with the Somali Bantu refugee population, and they are increasing their farming capabilities and their market capabilities, and the world is waking up to participating. Right. So that's a source of hope for me personally.
I think that's an amazing source of good hope. A city where there's been some getting used to being a sanctuary city, and it can have very positive outcomes if people get together and till the soil.
And speaking of positive, there have been a number, I've been told via the chat box, that there have been many notes coming through of personal appreciation for you and all of your work and pioneering leadership through the years. So know that the questions may not be as full as the appreciation, but that's very much there. Although we do have some questions now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There is a question about land access, actually. Yeah. Andrew is wondering about what you think in terms of current land access questions facing young growers in Maine, in particular older folks who are still there and maybe they don't want to go and be part of that. And questions about land access, I guess, would be questioned.
Older folks who are looking for land, or looking for people?
The land is not available because people still want to stay on their land. For example, if I had a farm.
That's where, you know, it might be suggested to them that they have somebody come in and have a garden, or even a small farm. If they don't have children to pass it on to, that's always an issue. It's an issue with farmers too. You know, it's something we think about. But you know, my mother was in a retirement community in Blue Hill called Parker Ridge, and they had built raised beds, and you could you could reserve one for yourself, or half of one. My mother had one, and then she went back to half a bed when she couldn't garden as much, or she couldn't eat up the amount of food that she produced. The chef had his own bed, you know, who cooked for them. Yep. I mean, every place like that should have that if they possibly can, you know.
Wherever you can.
Yeah.
And I think there are some interpersonal issues that come up because of our industrialized food economy and our capitalist individualized society, where generationally earlier, the intersection of generations was always part of community life. But,
Yes.
but now we're sometimes isolating young people on the land with older people on the land. And there may be issues, even though the land is there and the two components of people, that there's not an acceptance of working together and living together. So I think that's a piece of attention that needs to be developed
that's
or
what-
redeveloped, remembered.
Remember,
Really.
I think gardening is a great way to bring people together, generations, strangers. You
And
know.
it's certainly our history.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, what Thomas Jefferson called us a nation of farmers. That was a long time ago. We're not a nation of farmers anymore. We're part of the global farm economy, you know.
There's
we
been
could be-
intention
yes.
for us to forget
Yes.
those connections, clearly,
totally.
for years.
But
And
I
the hope
really
is
think
bringing it back.
You know, everybody has a local school, you know. If you could sort of light a fire under the idea of building a greenhouse, you know, since it is Maine, and I mean, the question of the Maine winter, yes, we're very rural, you know, that's something going for us. But winter, Elliot ran a school farm in Vermont before I knew him, and he was constantly, you know, he taught gardening, farming really. They had livestock and everything, and he was constantly trying to hurry up spring and delay winter. And that's how we developed all those, you know, cold frame inside of a greenhouse and all the, you know, the technologies he learned from Europe, where they were already gardening and farming that on a small scale, and brought them back and started to popularize that in the U.S. And his whole inspiration for it was that job at that school, because it was of a necessity. And of course, it's very relevant to Maine. We actually live in a fairly mild part of Maine because of the ocean. It is very slow to warm up in spring, so our springs are slower than even the town next door, inland. But it's great in fall right now. You know, we're just going like gangbusters.
Well, it's wonderful to have you here and to know that you are presenting a living legacy to our audience today, and that we can continue on together to create new life chapters that relate to all of this. There might just... So I think we're being...
I think what we're
Given
going
us
to,
time.
yeah.
to move on, but thank you so much.
Oh, it's such a treat to
Thank
have you
you
here in
too.
person.
and
it
for
was a
coming.
Great pleasure to talk to you. And so thank
We've
you
worked
all
behind
for-
the scenes a lot and not interacted so much, so this is a definite treat.
So thank you all for listening, and goodbye and good gardening.
Hooray. Well, in our transition, we just want to draw attention to the ways that MOFGA is celebrating its 50th anniversary, and Bonnie asked before about supporting and investing lots of people with volunteer hours. And speaking of investing, the fair is being made possible by sponsors, including Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Foundation and Trillium Asset Management. We really appreciate the contributions from those organizations who are making it possible for this fair to be accessed for free ongoing. Barbara, one line that Barbara spoke about was that we need to have creative new solutions, and I thought that's such a hallmark of MOFGA. You know, here we are in a time when we can't gather all 60,000 of us at the fair, and so there's an effort to make those creative solutions happen and bring a beautiful thing to light anyway. And I've been thinking about my own evolving role with the fair itself, from an 11-year-old with face paint being dragged against my will to an attendee and a member. And I would say, I would hold up the sign that says, "Join MOFGA today." If you haven't renewed your membership, now would be a great time to do that right on the website. When I had a baby, my child was 6 weeks old, and I was not going to miss a fair, so I hauled him right in. I think it's important to have that continuity. Thanks, Bonnie. Right here, join MOFGA.
So all of you are as important as the sponsors, and we need you in every situation that we're faced with as our culture evolves and in many different formats. So we appreciate all the ways in which you're coming to this event, which in a lot of ways has deep, deep meaning for me to know that there is the commitment to keep going through whatever tribulations face us, to keep our solidarity and our connections on a human scale and go forward. So please join if you haven't become a member yet. Please renew your membership. MOFGA typically gets 1/3 of their program income at the fair. So that can be done online very simply. Fair is a fair.mofga.org. And all of these sessions that you're going to be part of today can also be seen again or seen for the first time between now and the end of the year. These are all offerings that are made to you free through this weekend. Please support MOFGA going forward. We have lots to do and we want to be together in doing it.
Yes. And I would say too, again, just shout out for the adaptability and resourcefulness. Lots of traditions at the fair, eating those shiitake mushrooms, renewing one's membership, going over to the sledding hill where the kids go down on the cardboard, very important. And another huge tradition is coming up next. We're gonna hand it over to our next MCs. Chris Grigsby is with MOFGA certification. And Logan Johnston, who I think is going to speak next, is with Oakland's Farm. He's a farmer with Oakland's Farm. He is also a MOFGA board member. And as a board member of another organization, I can say hooray for that, for making that happen. So they're going to tell you more about the sheepdog demonstration coming up next. Thanks again for watching.
We've loved being with you.
We will. Hey everybody, it's Logan Johnston here in Unity, and really excited to see Dave and Colin Kennard again with the Sheepdogs. I'm from Gardner, serve on the MOFGA board, and this is my 37th fair. How many is it for you, Dave?
32. We've been volunteering 32 years. I think it's the 34th.
That's really great. That's really great. Well, take it away, guys. Introduce the dogs, and some questions and answers are coming right up.
Okay, well, welcome everybody. Good afternoon. I'm David Kennard. I'm Colin Kennard. And we're going to have about 6 minutes of intro on the dogs and maybe just bring some sheep over quickly. And then we're going to go to a pre-recorded video showing some of the ways we work the sheep with the dogs, and hope you enjoy it. And then we're going to try to have a little more time for question and answers at the end. So let's start out. The dog closest to the picture is Gracie. She is Gracie, down. Gracie is 3, and some of you might remember a few years ago at the 2017, she was 15 weeks old and was a big hit at that fair. Very bright dog, nice wide outrun, very intuitive, reads thoughts, and just amazing dog. The next one is Tate, right here. Tate, come here, down. And Tate is a really nice, strong dog. She's very fast. Get out, Bonnie, come here. Down. Not your turn. Tate is a very fast dog. We like to use her a lot to guard driveways as we're going down the road and running ahead. They all can do any particular job, you know, whether it's driving or herding.
And she's 7.
And she's 7. And then we have Bonnie, who is, believe it or not, 11 years old and has sired a lot of pups, including Grace. Really nice, gentle dog, but has lots of power, incredibly wide outrun. That's important so you don't get the animals all jumbled up. She is now fixed and obviously not going to have any puppies anymore. And then we have the old girl Dottie, who's 12. And you're going to see a couple of pictures in a few minutes. And one of them is a picture of Dot with her eyes focused, that incredible power. That is what moves the sheep. So in the video, you'll see that picture and you'll look at it and she'll have you in a trance. So there's the dogs. And do we need 4 dogs? Sure, we do sometimes, because we'll take 100, 200 sheep down a road without traffic. So that's important. And there's what we're going to do real quick, because we're just about out of time. We're going to pick one of the dogs and you're going to get to see them just bring the sheep back for a second. All right. So you just keep watching the dogs and you'll notice how only the dog that's told will go out and get them. Bonnie, Bonnie, go back. Come on. Bonnie, Bonnie.
So again, working with clockwise and counterclockwise commands.
Bonnie, bye.
And you should be able to just catch in the distance. The sheep are coming around.
Gracie, wait.
Sending Grace on a counterclockwise command.
Right there. Slow down. Down. Good girl. Gracie, there. There. Get down. Bonnie, come by. Bonnie, come by. Walk up. Oh, I'm telling you.
And it's very important. Having these dogs allows us to do our job so much more efficiently.
Gracie, walk up.
Easily.
Right there. Down.
You know, Grace right now is
Bonnie,
probably
wait.
about
Bonnie,
20 to
wait.
25 feet away from the animals.
Bonnie.
So you can see that
Gracie, wait.
he really
Gracie,
has
wait.
a good effect
There.
on them, even being that
Gracie,
far away.
come. Walk up. Gracie, walk up. Down. Gracie, go back away.
The sheep are just behind me out of frame,
There.
but gonna
Nope,
come
they're
right
coming
back.
right now.
There we
Down.
go.
Bonnie, go back. Go back. Go back. There. Gracie, go back. Down.
So you get the
Right
idea.
up.
Just giving, you know, clockwise and counterclockwise command, basics of down or walk in. You know, those four really allow you to put those sheep anywhere you want.
Down. All right. I think we're there for the video.
It's great, guys. Let's go right to that video.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. We'll see you after.
Think of questions, folks.
Yeah,
And
we're working on questions.
All right.
Welcome. This is a shot of shedding a sheep. You'll notice the dogs separate them into two categories, which is very, very hard to do. Few shots of goats up front. We're going to do a video, but these are a few still shots to show you the power of the dogs and how they can actually get these goats to stand up on that. So we got a couple dogs behind them, and you can see them move, and they're pushing the goats towards the table, and that's just the eye pressure of the dogs. Oh, watch out, you're gonna get crushed. This is people, kids, trying to push the sheep through the race. So we try, look at the adults, the kids, come on, get those sheep out. But the front sheep is holding it up. Now they're all gonna go because they don't wanna be the last sheep left behind. That's a great video. And now the kids have to go through, watch. The kids have gotta go through. They gotta go through, it doesn't get counted. Here they come, come on kids, hurry up, hurry up. Let's go kids, you can do it. All right, very good. You know the bad part about this part of the demonstration? Later on, we have to do the same thing that the children do, which means we have to go through the race. And of course, the dogs love to be patted and rewarded after a dog demo. You can see they're very friendly and the big crowd pleaser. Well, we obviously have puppies, so you can see that, which we only sell to working farms because these dogs are so powerful, they need a job to do. But we take excellent care of our puppies, as you can see. Here is how we raise our puppies. Okay, these puppies were born in the winter and they have a heat lamp, and they're very curious puppies, very cute. We tell a lot about a dog. We can even tell at like 6 weeks of age if it's going to be a good sheepdog, cattle dog. Is it a dog that is a dog type or a human type? You know, what does it like? Does it dominate the dog dish? We can tell a lot about them. And so we have clients that will buy these puppies, and it's a lot of work to raise puppies. We don't raise puppies to make money. We raise puppies to help farmers out. Some of my farmers are on their 4th generation of dogs. But you can see they're very healthy, very well played with and all. That's what we call an armload of puppies. And we teach them at a young age about electric fence and to play. Kind of a cute picture of all of them waiting for their food. And we actually teach them to swim at about 7 weeks of age. I make a distinction between working and playing, very important in my opinion, to give them some fun. And I'll explain that later. That's the group. And you can see there is also a Great Pyrenees and a Bernese Mountain Dog, which we use as guard dogs. Getting ready to go to work to set up some net and move some sheep. And after a long drive down through town and all, everybody jumps in the back of the car to go back home. Now, this picture is important. This is the reason that dogs can move huge animals. I've moved over 100,000 pounds of cattle with one dog. You look in those eyes and they are incredibly powerful. This dog is going to literally wear, that's what we call the sheep, with its eyes, and can move huge amounts of animals because it is a predator and the other sheep, etc., are hunted animals. So remember that glance. You can see they're very, very intellectual, very smart. This is called wearing, and they're walking in. All their energy is on their front legs and their butt is up in the air, and they're putting really powerful sight onto the sheep. We work all kinds of animals. I would not raise pigs if I didn't have the dogs to be able to go in and move them away from a trough. And we also can work cattle, and every time they work, they assume a different, what we call pressure point. I'll explain that later. We also have a Great Pyrenees. I only like to show that as another dog that allows the predatory border collies to work, although his main job is to protect the flock. So it's kind of neat that one dog is benevolent energy and the sheep aren't afraid, and the other dogs are somewhat predatory and they move out of their way. So here we are just practicing some techniques, and you can see that dogs can switch between cattle, sheep, pigs, and we start the puppies on ducks because these are Indian runners and they don't fly. And here's a video showing moving some chickens, which sounds difficult. Sounds easy, excuse me, but it's actually very difficult. Chickens don't gather and flock the way sheep and ducks do. They never ever bite a chicken. Silly shot, but we actually at shearing time have the dogs run across sometimes the back of the sheep, push them into the pens for shearing, and you'll notice that the sheep are just sitting there. This is a shearing video just to show you a little bit about shearing. I know you get to see it. So we shear the sheep just before they lamb, about a month, because if we didn't, most mammals, including you ladies, can have a weak point in their fiber because they put so much energy into their gestation. And if we sheared the sheep, didn't shear the sheep, excuse me, and sheared it 2 months later, it would break right where they're sheared. Now what this has to do with dogs is there's a dog off to the left. And when this gentleman gets done shearing the sheep, which is just about to happen, the dog is going to push it into the porthole. There's another shear. We can do two at once. Shearing's a big deal. It's a lot of fun. We'll shear about 140 sheep in a morning and pack the wool. And now these sheep, even though it's winter, will be indoors. They're fine. They have 2 coats of wool underneath them and an extra skin. We're using what we call a cover comb so that we don't get them sheared too close. This picture is important because you need to understand that the dogs will never ever hurt a lamb. The lambs come over, the lambs lie by them, the lambs will sometimes jump on them or butt them, and the dogs are really sweet. They never ever bite or hurt a lamb. However, guess what? The lambs become teenagers, and then they have to learn that the dog means business. Again, look at how that sheep is not afraid of Ajax, our Great Pyrenees, to sniff that lamb. Pretty remarkable, 125-pound predator, but he's giving benevolent protective energy. Here's the dog licking it off. Ajax has actually brought missing lambs back to the mother. This is just a fun little video showing the lambs. They're just so happy. You let them out and they're jumping in the air and having a great time, very happy. This is probably late February, early March. Okay, this is bringing sheep home, lambs home in December, and walking them down the road. You saw the earlier picture, and it's very, very hard to separate a ewe from her lambs. So we just moved the whole flock. There's probably 300 animals there, and those lambs have been 100% grass-fed, absolutely, even up to December. So we move animals a lot. You'll see some video later with just dogs, not because to be cute, but because it's an efficient way to move them. It's not stressful for the sheep. They're not being jammed in a trailer, and you know, their health is important, and we usually use 3 or 4 dogs to do it, and you'll see that later. Always have the llama tethered. We're going to explain about the llama later when I have a little more time, or you can ask me a question about it. This is our little town, Main Road. Was an old railroad depot, and we're bringing these animals home for another pasture. All right, so here we have some dogs sitting ready to go out. Very important that the dogs do not jump ahead, because they would get all the sheep all jumbled up. I wouldn't know who had lambs, who didn't. So the dogs are waiting, and in a minute, I'm going to tell them to go out and get the sheep. I haven't had a chance to explain to you all about why the dogs work and how they work, but they work with their eyes. They are given clockwise and counterclockwise commands, and how close they get to the sheep would make a difference as to how fast they move. So here they are going out to round up some sheep. You can't even see the sheep. I don't even know where they are. They're way, way down there somewhere. But they will be coming back. Now I'm going to send another dog out. That's called a brace. So we send 2 dogs out, 1 clockwise and 1 counterclockwise. And I'm giving whistle commands because they're out of voice shot. The commands are come by for clockwise and away to me for counterclockwise. And here, look at what you see. Here they come. There's only about 40 here, 35 or 40. And the dogs are bringing them back, but they're not running like crazy. And so they slow them down a bit. And we're going to get them right over. When you handle animals, the dogs do so much work for you. I don't have to worry about running after a bunch of sheep and trying to catch them. So they're now bringing them up close to me. I can look at them, who's sick, who doesn't feel well, who's limping, who's got a problem. And I can also pretty much hold them right there. But if you notice, if I move the back dog, which is Gracie, she's going to now come forward a bit, and you're going to see them come closer to me. So the position of the dog is critical. The dog ideally wants to put the sheep between me and her or him. So now I'm going to have to send her out counterclockwise, you'll see, and she's going to go around and bring them back to me again. Bonnie is over in the left. There's another dog over in the left, which you don't see in this video.
There, down. See how quickly that stopped that? Gracie, come by. there, down. Now in this situation,
And so
Gracie Way,
they're now going around,
in
and
this situation,
we're going to bring them a little closer.
what we call the active dog.
I'm in my 70s, not that that makes a difference, but trying to catch sheep is a trick. I can reach right over with my crook and grab any one of these. You'll notice a few goats in there. The goats are there because they love thistles. And goats are kind of a pain in the neck, but they do a great job at that. So we always throw a few goats in for good measure. That's Bonnie working right now.
Notice they starting to move gently. Now don't forget they're not moving fast because Gracie
Okay, I just gave her a command.
steady. That's the typical border collie pose. Down on its front leg, up in its butt.
Okay, so now we've got Bonnie, and I've just told her to come by, which is clockwise, and now I'm going to have her come to me and go counterclockwise. And you'll see she'll go completely around them and bring them right back towards me. So it's very, very useful to handle the animals this way. I use my crook. We never, ever hit the dog with the crook. Don't think that, but the crook is used to catch the sheep if I want to bring it over and work on it. These sheep here are 2 years old. They're what we call a hogget. A hogget's a 2-year-old, a gimmer's a 3-year-old, and replacements are 1-year-old.
The DOT dog has not moved. She's right there. So I'm going to show you something interesting. Great, away, get back. Lie down. Bonnie, come by, get back. No, out. Come by, right there, lie down. Okay, so the sheep are pretty much there. Now you notice they're walking away from me a little bit because I'm kind of scary. Stop. There.
So I am yelling commands at them at this time. Clockwise, counterclockwise, we say down. If the dog is down, then it does not pose as much energy threat to the animals as if they stand. You never have a border collie sit. Sitting is not a good position to move them on. You can see that the goat is right up next to me now. Goat, little hair fact for you folks, but goat is the most widely consumed red meat in the world. And lamb is second, and American beef is a lowly third. So people find that amusing. And I will also tell you that 150 years ago to 100 to 200 years ago, 80% of New England was open, and sheep were the mainstay of agriculture back then. That's why we have all these rock walls deep in the woods, and you wonder why. Then right after the Civil War, and the Midwest opened up, they all moved out there. You'll notice in the middle of this, there's one sheep that's much bigger than the others, and that's the ram. So we don't want to move these guys too fast for your dog demonstration because they're settling right now. The ram is the one looking at me right now, big black one. But the point is, these sheep are not going anywhere, and I could be talking to you and explaining what's going on, and they're just staying right there because of the border collie's eyes. Now, pressure point, I haven't talked about. Pressure point is the point at which the sheep will turn and fight the dog. So it's very important that you not put too much pressure on them. They will move out of the way conveniently and in a non-threatening way. But if they got up really close, then the sheep has no choice but to fight them. And every type of animal I have has a different pressure point. Sheep are different than goats, they're different than pigs, they're different. Can you see the dog back there? That's Gracie. And she's pretty far back, but she's moving those sheep with her eyes. Those of you in the audience that believe in energy, these dogs have tremendous energy. Now I have another dog driving them right towards Gracie. And you'll notice that she balanced. What that means is she moved in an opposite way that I move to keep the sheep evenly between me and her. So they're coming back again. Very good. Now they just did a shed. I didn't realize that was coming. So shedding is very hard to do because a sheep's only natural defense is more sheep. So when you cut 30 sheep into 2 groups of 15, they get more nervous. Why would you do that? Well, maybe I can only handle 15 in my trailer, or maybe I can only handle 15 in one of those buildings. So that's called shedding. And we do it with 2 dogs opposite each other, and they literally just come right through the middle of them, and the sheep are afraid to get back together. So Bonnie's coming around, bringing them over again. My guess is, I can't see in the picture, that Gracie is off to my left, and in a minute you're going to see them once again separate into 2 groups. Right about, if I remember correctly now. And maybe that wasn't it. So you get the idea. We don't need to go on. Gracie, for those of you that might have remembered the 2017 dog demo at Common Ground, was 15 weeks old and working these animals at that age. So very, very strong, powerful dog. One of the best I've had in a long time. She's 3, as I said earlier in the introduction, and Bonnie is 11. So they're right in a corner now. If I want to put them out that gate, excuse me, or if I wanted to, you know, worm them or handle them, this is what we do. We push them right in the corner, and then I can walk right over and grab anybody I want. If you're wondering what that other object is, that's a house for the dog that spends the night outside. So see, I just went right in, grabbed the sheep I want, I'm holding on to it, and then I let it go. Right, what we do is we just flip it on its side. We're not hurting it. We pick it up by its head, flip it on its rump. Sorry, in the picture, the doghouse is in the way. And I can treat it, take care of it, do whatever I need to do to it. And then I can just let go of it. She'll drop down. You know, I'm probably inspecting its feet, that kind of thing. We do have to be careful of things like foot rot. So very useful to have the dogs, because when I let the sheep go, I'm going to be able to just have the dogs bring me another one. Let's see what happens here. The sheep is not in agony or pain here. She's just sitting pretty comfy. I put my feet under her coccyx. Now she's just going to get up and she's going to walk back to the others. And if I wanted them to bring me more sheep, I'm probably going to grab my crook, but the dogs will do so. So that's a useful thing that we do all the time. So you see Dottie's in the background against the fence. Bonnie's right there, and they're going to walk in and push them back in the corner, just like that. So that's how we would do it. And usually after we treat an animal, we will mark it with a spray marker that tells me that it's been checked or done or whatever we're doing to it. You can see with 3 dogs, and notice how they're back. Did you just see that dog take 2 steps forward and look at, they're moving away from her. She's got very strong eyes. So again, I don't want to beat this to death, but pressure point is very important. We want to make the sheep comfortable in the corner, and then I can very carefully walk in amongst them. If you're wondering what that gray object is in the middle, that is a salt feeder that keeps the salt. You always feed sheep loose salt, not block. And because it's loose, it has to be protected from the rain. And so that salt feeder spins with the wind. Okay, once again, we got them right there. And I think we're gonna, if I remember this video, we're gonna let some of them go, but not all of them. Let's see what happens. See how slowly they're moving now? And that's because there's a dog on 2 sides of them. All right, so then they stop. And let's see what happens. I can remember this video here. They're out of the corner, and I think we're putting some back. See how they round up like a bunch of Conestoga wagons. They're just circling around, and that's, again, because of the eyes of the sheep, keeping them right there. Now you'll notice that the dogs are down. I went through this earlier, but If I want to put pressure on them, I will have them stand, never sit. It's either down or stand. We use the command there. I think they're going to split them right now. Let's see what happens. Yeah, see, I had to move her over a little bit. And there you go. You got two groups. And that might look easy. That's very hard to do. And I'll tell you why it's hard to do this. The dog's main purpose is to keep the sheep together, right? And the sheep's main purpose in life is to stay together. That's their only natural defense. So when you separate them, you increase the anxiety, and you notice that the dogs have kept them at bay. So it's only the dog's eyes are the only thing keeping these two groups separate. See them back there? They're dying to go back to the other group because the other guys are free, they think. So I'm going to allow the dog to let them go by turning her head. Look at this. She just turned her head and bing, away they go. And look, and we come again and we separate them again. So it's kind of cool what happens. So that's a quick little demo of some of the stuff that we do with these dogs in terms of working. This morning, actually, we just moved 100 sheep down the road. You're going to see that in a minute. So that's kind of fun. You get the idea. If I was blowing a whistle right now, I would blow that was a nice shed. Do you see them split? So low, high, see how fast that dog is? Those sheep turned right around and went, okay, we're going back to the others. We're not going to mess with Grace. Again, we've had almost 14,000 lambs born in the farm, and I've only had one animal that had a bite that I had to stitch, which is pretty amazing. They don't want to bite the meat because you guys are going to eventually eat the meat. We have what we call 3 commands for grip. And the first one is a teeth gnashing. They don't touch the animal. The second is a pulling the wool. And if you get involved in animals like cattle and pigs, then you might grab a little scratch. But that's a pretty good example of shedding. And as I said, the whistle, see, it's in my mouth now. Then that would send them that direction, or that sends them in the other direction. Then when they get where I want them, I go. And if I want them to come here, I go. And if I want them to go back, I go. They know about 20 whistles. This is a multi-tone whistle, so I could play the Star Spangled Banner on it if I wanted to. It's kind of cool. I would say about 20 whistles and about 30 commands. Down, stay, get back, heel, walk in, clockwise, counterclockwise, shed. These are all different commands. This is an example of us wanting to work some sheep. So they're in this tall field. You can't even see the dogs. They're out of sight. This proves to you that their energy is moving them. The young girl you see on the side works for me, Rebecca, and we have 3 or 4 sheep that need some help. There's Bonnie. You can see her now in the corner. And we're keeping them in this corner, and Rebecca is going to go gather one with the crook. You watch. She's going to go, and because they're stuck, she can grab it, she can pull it back, she's going to grab it by its head. Once you have the animal's head, notice that, she has complete control of it. She's then going to have the dogs go back a bit. We're going to flip that sheep on its back, and we're going to treat it. I think that's the one that had an eye problem, got a stick hit its eye, scratched its cornea, and we're just treating it. But you can see we're in the middle of a huge pasture, and the dogs are keeping them right there. So one important thing that you need to know, the most important command out of all the ones I told you is the command to stop. You're done working. If you don't establish that, what's going to happen? Those dogs are going to work all the time. So we reward them. Now, a lot of people don't do that, but I want you to know these are our family members. And playing Frisbee with them is actually an important part of their training. These are soft Frisbees They love to play Frisbee. And they know that they did a good job, because if they didn't, I wouldn't play Frisbee with them. So I just wanted you to understand that. And you'll notice if the sheep were nearby, I could literally throw the Frisbee right in the middle of the sheep. The dog would go in and catch the Frisbee right in the middle of the sheep and leave. And the sheep wouldn't even move because they're not staring at them. It's kind of cool. These dogs are smart enough that I actually can throw 4 Frisbees, and believe it or not, say, bring me back 2, 3, or 4. So that's kind of cool. And so they just love it. And every day we play Frisbee at the end of the day, just the way, you know, we might go for a swim or go for a game of tennis or a hike or whatever. They like to play Frisbee. So that's their little thing. If any of you have ever watched the demos from prior years, you know it's a big part of what we do. And you see, we give them a pet. She's very happy. She says, I did a good job, Dad. Okay, so one of the things that we do a lot here is having to move animals. And we're going to walk these animals up to a new pasture. We have the electronet, and you're wondering, what kind of food am I feeding them? This is actually a hay field that didn't get cut in time, and we're going to hay it as straw. But meantime, the sheep are getting the cream of the crop. So you'll notice the llama is being led in a halter because we don't want him loose. And the sheep are going by. Again, there's about 100 sheep. We've got a dog on each side. That mountain you see is called Mount Monadnock. It's the most climbed mountain in the world. Very beautiful mountain. You see the hay wagons on the side. So the only thing keeping these sheep together in this big 16-acre field is the dogs. So we're going to walk along, and you'll see as we get going, we always take a gaiter with us in case an animal gets weak or hurts its foot or something and can't make the trip. We have orange vests on because we're about to go down onto a road with traffic. So we're coming down. You'll see the 2 dogs flanking in the front. So the front dogs are keeping the sheep from running me over. And at the back is another dog that's keeping them going forward. At this point, we put the llama at the back. All right, now we're coming down through the woods from this field. We have the llama at the back because if the llama was up front and a predator dog came along, the llama would go after it and the sheep would go after the llama. So instead, the sheep just come along and nicely walking behind us. And you'll see in a minute, I can stop them anytime I want. So in a minute, I'm going to walk forward and I'm just going to turn around and tell the dogs to hold them. And you'll see they just stop right there. They don't go anymore. I can give them a breath of fresh air. I can, you know, check them out, make sure everything's going okay. Take a look for an animal that might be limping or whatever, and then say, okay. And you watch, the dogs are going to go forward right about now, maybe. So I'm going to call them off and you'll see them run forward. But it's good to have control, sort of like the brake on a car. I can stop them. And there they go. And this is moving them further down the road. Okay. This is the field coming up. And you see Bonnie's just sitting right there and Gracie's behind them. And we're just keeping them slowly coming. This field is one that I created a while ago. And we're coming across a paved part of the road. There's a car coming. So we keep Gracie in front and let the sheep go around so it doesn't buff the car too much. The placement of the dog is critical to this. And now you can see they're going right by that car, no problem. And we continue down the road and Dottie is keeping a nice distance. That dog at the back has a tremendous amount of power on these sheep. Now, the sheep occasionally would love to stop and eat that nice green grass on the side of the road, but Dottie at the back keeps them from doing that. You'll notice that I hold my crook at a right angle, and that sort of augments the 2 front dogs. Now, why 2 front dogs? Well, we don't really need to have 2 front dogs except for when we go by people's driveways. And believe me, your neighbor would not be happy if the sheep turned and went in his driveway and totally wiped out an entire season's worth of growth in the vegetable garden. So we will place dogs in an area where we think they might turn. Now we've got an area coming up in a minute that where there are rams in another pasture, and the girls are going to want to get together with that ram. Well, we don't want that to happen. So we just be patient. We're going to walk a little further here, hopefully in this clip, and you're going to see a road to the right, which they'd love to go down. And instead, we're going to put Gracie there to keep them from doing that. And then the next picture is going to be a place they like to go, which is the farm. And so we don't want them to go to the farm. We want them to go up the road to a big 8-acre field down there with lots of lush grass. All right, so we've gone by, you see there's a driveway, a car's pulled into it. You can't quite see, but we've sent Gracie out around to the right, and she is actually by that car so that the sheep don't go in that driveway. And there's another driveway, and there's another car on the left. So we actually ran into 6 cars doing this move. So the people are usually pretty nice and they stop, which is great. I tell them I'm not going to charge them for simonizing the size of the car if the sheep touch it. But you can see they're pretty close to it, but they're not afraid of the car. Now, coming up, and hopefully we have this footage, is a pasture with water, which they love to do. And we have put 2 dogs to keep them away from that. I'm afraid we might have missed that, but that's okay. So we place dogs wherever we don't want the sheep to go. And that's important as you're going. Now you'll notice that I told the dogs to stay in this area, and that's why the sheep are all around me. Notice I'm at the back of the sheep now, and that's because the dog did not go up front until the last minute because it was guarding that pond on the left. Now you'll see in a second, Gracie's going to come racing by, and there she goes, bing. And we're going to walk these sheep up to the top of the hill. There's some of our fencing in the woods, which has been there for 30 years on trees. And see how forested this is? Well, we cleared the field you're about to see from that. And it makes a wonderful pasture. We usually graze it 4 times a year. It's about 8 acres. And those sheep will flatten 8 acres in 2 weeks completely. So that's good. Now here's a drive. Look on the right. See the dog guarding the driveway? That's Gracie. We put her over there. Bonnie's coming. Very important. And she will stay there till half the sheep go by. Once half the sheep go by, then she will break, you'll see, and race forward because those other sheep want to be together with her. So there she goes off around the corner, and she's going to guard the next driveway. So very important that, and it's hard on the dog because the dog thinks the sheep are getting away, but she'll stay there. See her right in the corner, and she knows her job. And in just a minute, once again, you should see her race by. There she goes, racing up ahead of them again. Okay, so here we're entering an intersection. It's very important that we control these sheep because there are cars all around. And you'll notice a nice sweep. You'll see Gracie on the side and Bonnie coming along, and it's because they want to go back to where they came from. And you'll see I sent Grace out behind them to move them forward. And now they're going to come along, and then Gracie's going to go back again. And pretty soon they're going to start following me. And there we go. Now this is a main road with traffic. In a minute, I'll push them over to the right side of the yellow line. We're going to skip ahead a bit, and now they're almost back to the beginning, their new location. Watch them. They're going to have more fun going in there, and Gracie is guarding them, and Gracie looks back. Dad, did I do a good job? Look at them, just flying by, and they are just happy as heck.
Okay, that'll do. Come.
They just got done rounding them up. There's 100 animals coming towards us, and they're coming up towards these grain troughs. I mean, look at that. It's like a thundering crowd. If I was anywhere near there with grain now, I'd become road pizza. So this is a different video. This is a video you can see. There's no leaves in the trees. This is in the fall, excuse me, in the winter, after they've been weaned off, and these animals are being fed whole corn to keep their energy up. But imagine the power of those dogs to hold that 100 sheep back at the beginning. And now we give the command, okay, out, that'll do. And they're gonna come out and they're gonna wanna jump in the car, bing, bing. Poor Dottie's so old, she needs a little help getting up there. And the llama is just sitting there and eating up the food. This is a time lapse of the entire day. Watch the people materialize. This is the early morning. Oh, bingo, 1,000 people. Oh, they're gone. Bingo, 1,000 people. Oh, they're gone. At any rate, it's a lot of fun. That's what you guys are missing. I'm sorry, but this is the best I can do. All right, well, listen, you have been a wonderful group. I really thank you for this. I have to tell you, in my 40 years of doing dog demos, this is the first time I've ever done a virtual one. We are going to follow this with a live stream question and answer period for you. So get your questions together. And John Simmons is going to be doing it on Sunday. I do it again Friday and Saturday. It's been a real pleasure having you, and I hope you learned a few things about this. And hopefully next year, you'll see the real thing at the fairgrounds. Thank you all, and don't forget to help MOFGA out. They're doing this all as a free thing for you, but would be great if you'd give them at least the admission of the fair. Thank you so much.
Hey, everybody, we're back with Dave and Colin. Thanks again for that video. It was really great to see it again. I noticed, Dave and Colin, you got a new member of the team there. Could you start by telling us a little bit about the Pyrenees?
We do. This is Ajax, and he's a Great Pyrenees. He is one of our guard dogs, in charge of helping keep predators away from the farm and out from the flock. We will often let him live with the sheep. He also is free to roam our farm, and yeah, he's great for chasing away foxes and coyotes and you name it. He's also very good at keeping an eye out for aerial predators. We have chickens here and ducks, and oftentimes if hawks or owls come by, he will spot them an amazing distance up in the sky. He'll track them and run down the field barking at them. So he is a really good guard dog. There are many different breeds of guard dogs. We happen to like the Great Pyrenees here, but there's several others that do pretty much the same thing. We also have guard llamas. That's another species that we use to help protect the flock. When the flock is down in the village, in town, sometimes we prefer having the llama down there because the llamas are very quiet. They do keep away predators, but they don't bark. Ajax tends to bark when he sees predators. So when they're down and in the village where there's other people, they don't necessarily want to hear a dog barking all the time. So that's why we use llamas.
Yeah. I want to add two really quick things. I know you got lots of questions, but to do with the Great Pyrenees. The Great Pyrenees emits a benevolent protective energy. The sheep are not afraid of the Great Pyrenees. In fact, Ajax can go over and help a ewe lamb, literally right there while she's, popping out the lamb and everything, and she has no fear of him. However, if we have a ewe that doesn't want to own her lamb and bring in a border collie, she is terrified of the border collie and will own the lamb. The second question that people ask is, does Ajax bother the border collies because they are acting like a predator? And so we teach the dog to allow the dog Ajax to allow the border collies to do their thing.
Oh, that's really interesting. Thanks, Dave. That answers one of the other questions that we have. So there have been a lot of questions coming up about the different breeds of herding animals. And Lucy Kennard, I think is how you pronounce her name, would love to know more about the specific differences and abilities between Australian Shepherds, Australian cattle dogs, border collies, the various herding breeds.
Sure. Okay, first of all, I want to tell you that I consider myself an expert in border collies, and there's a reason that we choose border collies. Unlike the West, where you have thousands of sheep, you know, down in New Zealand, for instance, if you had 1,000 sheep and you had a border collie at the back, the front ones probably wouldn't care. But if you got an Aussie down there or a Huntaway or a Blue Heeler barking at the back, they're going to move.
Right.
So there's a big distinction. There are herding dogs and driving dogs. There is a difference.
Okay.
And the reason that I choose the border collies is they, as you witnessed, make no noise. They never bark. You have a Sheltie, Australian Shepherd, some of these other Chien de Berger, all those, they tend to bark more. So, and I frequently move my sheep through town early in the morning, and my neighbors are trying to sleep. They don't want to hear some dog barking away, trying to move them forward. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think so. There seems to be a real, I think if you could talk a little bit more about the differences between herding and driving. I think people use the word herding sort of as a generic, you know, the Kleenex, as it were. So tell us a little bit about the difference and why one dog is better for that than others, besides the quiet.
Okay, so if you think about it, a lot of the breeds of, quote, herding dogs, they don't go out around behind the animal and bring them back. Most of your domestic dogs, if you thought about a squirrel running across or something, they're going to chase it. If we put a strange dog in here, they're going to chase the sheep. Whereas the border collies, which I call herding dogs, they do a pear-shaped run. As soon as they see the animal, they don't run at them. They go way, way, way around, pop up behind them, and bring them back.
Right.
Does that make sense? Now, that doesn't say that a Australian Shepherd or a Huntaway or Blue Heeler can't do that, but the border collies are known for being the best at that. And most of the time, we want the sheep brought to us, not driven away.
Right.
That makes sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah. There's another question here. Again, this is still on breeds from Chris Gill Lindsay. And he was wondering about sort of the non-traditional herding and dogs. He mentions a Corgi who tries to herd their chickens, and wondered if you could comment on any of that.
Well, I mean, in many dogs, there's that deep instinctual nature to want to go after something as as them being predators. So I think I don't know really anything about corgis, so I don't know if I should speak about that, but I could say that it's likely they have something embedded deep inside them that, says, hey, once upon a time, this was what I'm looking at. Those chickens might be my lunch, and I need to figure out a way to get them. And so they might go out and around and try to corner them or put them somewhere. We'll see that a lot even in border collies with young puppies. When you put a puppy in here for the first time, 9 times out of 10, they're probably just going to run after the sheep until they put them in a corner, and then they're just going to stop and lay down. They're not going to go in and eat them, but they're just going to stop and think, okay, my job is done. So maybe the corgi is thinking that, like I said, somewhere deep down inside, that's sort of what's going on. Chickens are notoriously difficult to herd per se, because they are very flighty, and you don't really
like
herd
cats
chickens per se.
Yeah, it's like trying to herd
I have
cats.
one really important comment on that. You need to understand that the gentleman with the corgi probably had, part herding, probably was better 100 or 200 years ago. A lot of herding breeds of dogs are accepted by the AKC. They're raised as pets.
Right.
And the reason why border collies are considered seriously the smartest dogs in the world is they have been bred for their instinct. Their instinct has been fine-tuned, and their intelligence. And that's not to say that other dogs are dumb. That's not it at all. But some of the other herding breeds, their instincts have been diminished due to breeding for looks, height, color, width, size, as opposed to intelligence. I just thought that was an important thing. And you've got to be sure I'm encouraging people not to get a border collie as a pet. Very important, because if you don't give them something to do, they'll find something to do.
Right. That's a really great point, Dave. So here's an interesting one that's sort of in keeping with that. This one came in through YouTube, and someone is wondering if you had any recommendations for better training an older shepherd dog, and what are the good resources to start. So in other words, if you have an older dog and you want to kind of spruce him up a little bit.
past 7 years.
Yeah, when they get to a certain age, not to say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I mean, 7 years is sort of our average age, whereby at some point their interest may be slightly diminished, but there's also some, you know, maybe some physical limitations too. But I think one of the biggest things I would say to that is just be careful, that the dog wouldn't get hurt. If you put an older dog, and it depends on what you're talking for age, but if you put a 10-year-old dog in with some young sheep for the first time, I mean, the dog could get injured. And it might not, you know, if you're suddenly turning on that trigger in their brain, like, oh, this is what I was meant to do. The other thing you want to be careful about is just doing that once and then saying, they went really good, and taking them away. Because now it's like, we always use the analogy of bringing a kid into a candy shop and saying, here, you can have one thing, but then you can never have it again in your life.
Yeah.
So that would be the thing I think I would be most careful about. But as far as teaching an older dog new things, just progressive training, a little bit at a time, starting with, like, for example, when, you know, the reason we bring ducks to Common Ground Fair is to show folks how we train young puppies. We start them on the ducks, which are very, you know, small, lightweight. They're not going to hurt a dog. And so we start progressively that way.
So when you guys, I'm going to ask a question that came up earlier. When you guys are talking to people who want to use dogs for herding larger animals, I'm thinking specifically of cattle right now. Is the training different, or is it the same process? And would you use a different breed than, say, the Border Collie?
I'll start with that one. First of all, anytime you're introducing a new dog to livestock, you want to introduce it to livestock that have been quote unquote dogged.
I see. Yep.
Because an experienced dog, for instance, cattle dog, they try to get in the head, the nose, as opposed to being kicked. And yes, there is a difference in style. You don't put cattle dogs down very much. You'll notice that Colin and I put our Border Collies down a lot because sheep are so much more sensitive. Obviously, cattle have a different pressure point, and I'll tell you, it's interesting. I've worked as many as 300 cattle with one 35-pound dog. Now you think about the weight ratio. However, there's always a leader cow, and you teach the dog to go in and bite him on the nose, and then 2 more leader cows come in, and they're going to go after the dog. They get bit, and suddenly you have complete control of the other 297. It's amazing how that works.
Yeah.
But you would never do that with sheep. So there's sort of an answer to your question.
Yeah, yeah. So changing up the topic a little bit, Patty Dowes has asked, are your pastures fenced?
Yes. I have to put in a plug. Wellscroft Fence Systems, we're one of the largest in New England. Sorry, didn't mean to do that. But
no, absolutely. That was that was a fat one over the plate.
So let me just say one quick thing about fencing. They are fenced. We would not be able to graze until mid-December. You saw earlier in the video, those lambs are 100% grass-fed and their mothers, because we can extend our grazing season on hay crop aftermath with portable fence and dogs to move them. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, it does.
Now, if you're training, let me just say one more thing. If you're training new dogs to try to herd, you always want to do it in a, quote, physical fence, not psychological. Because the psychological fence, if they bump into it, can just like really scare them. Electric fence, in other words.
Yeah, yeah. And the dogs obviously know where the fences are. And
oh yeah, and they know to clear it. In fact, these Border Collies will sit in front of a 6-wire fence and jump in between the pulses.
Oh, that's great. That's really great.
Go ahead.
So we have time, I think, for one more question for you guys on this particular inning.
And at the end, I want to say something. So
okay. So this one came in probably based on the cattle question, and you were wondering, the viewer wondered if the different breeds, different kinds of cattle have different pressure points, and wondering if the dogs work with those differently.
Well, they would. For instance, if you were working Scotch Highlanders, which I affectionately call furry burgers.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they can be pretty rough. Horns can be very detrimental.
Sure.
You know, again, I recommend that you have somewhat, like dairy cows are a piece of cake. Beef cows are not. But you know, you take your Angus and your Herefords, they're not a big deal. You get into Scotch Highlanders or Longhorns, that's a whole different ball game.
Or Chianini.
You got to be careful about the dog's health and safety.
Yeah. Okay, so Dave, you said you wanted one.
I do. I just want to say that we so appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to teach people about this. And I would encourage all of these viewers to join MOFGA. It's not an advertisement. MOFGA is absolutely a fantastic organization. It's the largest Common Ground, the largest organic fair in the United States, and I believe one of the biggest memberships. So please donate to them, join them. I don't care if you're raising vegetables or you're raising livestock. It's a terrific organization.
Thanks so much. And that gives us a good cue to say, please, everyone, look at our website. There's many different ways to join MOFGA. I want to especially point out that we have a $5 a month membership that allows people to become full members. And also not to forget that we have a lot of sponsors here and a lot of vendors who are selling their stuff online. And we hope that you can do that. So it's now my pleasure to turn it over to my partner in crime, Chris Grigsby, who I believe is outside and is going to introduce the next section. Take it away, Chris.
Bye, guys.
Thank you, Logan, and thanks for everybody for tuning in today. I wanted to thank our community sponsor, Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Foundation, and we're going to take a moment and hear a message from them.
As a proud sponsor of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, we want to express our support. My name is Bill Whitmore, and I lead the Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare's team here in Maine. While we won't be able to gather and see each other at the fair this year, I want to take a moment and convey our unwavering support for the work that MOFGA has always done and continues to do around our state. At Harvard Pilgrim, we're committed to building healthier communities, and we know that partnerships with organizations like MOFGA will help all of us move toward achieving that goal. Thank you, and enjoy the programming this year. As a proud sponsor of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, we want to express our support.
The store merchandise, the country store, and how important that is for year-round programming for MOFGA. And specifically, one thing I noticed when I was checking out my shirt last night was that this may very well be the 1 year that's limited edition. The tagline at the bottom of the shirt is different. It's got the at home. That's hopefully going to be the only year that we're utilizing that. Another thing to mention as well is sort of behind me. You know, normally we have a fair full of vendors, where a lot of our vendors, you know, really rely on the fair for a significant amount of their annual income, and so we're really appreciative of everybody going to the online marketplace, supporting the vendors, supporting MOFGA through membership and country store purchases. So again, thanks to everybody for getting into that yesterday. Really great response, and we hope folks will keep it up and continue throughout the rest of the weekend. And so our next presentation today, I'm really excited about. We have a great panel, and it's our climate change public policy teach-in. And Heather Spalding, who's the deputy director at MOFGA, she's been at MOFGA for over 20 years in that role. MOFGA is strategizing to expand out our public policy programming and our advocacy, and Heather's taken that lead, and she'll be facilitating this teach-in today. So Heather Spalding is going to take it away with introductions, but joining her on the panel is Amanda Beal, Hannah Pingree, and Melissa Law, and all of them are fantastic advocates of local organic agriculture, as well as just the things that are facing us at this point with the changing climate, and really just a lot of things that we can be doing kind of on a day-to-day basis to really sort of help steer us in the right direction. And I hope that they'll get into a lot of that in the panel today, as well as field a lot of your questions afterwards. So one of the things that I like to think about in terms of climate change and how that ties in with agriculture and the work that we do as in certification and the components of what organic agriculture brings to climate change mitigation is how the whole farm integrates into that type of prevention. And a lot of the farms may have a certain amount of open farmland that they utilize for cultivation, but they may also be managing tens or hundreds of acres of forest land as well, which play a key and critical role. And I hope that farms are able to sort of promote that and to be able to look at their whole farm systems in order to achieve those results for us moving forward and for future generations. I guess one of the things that I'll mention as well, just sort of thinking about the backdrop here and the center of the fairgrounds, one of the things that I was reminded of this morning, especially coming in here with an empty fairgrounds, which is not a typical situation, is my very first fair was in 2001, and one of the things that I recall about that fair was Vandana Shavi was the keynote speaker, and she's speaking about sort of the the issues with genetic modification of seed and the corporate sort of takeover of that and the seed saving situations. And the public announcement person sort of came over the loudspeaker and basically sort of announced a dog in distress call. And the PA announcer sort of apologized for the interruption at the end. And Vandana sort of said, no, don't apologize. We need people to be speaking up for creatures who can't speak for themselves. And that really stuck with me as my first fair, and it was something that I remember to this day. And yeah, just a fantastic sort of show of why we're all doing this. I would say other fair memories for myself. Oh, sorry.
Hi, everyone. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. On behalf of MOFGA's Public Policy Committee, I want to welcome you to our Public Policy Teach-In at the first online Common Ground Country Fair. This is actually the 25th Public Policy Teach-In, and it's all about what Maine is doing to address climate change. I want to congratulate the Public Policy Committee for 25 years, and a special thank you to Sharon Tischer and B.D. Parker, who are longtime MOFGA volunteers, and they've been longtime climate researchers and activists. Also want to thank Danny Katz, who was our intern this summer. He's a second-year law student at Southern Maine Law. And so thanks to everybody for helping pull this together. Thank you too for joining us today, of course. Before we get into the public policy teach-in itself, MOFGA wants to recognize that our beautiful Common Ground Education Center sits on the ancestral homeland of the Wabanaki people who have inhabited the area for almost 15,000 years. MOFGA stands in solidarity with the Wabanaki Alliance as it seeks sovereignty in the Maine legislature for the tribes of Maine. So please visit the WabanakiAlliance.com to learn more about how you can support the sovereignty of the Wabanaki tribes. So now let's talk climate change. Some of you may remember that in 2011, we hosted a teach-in on climate change. There was mounting evidence of the dramatic shifts in our weather patterns, the direct link to the burning of fossil fuels, the spike in atmospheric carbon, and the struggles that Maine farmers were facing with the chaotic weather patterns. And since then, really a tidal wave of evidence is showing that correlation between industrial activities and chaotic weather patterns. And it's really getting harder to deny that the Earth is warming and humans are responsible for it. Now, nationally, more than 60% of the population in the US believes that the changing climate is impacting their communities directly. And you know, the arguments are happening along partisan lines, but in Maine, we're doing better than that. More than 70% of the people in Maine actually believe that climate change is a serious problem. So, dear ago, you know, how could you not believe that now? How could you not be aware of climate change? The signs are all around us. In the north, in Canada, the expansive permafrost, where 50% of the world's below ground global carbon pool is stored, that permafrost is thawing and it's widespread, it's speeding up, and it can't be reversed. And that represents 4 times the amount of carbon released from all human activities since 1850. Out to the west, in California and Oregon and Washington, the exquisite forest ecosystems are going up in flames. California is now the fiery epicenter of climate change. Since the early 1970s, there's been a 500% increase in fire risk. There's been a 2.5-month increase in the fire season in California. And the fires there now are 20 times greater than they were last year, the worst in recorded history. And then looking south to the Gulf of Mexico, where communities are struggling against the extreme weather events. They're increasing in intensity and frequency, of course. And the sea levels could rise another 3.5 feet by the end of this century. And then, of course, just immediately to our east in the Gulf of Maine, the waters have warmed faster than 99% of the global ocean. And that is threatening marine life and, of course, the future of our Maine's iconic fishing industry. All of Maine is experiencing drought now. Almost 80% of the state is in severe drought or extreme drought conditions. And our beautiful, precious agricultural lands, farmers are struggling. And there are unusual, seemingly contradictory temperature extremes happening. The last I checked, USDA had recognized 5 of our 16 counties as disaster areas due to the ongoing drought. And a longtime friend of the fair is Charlie Lopresti, meteorologist, and he recently tweeted that he had an early frost on his giant pumpkin patch. And he noted that there's a paradox because we've had the hottest summer on record, but we had the shortest growing season because of the late and early frosts. So the clock is ticking, and we all are wanting to take action to ensure a healthy and vibrant future for all of us. MOFGA knows that organic management practices, which really celebrate the health of the soil, play a central role in addressing climate change. And that's why we decided to revisit this theme today. So we have 3 formidable women working on climate change: Hannah Pingree, Amanda Beal, and Melissa Law, all of whom serve on Governor Mills' Maine Climate Council. And they are working hard with a lot of other people to map out Maine's climate action plan with a goal of attaining net neutrality, carbon net neutrality by the year 2045. And I think that we actually could get to carbon net negativity by then. We have the ability and the natural resource base to achieve lofty climate goals, and our panelists are going to show us how that will happen. Each panelist will have about 10 minutes to present their story. We'll follow that up with a quick Q&A. And so if any of the viewers, any of you have questions that you would like to pose to our panelists, you can post them on our Facebook and YouTube channels. I also want to say that we have a companion flyer for this teach-in, and that is posted on MOFGA's website at mofga.org/climate. So with that, I would like to give a full introduction of our first panelist, who is Hannah Pingree. And she is I'm going to just give you the quick bio, but I can be in the background here. So by her name, she obviously is has an incredible career. She is director of Governor Mills' Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future, and the co-chair of the Maine Climate Council. She previously served as Speaker of the Maine House of Representatives from 2008 to 2010. She also served as the Maine House Majority Leader, the Chair of the Committee on Health and Human Services, and as a member of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs during her times in the Maine legislature from 2002 to 2010. And she spearheaded successful legislation on energy, broadband, housing, environmental health, healthcare, and much more during her time in office. And she's also worked for a technology startup in New York City. She's managed family businesses. She's led the development of rural housing, energy efficiency, and elder care projects for a coalition of community nonprofits. She chaired her local school board, and she served on numerous state and community nonprofit boards. So we are thrilled to have Hannah to kick off our panel today.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Heather. And I want to thank you and MOFGA for your actual engagement in our state climate work. Attending meetings is a lot of work, and we had hundreds of MOFGA members also weigh in to give input to the Climate Council. So again, we really appreciate your time and inviting us here to talk about the Governor's Climate Council. So I'm going to give the overview of sort of what is the Maine Climate Council, what actions is the state taking on climate, and then I'm going to leave it to Amanda and Melissa to really dive into some of the details I think that will probably be of most interest to farmers. So I will just say that big picture, you did a great job sort of just talking about the urgency of climate issues. The importance of these issues in this time has really never been more important. I think as we deal with the COVID epidemic, we realize just the essential nature of really preparing to make our communities more resilient. And as well as we're facing a significant state recession, we know that climate and tackling climate change can both protect jobs and create new jobs in Maine. So clearly, it has been one of Governor Mills' top issues, an issue she feels strongly about, and really one that she's talked about since her inauguration. And I think for all of us as Mainers, just the moral imperative of protecting our state's future, looking at our coastline, our mountains, our fields, we have just so much about our environment that is really why we all love Maine. And so this has again been one of the governor's just most essential issues. So I'm going to tell you in more detail about some of the things the governor has done. I'm going to get to the Climate Council, but I just want to say from the beginning of her administration, she recognized that we needed to start taking action. One of the first things we did is join the U.S. Climate Alliance, a group of 25 states who have committed to the Paris climate goals. We knew that with the federal administration really rolling back climate legislation, that it was up to the states. So the U.S. Climate Alliance represents 25 states, more than half the U.S. population, the third largest economy in the world. And so the fact that these states are taking action on climate, they've committed to a 28% reduction by 2025, is incredibly significant. A number of other things, trying to encourage renewable energy, start the move towards electric vehicles, allowing wind power development, all things meant to really get Maine back on track, taking climate seriously. In the last legislative session, I think a few things that farmers are starting to take advantage of. The state passed a renewable portfolio standard requiring the state have 80% renewable energy on our electricity grid by 2030. That's one of the most aggressive renewable portfolio standards in the country, and you're starting to see significant, especially solar development across the state. One of the other major things the governor has committed to is trying to install 100,000 new heat pumps in Maine by 2025. So trying to move from heating sector really driven by oil, especially in rural areas, to electric heat pumps, which we know save people money, and we have specifically targeted those programs to moderate and low income populations. So great incentives through Efficiency Maine. If you haven't heard about them, go to the website and learn more about them. So the Maine Climate Council was passed in law last year by the Maine legislature. And the idea was we needed a group really across, including stakeholders from across state government, from across varying industries, tribal representatives, youth representatives. We needed a group of people who could really commit and focus on the state's climate goals. And our first charge is to create a 4-year action plan to start moving Maine towards our climate goals. So what are those goals? Heather mentioned one, which is achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. The governor actually announced that at the United Nations last year. One of the more aggressive pledges to carbon neutrality in the world. The two other sort of really one of the major frames for our work is reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So the state's target is to reduce emissions by at least 45% by 2030 and at least 80% by 2050. So that's really the kind of charge of much of our work on the mitigation side, or reducing carbon emissions. And then the other side is adaptation. How do we make Maine more resilient to the impacts of climate? How do we deal with issues like sea level rise, increased weather events, flooding events? So preparing Maine's people, industries, and communities for the impacts of climate is really the other half of our work. So how are we doing this work? We're doing it with a lot of people, most of whom are volunteering tons of hours of time and energy to sit on committees and come up with big ideas. So the Maine Climate Council is 39 members, but we've had 6 working groups who have really done the bulk of the work. Starting in March, they moved it all to Zoom, and just, the pain that we all face of even sitting on this Zoom call, people really spent hundreds of hours thinking hard about these issues through the winter and spring. So our groups were transportation, energy, natural and working lands, coastal and marine, buildings, infrastructure, and housing. And then our super group, community resilience planning, public health, and emergency management. A mouthful, but really obviously 6 important groups when you think about the pieces of climate change that are important to deal with. And really, overall the groups, we had a science and technical subcommittee. I think the governor has felt that listening to scientists, looking at the data and making decisions based on that data, that was the most important thing we could do. So the Science and Technical Subcommittee, Maine is blessed with incredible scientists and leaders in climate change issues. So we've listened to them first. They produced an incredible report about the impacts of climate change on Maine, and they're continuing to do important work. So just looking at Maine's greenhouse gas emission and reduction goals, where are we? So this chart shows you where we are in the trajectory to try to get to this 80%, at least 80% goal by 2050. So the yellow line represents where we are and where we need to be. So right now, Maine is at about a 17.5% reduction from 1990 levels. And we need to get to a 45% reduction by 2030. So we are on the right trajectory, but there's a lot of heavy lifting in front of us. So where do Maine's emissions come from? This little chart shows you that 54% of Maine's emissions come from transportation, about 30% from our building sector, so commercial buildings and mostly our homes, 9% from industrial uses, and 7% from our electricity sector. So Maine is really unique in the country in being so transportation heavy when it comes to our emissions, and that's driven by the rural nature of our state and the fact that we are driving long distances to get to work. We live in far-flung areas, and we have a somewhat smaller percentage coming from industrial and electrical emissions. So the Maine Climate Council's goals are, you heard the numbers, but we think we are framing this in, we believe a transition to a reduced carbon future can create jobs and economic opportunity, especially in our state. From encouraging our farmers to new opportunities for offshore wind, to solar installers, efficiency installers, we know that meeting the goals can create good paying jobs in the state of Maine. The other goal is obviously to reduce Maine's greenhouse gas emissions, prepare our communities for the impacts of climate, and then to ensure that Maine's climate change strategies are equitable. So we're really trying to pay close attention to how does it impact low-income rural people, tribal populations, new Mainers, folks who are most likely to be left behind. So just quickly, a couple of the reports, I highly encourage you to go to climatecouncil.maine.gov to learn more about our work. There's a whole report section with hundreds of pages of incredible work if you have time to read them. But one of the important reports that just came out was the scientific assessment of climate change and its impacts on Maine. So it will just show you that Maine needs to manage for a 1.5-foot sea level rise by 2050 and nearly 4 feet by 2100. So lots more information in that report. I highly encourage you to go check it out. On that website, we also have a cost benefit analysis. So we're again trying to make decisions based on data. Our equity assessment just came out, and we're doing a webinar on that next Tuesday afternoon, and you can go to our website to find out more about that. And still coming is a clean energy economy report. So I'm not going to go into the details of the strategies. Amanda and Melissa are the ones who will tell you probably about the ones that that you want to hear about, but we're putting kind of the strategies and actions into 6 buckets. Bringing the future of transportation to Maine, so encouraging EVs, reducing vehicle miles traveled, looking at the way we use land, modernizing Maine's buildings, which is everything from building codes to making our buildings more efficient, reducing emissions in our industrial and energy sector. So those are the 3 goals that are really about reducing our emissions. And then 3 goals around how to prepare Maine and figure out how to sequester more carbon. So build healthy and resilient communities, invest in climate-ready infrastructure, and then protect Maine's environment and natural resource economies and promote natural climate solutions. So Amanda's gonna do a good job, I think, telling you more about some of the details. But again, our process has been months long. We have a December 1 deadline for bringing a climate action plan for the next 4 years to the governor, the legislature, and the people of Maine. We've gotten, again, actually thousands of comments from people filling out our surveys, but we are always looking to engage people, especially people who care about
was really, really great. You covered a lot of territory in a very tight time frame. There's so much work that's gone into it, and really appreciate your leadership on the Climate Council. Now we're going to turn to Amanda Beal. Amanda is Commissioner of the Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Before her assignment as Commissioner, Amanda was President and CEO of Maine Farmland Trust. And prior to that, she was MFT's Policy and Research Director. She also worked in the public health field for several years as an independent consultant on food systems related projects for a number of fisheries, agriculture, and other food-focused organizations and businesses, including MOFGA. And MOFGA was fortunate to have 14 years of Amanda's leadership as a member of our board of directors. And she served many of those years on our executive committee as secretary and also as president. She has co-authored the publication, A New England Food Vision, Healthy Food for All, Sustainable Farming and Fishing, Thriving Communities. Amanda serves as co-chair of the Natural and Working Lands Working Group of the Maine Climate Council. Welcome, Amanda.
The one technical difficulty here is that I forgot to unmute myself. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's great. Perfect.
Great. Okay, I think I'm good then. Thank you so much for having us here today. One other thing I'll say about my connection to MOFGA is I'm also a long-time fair volunteer. And so I am personally really sad that we can't be all together this year. And I really hope that we will be able to reconvene next year and I will get my annual pie cone. So I just want to say thank you to MOFGA and the staff and volunteers, because I have had a history with this organization. I know how much work it is to put the fair on usually, and I know that it was a tremendous amount of work to pivot to this format. So I just really appreciate everything you've done to create this opportunity for us to all talk about this really important topic area. And I also want to say a thank you to Heather and to Melissa also for serving on the Natural and Working Lands Working Group. It was a lot of time. There were a lot of meetings. There was a lot of homework too, a lot of pages of prep to be read ahead of time. We asked a lot of folks around that table, and we were just so pleased with the amount of interest and energy that everybody put in. So thank you to you both for being part of that. And so there's a lot I'd like to say about this really important topic, but I know we only have so much time. So I'm going to try to be pretty disciplined about, you know, staying on track and not going off in too far of any direction and that I wasn't intending to. So I'm going to start out. Oh, and my screen didn't change. Let's see if I can coax it to. There we go. So I just wanted to start out by sort of putting into context the way that I've been feeling about climate change, especially in my time at the department. As you can imagine, Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, virtually everything we do is impacted by climate change. And so just to give you a sort of a visual tour here, in the upper left-hand corner, that's a photo that I took from Tunk Mountain, which is on one of our public lands. And I put that picture up here because, one, our public lands are incredibly important, and we worry about, you know, habitat and ecosystems, the health of ecosystems and wildlife, and, you know, with the impacts of climate change. But also, one of the things that I didn't realize before I heard the Science and Technical Committee present at our meeting, I think about a year ago in September of last year, when we were all together, they were presenting on showing us the Maine Future Climate Dashboard. And it projected that potentially 20 to 40%, we would see 20 to 40% less snowfall or snowpack by 2050. And for someone who loves all four seasons, that is definitely concerning to me. That has implications on the health of our forests. That has implications on agriculture, and of course it has implications on our outdoor recreation activities in wintertime. So that's really something to note. The next picture to the right of that is to represent that we worry about soil erosion and erosion on our beaches, our state park beaches, particularly for us, because we are stewards of them here in the department. And then the next picture with the flaming boardwalk, that is actually from a fire in Baxter State Park this summer. And it has been, unfortunately, a record forest fire year, and we are not through it yet. We're actually going into a really active part of the season. So we hope not to break all records for this year. It's not a record we want to break. And the picture below it is actually a 100-acre forest fire an aerial shot of this fire that was up near Island Falls earlier this summer, which was pretty significant. And then to the left on the bottom, that is just one of the challenges that we've heard is concerning for agriculture, for farmers, is access to water and what the impacts of drought have been this year on their operations. And so just to dial a little bit deeper into climate change impacts, and I'm not going to go too far into this because Heather did a great job at the beginning of this session laying out some of these challenges. But sometimes people talk about, well, we're going to have longer growing seasons and there will be benefits to agriculture, but that may be true, but the uncertainty that comes with that potential benefit, I would say that there probably are more challenges than potential benefits that we can look forward to with climate change. So in terms of some of these challenges that we know are issues right now, these aren't future challenges. These are challenges that we are living with and trying to do our work amongst. And so worker health, being out in the extreme heat. I talked to farmers this summer who just really were having a hard time with those long stretches of 90 to 100-degree days. Very, very difficult to be doing physical labor outdoors in those conditions. Tick-borne diseases, mosquito-borne diseases, et cetera. There are a lot of different ways in which we need to be concerned about worker health and animal health as well. And as I said before, that goes for wildlife as well as livestock. Pests and invasives, we definitely are seeing an uptick in both. Extreme weather events, which lead to flooding and field erosion, having to repair farm and logging roads more frequently, which is pretty costly for operators. and seasonal access to land. So for some farmers who have had decades-long relationships with their land, they actually are finding that it's hard to get on their fields in the spring more and more because they're just wetter and not accessible. And then of course drought. And I did put up the drought map here for all of us to see, a recent drought map from the September 15th. It's definitely impacting farmers all across the state, from blueberry production to potato harvest to hay production. We're definitely hearing from folks that they're having a hard time with that. And all of this can add up to, crop losses and other economic losses, which just increases the risk for farmers and folks working in the forestry sector as well. And so Maine Climate Council, as Hannah said, we had several working groups. I co-chaired the Natural and Working Lands group with Tom Abello, who's from the governor's office. And we had, as I said, just an incredible group of folks around that table. And so a few things I want to say just before I jump into talking about these strategies that we came up with is that, we really, I think we started from a place of agreeing that our natural resource base is, really such an important backbone of our economy. And that, we're really fortunate to have the kind of resources that we do here in the state. And so, just sort of starting from that point, we also recognize that our natural and working lands hold a tremendous potential to sequester more carbon than it already does, and to offset further emissions from all the other sectors. I will say, we do know that, forests sequester a lot of carbon already. About 75% of our emissions are offset by forests. And as far as agriculture goes, sometimes people think about agriculture as just being an emitter, and that's not necessarily the case. And actually in Maine, our emissions from our agriculture sector are a very small fraction of our overall emissions. So we're doing a good job in some ways, but we could do better. And so just to say that, I think that we really have an opportunity to be a model as a state in looking at practices that can help us to increase the rate of carbon sequestration. And so that's, something that we were really going into this conversation thinking about. It's not just about reducing our emissions, which is important, and we do want to do that, but we also have a real opportunity. So with that, we came up with 5 main strategies, and I will say embedded in all of these strategies are sub-strategies. And if you're interested in the extensive background information that we compiled as we were moving through this process, you can go to the Climate Council website and read our everything that was behind how we got to where we are here. But the first strategy that we came up with, and I will read this because I do know that some people are listening on the radio, not necessarily watching video. So the first strategy is to conserve working and natural lands and waters through a dedicated, sustained funding source to support a robust forest products and agricultural economy, increase carbon storage opportunities, avoid future emissions, and enhance climate adaptation and resilience. And so that recognizes that our land base, our natural and working land base, it is the foundation really of being able to achieve all of these other strategies. We do have, we have considerable development pressure in our state, and particularly in some of the more densely populated areas, but also all across the state. Farmland and forest land are being converted to non-farm and forest land uses, and so we need to pay attention to that and really look for opportunities to protect that base. The second strategy is to create new and update existing financial incentives and support for private land management and infrastructure that supports climate mitigation and adaptation. So that's really about incentives to help our land managers and landowners to implement the kind of practices that bring us the climate benefits that we want to see. And we know that that takes additional work in some cases, and so we wanted to recognize that that's important as well. The third strategy, provide technical assistance on natural climate solutions to landowners land managers and agricultural producers. And so that's acknowledging that, we really need to make sure that we have people on the ground who can help teach our land managers and farmers and foresters, and et cetera, how to use these practices and be there for them with any technical assistance needs. The fourth strategy, update and refocus state programs and policies to address climate mitigation and resilience. So this recognizes that, we, and particularly in this time, we may need to be looking at utilizing existing resources. But that is something that I think we can do. As someone who's sitting inside state government, I do think there's potential for that to happen. And the fifth strategy is strengthen research and development and monitoring of climate mitigation and adaptation practices. And I think that sort of speaks for itself. We need ongoing research, and we need to know if we're making progress. The one other thing I'll say is that embedded in two of these strategies as sub-strategies is the acknowledgement that we need to actively work on continuing to relocalize our food system. And that, we know that about 90% of the food that we eat comes from elsewhere. And if we can relocalize that production and have more of that happening here, that gives us an opportunity to really have control over the practices and know that they are climate friendly. And if we don't, if we continue just importing the majority of our food from elsewhere, we're sort of just exporting our carbon footprint, so to speak. So that's an important thing for us to be thinking about. And in terms of relocalization, that is someplace where we're going to have to be thinking about where does investment come from, because that's what it's going to take in a lot of cases. And so just next steps and opportunities, how, where do we go from here? As Hannah said, the Climate Council is in the midst of assessing all the recommendations that came from the working groups, and will be prioritizing and sort of bringing things to the forefront that feel like they're the right steps to be focusing on in the immediate future. But again, I really do think that we have opportunities in the state and also within organizations and even in businesses to be thinking about how do we utilize existing resources to start to move some of these ideas forward. And finally, just to say that I think there's lots of opportunity here in the state to collaborate, and I think partnership is going to be critical. No one entity is going to be able to move these goals forward. It's going to take all of us, and I just gave sort of an example of different entities here that will be important, but there are many, many more, and it will really come down to all of us. So with that, I will end here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Amanda. That was just amazing and so enlightening. And I will just say that you are the perfect person for the job that you're in, and we're very grateful for your leadership, especially as we're facing all these big challenges of climate change and the pandemic and all the challenges that are facing Maine farmers and foresters. I just want to remind folks, if you have any questions, you can put them in our Facebook and YouTube chat, and we will try to get to them after our next panelist. So we are going to turn to Melissa Law of MOFGA certified Bumbleroot Organic Farm in Windham. Melissa runs this organic vegetable and flower operation with her husband, Ben Whalen, and also with her business partners, Jeff and Abby Fisher. In 2018, the Bumbleroot farmers received the U.S. Small Business Administration's Young Entrepreneurs of the Year Award for the state of Maine. Melissa helps run the daily farm operations with a specific focus on flower production and floral design. She is a founding member of the Southern Maine chapter of the National Young Farmers Coalition. And in addition to her role as a member of the Maine Climate Council, Melissa also served, as Hannah and Amanda both have mentioned, she also served on the council's Natural and Working Lands Working Group. So welcome, Melissa.
Thanks so much, Heather. I'm gonna share my screen. All right. So I am going to kind of zoom in a little bit. Thank you so much to both Hannah and Amanda for kind of outlining what Maine is facing in terms of climate mitigation and adaptation. And I'm going to hone in on what climate change means for Maine farms, and specifically my farm. I am one of 4 owners of Bumbleroot Organic Farm. We're a small family farm located in Windham, Maine, just about 10 miles west of Portland. And we are certified organic by MOFGA. We've been an organic farm from the beginning. And I just put this slide together to kind of highlight how much support we've gotten since starting our business from the amazing community of Maine agricultural service providers. Starting with MOFGA's business planning services at the beginning. We participated in their Journey Person program and their Farm Beginnings class. And then Maine Farmland Trust helped us purchase our farm a few years later and put an easement to protect that land. And then more recently, with all of the uncertainties relating to COVID-19, we've just felt so supported by the Maine Department of Ag and UMaine Extension in facing just these unprecedented times. And I bring this up because I think that these service providers are going to be crisis. And as Amanda mentioned, I think it's going to be really important for all of these different entities to come together and help Maine farmers face the impacts of climate change. So yeah, a little bit more about our farm. We are entering our finishing our sixth growing season. We're a small, diversified vegetable and flower farm. We own 89 acres of land, but we currently have about 7 acres in production. And I'm proud to say that we have about 4 acres in cover crop at the moment, heading into the winter. And in terms of marketing, we have a 160 family CSA, and we supply about 20 restaurants and local food stores in the Portland area. And historically, we've gone to farmers markets, but this year we pivoted to an online sales platform due to COVID-19. So how are we experiencing changing weather patterns resulting from climate change? Honestly, I think that the biggest thing that Maine farmers are experiencing is just this unpredictability. It's really, really hard to navigate growing seasons because what our zone 5 frost dates once were, we just can't expect those to be consistent anymore. This was an incredibly short growing season for us. We had a frost in early June and our first frost just last weekend, which means that our growing season was only 14 weeks. And we've also experienced unexpected hailstorms in the middle of July, more intense rain events. And then, as Amanda mentioned, the wet seasons, especially last spring, we had a really wet spring and we were chomping at the bit to get into the fields because we really needed to start making money for our business. But it just wasn't possible to get into some of our fields because of the wet season. And then on the other end of the spectrum this year, we're facing a months-long drought. We've really only had a handful of rain events in the past 3 months. And I think all farms are experiencing stress due to the drought. And so what does this mean? What do these changing weather patterns mean for farms? Really what it comes down to, farms are already working under such small profit margins. And when we experience these extreme weather events or unexpected weather events, it really affects our bottom line, which affects our ability to pay our employees and support our families. So, crop loss due to hail, which we've experienced here at Bumbleroot, and reduced yields due to drought. just a few weeks ago, our well broke. We're really fortunate to have a working well on our property, but we've been running irrigation so constantly, and it just taxed our well. And so that meant that our families and our farm were without water for a few days while we waited for the well company to come and fix the well. And I know that some farms aren't fortunate enough to have a well on their property. They're relying on ponds for irrigation, and a lot of those ponds have run dry this season. We've also experienced increased pest and disease pressure, delayed planting due to wet springs. And then something that's a big issue for us on our farm, because we have a lot of sloping land, is erosion. And we've seen that impact our crops just in terms of nutrient washout and soil destruction due to erosion. And then kind of the culminating thing that all of these impacts cause is stress to farmers. Amanda touched on the physical health of farmers and how climate is going to be a problem for that, but the mental health of farmers is also a really important thing to think about when we look to the future, and just how challenging climate change is going to be for farmers moving forward. So to try to turn the tides a little bit into a more positive light, what are we doing to adapt here at Bumbleroot? We are really trying to focus on soil health, which is one of the main tenets of MOFGA and organic practices. We started our farm as a high tillage operation, and over the years we've really tried to reduce our tillage and move towards no-till and permanent bed fields. We have been integrating cover crops as much as possible so that we're not leaving soil exposed heading into the winter months. We rotate our crops to try to trick the pests and avoid disease, but that's always an ongoing challenge. And then something that our farm, and I know lots of other mixed vegetable operations have done to adapt, is we've been putting a lot of our high value crops under cover, because after our first hailstorm that we experienced, we lost thousands of dollars worth of peppers and onions in the field. And so we have 5 high tunnels on our farm, as well as some smaller greenhouses that help protect our crops against those extreme weather events. And here's a photo of an early snowstorm, and how we still have, because of the greenhouse cover, we still have crops growing, which allows us to extend our growing season and just make money into the winter months so that we can support our families. And then I also have a picture in here of our cover crops, which also kind of outlines how important, you can see the slope on our farm, and how important cover crop is to just kind of helping that soil prevent erosion. So yeah, as I mentioned, soil health is really our primary focus. And in terms of the organic management practices that we really strive for on our farm, we're focused on carbon sequestration, building biodiversity on our farm, and just overall making our farm more resilient to the changing weather patterns that I spoke of. And I think it's just really important to mention that, as we build healthy soil, that means that we're growing healthier food, leads to healthy people, and then healthy communities. And then Amanda really did a great job speaking about the Maine Climate Council, and specifically the Natural and Working Lands group, and how we're trying to consider farmers in our climate adaptation and mitigation work at the state level. And so protecting prime farmland is really important to help farmers moving forward. financial incentives to help farmers adopt climate smart practices are going to be critical, because you know, there's a risk involved in adopting new practices, and so financial incentives can help farmers feel more secure in making that transition. And then the technical assistance piece, educating farmers about how and why we should be using these climate smart practices. And ongoing research is necessary to understand how climate change will impact farmers moving forward. And then finally, I just want to kind of wrap up and talk, you know, in talking about why local farms matter. I think that COVID-19 has really highlighted some of the weaknesses in our national food system. And, you know, we're experiencing fires raging out in California, which is a huge food producing region for our country. And, you know, COVID-19 exposed the vulnerability of our supply chains and some of our food processing plants. And so I think that, as Amanda mentioned, it's going to be really important for all of us to focus on strengthening our local and regional food systems so that we can create food security for our communities. Everyone needs food, and we have so many amazing farms here in Maine. We need to be trying to figure out how to get more Maine-grown food to Maine people. And I think that this will really help us have more resilient communities and allow our communities to be more resilient to the impacts of climate change moving forward. So yeah, thank you so much for inviting me to be here today, and thanks to MOFGA for making the Common Ground Fair happen in these very trying times. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you so much, Melissa, too, and thanks for ending with that absolutely stunning photo of your home. It's really, really beautiful, and you did a great job bringing it all home for us. And I'm just so appreciative of all you three panelists have done for us today. We have just a few minutes, and I think that's fine because the presentations were excellent and so informative. But we do have a couple of questions that maybe we have if people could give answers to. Let's see. I would say, a minute here, a little technical difficulty here. Just going down, my computer is not responding. Okay, I guess I would say maybe a round table, like a rapid fire kind of thing. We have a lot of people viewing. Maybe each of you could say, like, what is one thing that each of us could be doing to engage in climate action from each of your vantage points as someone working on climate change. Maybe you could start, Hannah.
I'm going to have a hard time saying one, but I would say engage with the political process and, you know, hold us accountable, including engagement on November 3rd. This upcoming election is going to be really significant for climate, and we are hoping to have federal partners who really take this issue seriously, because it's small states like Maine are doing our best, but we need a national solution. So that's big picture. I'll just say local, please go to the website and sign up, climatecouncil.maine.gov, and sign up for our email list. And we'd love to have you be engaged in our work and see the plan when it comes out. And I will have lots of practical solutions for people, for homeowners, for drivers, for businesses. There are opportunities and incentives the state is offering to help people take climate action. So we will come up with lots of ideas for you.
Thank you, Hannah. Amanda, what would you like to share?
Yeah, well, I think what I would like to say is similar. I know that with the Natural and Working Lands group, we had a lot of public participation, and I think that really set us up for a good outcome, and we need that continued engagement. And so to the degree that you can learn more about the process, learn more about the strategies that we put forth, and then, as I said, I think it's going to take all of us. And so to really reflect on how you see yourself in those strategies, how can you play a role, whether it's in your own consumption patterns or your choices in the grocery store or choice of, building materials and how you interact with our natural lands and conserved spaces. We're all living this together. So just to be thinking about how we can all work together, I think that's the most important thing.
Great, thank you so much. And the last comment I'll give to Melissa. Oops, and you're on mute.
I would just echo what both Hannah and Amanda said in terms of engaging with your local and state and federal representatives and just letting them know that climate is important for you. And then also just looking at your own life and how you can make climate smart decisions in your own life, whether it's recycling or learning to manage your forests or gardening with cover crops.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Melissa, Amanda, Hannah. You all did an absolutely fabulous job and so appreciative of all your leadership. And I'm sorry that we had a little technical difficulty with our Q&A, but great job. And we'll be talking about this a lot more in the future in MOFGA forums. So thanks everyone and so long. And don't forget to vote.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back, and thank you for that fantastic panel discussion. Really, really great stuff. I wanted to take another moment to thank our community sponsor for today, Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Foundation. Really appreciate their efforts there and helping to bring this free programming to all of you. Well, so again, as I stand out here and sort of think back to some past fair memories. And especially with this next presentation that we have coming up, one of the things that comes to mind is that my wife and I actually built a straw bale home, and we met our builder here at the fair, yonder in the energy and shelter area. And that was a really great experience. We sort of had a design-build relationship with the builder and his team. And it was really fantastic to, in future years, once we built the house and moved closer to Unity, to be able to kind of come back to the fair and actually go back to their booth and see pictures of our house on the wall as they displayed their the different projects that they had worked on. And it's just another example of sort of the full circle situation that kind of happens here with just so many different things going on at the fair. Between the energy and shelter folks, and again, that's sort of a reminder to please check out that online marketplace, some of the educational programming that's available throughout the day here. We've got the live programming as well, but there's just so much content and so much great information, educational pieces there. But again, it's just a great reminder of how meeting somebody here, seeding an idea, thinking it through, and then having an opportunity to follow that through, and particularly, I can say with firsthand experience that the straw bale house thing is fantastic. Solar thermal mass is an amazing thing to keep energy costs down and those types of things. And as far as introducing these next presenters, so Sigwani and Nathan Dana are going to be offering a tour of their homestead. So these are a couple of high school teachers that decided to take the plunge and basically just go for an off-grid lifestyle. And the tour that you're about to see will be just basically a timeline and to see what they have accomplished in just a few years of going off-grid, going for an off-grid homesteading lifestyle, and really something that is not that far out of reach if you really sort of think about it. So again, the Dana Homestead tour and presentation is up next. I hope you enjoy it. And I wanted to remind everybody too that this next presentation does not have a Q&A, but you can probably reach out to them if you have further questions. Thanks so much.
I'm Sigmund Dana.
And I'm Nathan. Let's go.
Around 20 years ago, my family member, my aunt, bought this piece of land. At the time, it was a gravel pit, and it continued to be a gravel pit for a couple of years since. But since then, the land has been able to start to heal. We've got lots of trees growing, and we even have some St. John's wort growing.
Still all rocky to prevent erosion. And then over here, over in this area, we've got a bunch of tamarack trees, we've got some pine trees and poplar growing up and kind of reclaiming what once was this really big gravel pit. I can't remember how many acres, but it's on the larger side of what's allowed for a small commercial gravel pit.
So up on top of the gravel pit, we have a raspberry patch. We didn't realize until this past summer how big this patch is. So then we kind of came in, we've done a few days of work, and we have been rewarded with a wild amount of raspberries. The area that these raspberries have chosen to grow up in was kind of an area that they had cleared to expand the gravel pit, but never got to removing the gravel, and so it made a lovely place for all of these raspberries.
Okay, so this wigwam, Barry, my father-in-law, built at Colby College in the museum a little over a year ago, and Colby needed the wigwam gone so they could fix the roof of the terrace that it was on. So we deconstructed it, and we're reconstructing it right here. I was his birch bark apprentice this summer, so we've done a lot of like wigwam stuff, we've done a lot of basket stuff, and we decided to rebuild the wigwam here because it's right next to the stream, and Barry can have his educational classes for kids here again.
When I was a kid, my parents, my dad, Barry Dana, used to bring groups of school children out to a different family property along the Kennebec River to do native skills and native culture learning.
All right, so this is part of our sugar bush, and it's really too large of a sugar bush to put in the video, but it's the maple syrup is the only product that you can currently buy from us and Sig's parents. We do roughly 200 taps and have something like 16 lines, so on a good year or so we have 30-ish, high 20s, 30-ish gallons of maple syrup that we make. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to go to the sap house because that's at their house, but we live in the sugar bush that we take the syrup out of, or the sap out of. And you'll notice there aren't any lines up right now because we take the lines down when the spring run is done so that we can clean them with some hot water, and then when they dry, cap them so nothing grows in there, because we don't want any organisms or mold or anything like that growing in our lines. So they're down for the season. So this is our spring, and I would say it's probably hands down the #1 most useful feature to make life out here really nice and easy. It allows us to have running water in the house year-round without having to run lug buckets anymore. The first year that we lived here, the spring line, which is that black hose that comes out of it, went and just fed the pond, and we'd have to go get 5-gallon pails of water from that, lug it to the house, put it in a cistern, and then pump it throughout the house like you generally would. What we have now is we have this spring line going directly into the house, and I'll show you in a little bit. We've got a 12-volt RV pump that sucks water off of that line for our domestic water inside the house. This was originally a hunting cabin that was built in, I want to say 95 or 96. And it was only meant to be, you know, seasonal, and the person that built it only came here for hunting season. And it really only been seasonal up until when we bought it. So we've had to make a lot of changes to it to make it able to be something that we can live in. We've had to make a lot of changes to the landscape to allow for the solar panels and whatnot. But right quick, while we're looking at the house, The roof used to leak before it had a tin roof on it. So there's a lot of tar paper and stuff up right now because we've had to rip out the entire south wall from rot and rebuild it basically from the ground up on this whole south side. In the process of doing so, a couple of the things that we did to help us out with heating in the winter and spring was we put a clear plastic roof on the porch instead of doing it with the brown tin like what we did with the rest of the house. We put a bunch of windows on the south side and we've plasticed it in. And with it completely enclosed to the best of our ability really quick, this spring in March, we regularly saw 90 degrees on this porch throughout the day, which aided in us heating the house with less wood. In the summertime, it's much less of a heat magnet because right there we've got a yellow birch tree, and that was very strategic in leaving that there while we were cutting trees to open it up for the solar panels, because in the summertime yellow birch has really, really long arms, right? And when they leaf out, it provides a crazy amount of shade for the tree being that far away from the house. So we haven't taken all of our plastic down from the winter time, and we're not seeing, you know, the 90-degree temperatures. We're seeing kind of more like what the average temperature is outside, because most of the day, like 85–90% of the day, the house is actually in the shade. Whereas in the winter time, when the leaves fall off of the yellow birch, we have full sun exposure basically from, you know, 8 in the morning when the sun comes up to when it goes down, heating the house for us. So on the south side of the house, you'll see a bunch of stumps where this was all wooded in between the house and the farm pond that we have. And unfortunately, we did have to remove some trees so that we could allow the sun to hit our solar panels for enough hours during the day to make our electricity year round. It was hard to do, but that was a sacrifice we had to make. We very purposefully cut it so that on the pond side, it's wider and the wood line kind of funnels like a V where the solar panels are at the point of the V, so that in the winter time, when the sun is low in the southern sky, it's got a lot more room to move and still hit the solar panels. But in the summertime, where we have more hours in the day and we need less super direct sunlight on the solar panels, it's narrower because we wanted to keep some of those trees and have it less open. So we were very, very selective about which trees we removed to allow the sun to power our house.
Another reason that we needed to cut some trees besides just sunlight for our solar is we needed an area for our garden. And that is kind of taking up a lot of where the trees were, and eventually we'll be expanding it this way. But for now, this is what we can handle.
This is our porch, and as Nathan already mentioned, it has a clear roof. We also have glass and screens to allow some air restriction in the winter and air movement in the summer. This is an amazing place to get some drying done. We don't have a dryer for clothes because this is our dryer. And then it also works for other things. So we've got some sweetgrass, and I love drying herbs out here. Within a couple days, they're all dry.
This was new to us last fall. We had a little tiny Lopi stove in the corner, and that didn't really heat the house great because in the wintertime we spend a lot of hours at work, and we needed something where we could light a fire and have it last for a long time. We also really had this dream of having a wood cook stove because it's a lot more green than cooking on our propane stove that we have in the summer. So we bought this one. This is Amish made from a company called Ashland. They typically deal with mail orders. They don't have a phone. It takes a little extra time for them to make it. There is somebody who runs a website for them and communicates to them on your behalf or whatnot. But this is one of the larger models they have. They have a smaller cook stove model too, but this is the one we decided to go with because it has a larger water tank on the back. It's a modern airtight stove, but it works much like your any other cook stove would, where one side is hot and it graduates down to a lower temperature on the cooktop. We've got a decent sized oven. The firebox is absolutely enormous. It's full of tissues and whatnot right now. But we've got a summer grate so that in the fall we can put smaller sticks and not heat up all the masonry mass in there and drive ourselves out. If you take the summer grate out, the firebox goes way down to about here, just above the ash pan. This stove is really interesting to me because let me do that and not talk over it. The draft control is really interesting because any other wood stove that I've used, it's a manual draft control. You open it up or you close it depending on what you see the temperature is. This one is not like that at all. The draft is on what's called a thermostatic spring. So there's a spring right behind this knob where once you get a fire going, you set it to an arbitrary number, and depending on how hot that spring gets, it'll open and close that damper. So when you are baking, say, if you're trying to bake at 350 degrees, you'll set this thermostatic spring to the number that you've correlated with 350 degrees. It takes a little bit of guesswork, but it'll hold it within 50 to 70 degrees of 350 degrees, and you can walk away and do whatever you need to do, and it'll hold that temperature it'll hold the oven at that temperature. It's seriously cool. It takes a little bit of getting used to, but the draft hole is in the back. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not, but yeah, as the wood stove heats up, depending on where you have this knob set at, once it starts to get too hot for the setting that you have it on, it automatically starts to slowly close the damper to regulate its temperature for you without electricity. This wood stove also has a 11-gallon water tank in the back. We could have opted to have a range boiler inside the firebox, but I didn't think I would be able to get a hot water tank and any of that stuff in place fast enough. And it's one of those things where if you have the range boiler, you can't use the wood stove without it hooked up or else you'll break it. So we opted for the 11-gallon water tank. And what we've done is on the output side of the water tank, we have a copper pipe and we have a valve so that we can just crack that valve and the hot water comes out and we can put it in a stainless steel pot to do dishes or bathe with or whatever in the wintertime. And instead of taking buckets and filling it in the back, we have it plumbed in to our PEX pipe and a valve in the back so that once you drain water out of it, you can just crack a valve and refill it until it's full and shut that valve off and walk away and it heats your water for you again. This spring, we found ourselves with a little bit more time on our hands. So we got started on our bees and we also really recently got started with the chickens. We bought this coop from Wooden Wonders, who also sells the coops and the hobbit holes at the Common Ground Fair. And part of the reason we bought this is I didn't want to build one, and it's kind of a super duper security system that they've got here to keep predators out. And where we live so far in the woods, predators are a huge concern for us. Like we've got coyotes that come really close to the house, we've got hawks, we've got owls, we've got, you know, anything you can think of that lives in Maine that's a predator, we've got it. So that prevents us from feeling comfortable letting them free range. So since they're red stars and they're okay with being in a coop, and we only have 6 of them and they're in a small coop, we feel a lot better about, you know, this size of coop with only 6 chickens so that they can stay in here and we can bring stuff like our Japanese beetles or our cucumber beetles or whatnot into them and allow them to have some nice tasty snacks without them necessarily needing to go free range. And because I have the sneaking suspicion if we let them free range, we would suddenly have less than 6 chickens very fast. This solar panel I actually put up a couple days ago. It was a solar kit for, I think it was $50 on Amazon somewhere. And I wired it up to an old car battery. We wanted to have a light inside the coop. So it's not in the run, it's inside the coop. Because the coworker that we bought our chickens off from said that if you have something for a light in winter to extend the day hours, the amount of sunlight hours, your chickens keep laying, or the probability of them continuing to lay through the winter is higher. It's not necessarily for heat, it's just a LED light that's in there so that they can have something for light. I'm not super worried about the heat because part of buying this wonderful coop from Wooden Wonders is the inside of the coop is all insulated, and they should be nice and cozy during the winter. These are top bar hives, and we bought the hives and the bees and the classes and all that sort of stuff from Christy Hemingway. She used to go to the Common Ground Fair quite a bit, and I don't think she's been back since she moved south, but she's still an excellent resource, and she's on the Top Bar Beekeeping Maine page. She's still quite active as well. She's a fantastic resource, and she wants nothing but to educate folks who are interested in beekeeping. Our big draw to doing the Top Bar hives is it's more of a natural way to keep bees. They make their own comb. You're not using wax foundation that's all one size, which allows more space for mites to go into the worker brood comb and multiply easier. I just feel like it's a lot healthier and natural, a lot more healthy and natural way to keep bees. And you get a little bit less honey out of the bees when you have a top bar hive, but my biggest reason for wanting to keep bees is wanting to keep bees. It's not necessarily the honey. I just really love the idea that I have thousands and thousands of little furry pets in my yard. And as far as bang for your buck, these are cheaper than, you know, thousands of dogs. So it makes me happy. We're not gonna end up harvesting any honey this year, this fall. We're gonna wait until the springtime to try and get any honey, because then it gives them the better chance of having all the resources they need to make it through the winter, and then what we get in the springtime will truly be the leftovers. Whereas I don't feel comfortable taking a little bit of honey in the fall and then potentially making that gamble of them not having enough to get through the winter. So what we're gonna do really quick is we're gonna go through a hive inspection of my hive. And just to give you a little view of what's inside before I actually crack it open, right here is what's called a follower board. And you can see that, I'm assuming, standing up a little higher than the rest of the top bars. And this follower board is like a block off plate, but it's got a little hole in it that's like a drive-through window, and I've got a syrup feeder in here. My syrup feeder has been empty for quite a while because I don't feel like I need to feed them anymore. There's plenty of flowers out and about that are opening up for them to go forage, so I stopped feeding them, but this is still empty space right now where my feeder is. I'm gonna go through bar by bar and we'll see when we run into comb. I'm gonna shout notes out to Sig and she's gonna take them down for me so I don't have to do both. These ones should be empty, so I'm gonna open up 2 of them to give me some space to work. I don't think they're making comb on these ones yet. Anyway. So this is a top bar, right? It's flat on the top, it's beveled on the bottom, so it kind of comes to a point, and it's basically just a wide stick that you set across the cavity of the hive. So there's a bunch of bees that are crawling in between my follower board and my top bar, and I'm trying to get the top bar to make contact so that they can't get in and out. So you just kind of do a little dance and ask really nicely, and they respond to a little bit of pressure, but I'm not like jamming it to squish them. So I'm giving them a little bit of pressure and, you know, asking them nicely, hey bees, please move a little bit, so I can close that up. This is actually really, really cute, because if you want to get a little closer, when I move a bar, you can see a huge chain of bees that are holding on for dear life in between the bars, because they don't want to fall to the bottom, but they'll figure that out. We're probably not going to see much for a bit.
So what are they doing over there if they're
over
not,
there?
Yeah, all those ones that are hanging on to the empty ones.
I'm not entirely sure. I'll defer all questions I don't know the answer to Christy, because she is the ultimate expert. And I'm starting to run into some propolis on 17. So I have a feeling we're probably going to start seeing some comb soon. So the propolis is like resin, tree resin glue that they seal up all the cracks with. So this hive tool, I can't just move these top bars. This hive tool, I have to actually use as a pry bar to kind of pop open that glue a little bit, because they don't like air drafts and cracks and all that sort of stuff. So they seal up all those cracks with propolis. As the season goes on and it starts to get cold in the fall, that propolis won't be as warm and sticky as what it is right now. And that's when we have to stop going into the hives, because once that propolis starts getting brittle and starts cracking, they can't fix it as easy after you break it apart. So we have to, once we get to that point, we have to leave our bees alone and hope that they're all happy for the winter. 15, I'm gonna go ahead and pull out and see if they've built anything on. So on 15, whoops, let me get some of you guys off of there so we can see better. On 15, they've started making some more comb. Yep, and I don't really, the light isn't great for me trying to see stuff. It's a little bit off center. I'm gonna have to make a bit of a correction. But what do I see? I see them starting to put, I think, a little bit of honey in that. I'm gonna bend this back very carefully because it needs to be plumb. If they start going cross comb, which is building comb across like this, that starts to seize up all the bars, and then it's not a removable comb hive anymore, which is illegal. And if they start building it off plumb, which is going this way, then it also runs the potential of going cross comb. So as they're building new comb, we have some various tricks that we need to employ to make sure it's plumb and going straight with the top bar. The biggest trick is making sure your hive is plumb, so that they use gravity and build straight down, but that doesn't always work. As you can see by this, they're starting to go a little off kilter. And what I've found too is blowing on them makes them want to move. So if you're trying to look at a specific spot on the comb and there's too many bees there, if you give a nice gentle, they move out of the way. So what bar was that, Sig?
That was 15.
15. Okay, so 14.
So the purpose of what you're doing is to just correct whatever it is
It's
there.
to correct it, it's to check the bees to see how they're doing, to see if they're healthy. Sig's taking my notes, so we write down on each and every comb what we see in the comb. Do we see eggs? Do we see larvae, worker brood, drone brood, honey, etc.? Just to keep a track of what this hive is doing throughout the season, and to see what the bees are up to. Make sure they're healthy and happy and doing their thing.
Boy, they certainly look good.
So right here, we have an almost full bar of comb. And let me flip it over just so I can see the other side. We do have some worker brood, so let me blow on that to try and get you a view of what that's going to look like. So that's some capped worker brood right there. So that's going to be baby worker bees here in a little bit. Some of our videos online on our TikTok account, the Dana Homestead, we have some video footage of bees breaking the capping, some worker bees breaking the capping and hatching. So like newborn baby bees. And it is one of the cutest things ever. All right, excuse me ladies, I gotta close you up. So with top bars, the comb is only attached to the stick on the top, to the top bar. So unlike Langstroth hives where they have a frame all the way around it, you can pick it up and move it around and look at it and it's totally fine. If I was to pick up this top bar and then turn it on its side, gravity would rip it off the top bar. So to be able to check both sides, there's a very specific way you do it. You pull it out and look at one side. Okay, I see some drone brood, you know, mostly open. And then to check the other side, keeping the comb in line with the bar, you'll flip it upside down like that. And being very careful to not hold it sideways, you'll look at the other side and say, okay, I've got kind of the same thing on this side, except it's a little bit more even, right? And then you just swing it back down and put it back in place. Another cool thing about Christie's hives is, once I put this roof on, anyway, I'll show you, she has a window in the side. So you can't rely on it to do an inspection with, but I can take this shutter off and you can look at the inside of the hive with all the bees.
Oh, cool.
And we can look at that as well without our bee suits.
Yeah.
So on days where we haven't aggravated them by ripping apart their hive, if we just want a quick check, we can peek in there. And we don't have to get suited up for it. Another thing we want to mention about the bees is Christy, the person that Nathan kept mentioning that we learned everything from, has a couple of books. The first book she has is called The Thinking Beekeeper. And the second one, I believe, is called Advanced Top Bar Beekeeping or something like that. She also offers an online video course, which we found very helpful, and normally years she has a weekend in-person class, though she lives down in North Carolina, I think. This year, because of the pandemic, she did offer it online, and so we were able to attend it, and we just learned so much, and being able to ask her questions and get that instant feedback helped us so much. So we got compost, and our compost is pretty much just our leftover vegetables and non-animal product dairy, or not dairy, food scraps. In this bin right here, it's a lot darker, and the reason why it's darker is because a lot of this actually is muck from the bottom of our pond. The pond decomposes really slowly, so it's super mucky, but that's a benefit for us, and so we have been composting it along with a lot of the aquatic vegetation that we've been pulling out and putting right in here, and it makes some awesome compost. All right, so this is our garden. It is in a much better place than it was last year. We've got some herbs, we've got onions, peas, beans, lots of stuff. Now, when we first moved in here, this area was covered, or was taken up by trees, and like we said earlier, we did have to cut those trees down to make space for the garden, as well as the solar panels. So, being an area that was covered in trees, the soil wasn't that great, so it has been taking a long process to build up the soil. We were fortunate that a previous owner left a large pile of topsoil that we moved over here. And we've also been adding muck from the pond, vegetation from the pond, and we've also been adding leaves to the garden to help build up that vegetation. You'll see there's some wood chips. We've been helping with that. In some of the rows, you'll see there is dead grass trimmings. This is doing a couple things. One, it's helping to build up organic matter in our soil, and it also kills or prevents weeds from growing that we don't want. Some people don't like that because they think putting grass in your garden is going to make grass grow. However, with the beating sun down and it being all chopped up from being mowed, it actually dries out really fast and comes very crunchy and breaks down really fast.
And a really important thing to add to that is when you cut the grass, you have to cut it before it goes to seed.
Yes.
So if you cut all the grass before it goes to seed, you can throw it directly in big heaps in your aisleways, and it compacts. What we're doing essentially is creating a really thick, dense mat on our walkways that won't let vegetation grow, and then through the fall, winter, spring, it'll eventually break down and get turned into soil long after we've used it as a covering mat. So the way that the spring works is the spring line comes all the way down the hill, it's buried across the driveway, and it pops up right here. And I've got, to try and avoid condensation and rot, I've got a big hole going through my floor. I've got a piece of 1.5 inch PVC pipe, and between the PVC pipe and the floor, I have spray foam. And then I've got the black well line in the going through that PVC pipe, and another layer of spray foam in between there in an effort to try and stop the sweating and rot of the floor. What I've found is it still sweats and it still makes my floor moist, so I just shut the spring off in the summer when it's going to sweat and let it run during the winter so it doesn't freeze, and it's not going to sweat in the winter anyway. So right here, this is the inlet. So this is a spring coming in. It just pops through the floor and then loops down around and goes back out to the other, like the yard hydrant and whatnot, or drains into the pond when it's running. Right here we have a T that goes to a valve, and we have a 12 volt C-flow or SureFlow RV water pump. It's a diaphragm pump. It's capable of doing something like 5 gallons a minute, and it runs off of the 12 volt batteries so that we don't have to run it through the inverter and waste any electricity. So that sucks off from the T of the spring line, and ends up going into a pressure tank so that the pump cycles a lot less, and then goes into the PEX pipe to go to our kitchen sink or go to our tub upstairs or any of that sort of stuff. So we're able to get away with not lugging buckets of water to a cistern anymore. And we have what ultimately feels like, you know, running water in any other house, because we're able to have something, fortunately, like the spring. When we first started out, we had something like a 30-gallon high-density polyethylene HDPE tub, like not like a 55-gallon drum, but it's smaller. And we'd lug 5-gallon pails of water to dump into that cistern, and then we'd pump it with this pump throughout the house, doing stuff like laundry or bathing or any of those sort of uses for water. Made it so we had to lug water a lot. This has been such a lifesaver. And with it running in the winter, freezing isn't an issue. So I am just so thankful that this property has a spring that we can utilize so that we don't have to lug water like a lot of our other off-grid friends that have to lug water. It's a real chore.
Cool thing about having this spout out here so close to our garden is we can water with it. We just tighten on our hose, turn it on, and we get some water. I just heard my washing machine kicked on, which is why we're not having the that you normally get when watering your garden, but hey, we have water right now. Now, a reason why this works is because right here we have a valve, and right now it's shut off because it's summertime and we don't necessarily need the water flowing like in the winter time. We have to, or else our water will freeze. But when we want to use this hose, we have to make sure the valve is off so that the water can then travel up and out.
Now we're going to go into our solar electric setup just a little bit. Behind me are our 4 solar panels. All of them are 24-volt nominal solar panels. They actually operate at around 30, a little bit more than 30 volts. The way that I have them wired is the bottom one, which is a newer panel, is wired in a series with one of the side ones, and then the other side one is wired in a series with the top. So we have 2 series of 2 wired up like that. They run at about 80 volts inside depending on the day, and our multi-point power tracking charge controller that we'll show you in just a little bit. These panels are rated at about 1200 watts. We've actually seen a little bit more than 1200 watts, but typically the most we see is around 1000 or 1100 at a time. This solar panel rack is actually homemade, and it's an engineering project that my dad and I worked on. You can see that we used angle iron and some electrical conduit to brace off from the center hub. And actually the way that this post works is there's a post that's in the ground that we put concrete around, and then this post is schedule 80 pipe that fits over that post with some plastic bushings inside. So this bolt right here, I could pull this bolt out and actually spin and angle the solar panels in a different direction. And the reason that I might want to do that is in the winter, we get a lot more western sunlight than we do eastern sunlight with this, the way that we cut the trees. So in the winter, if I felt like I needed the extra electricity, I could pull this bolt out, spin the panels, cheat them a little bit west at night, or in the evening, and put the pin back in and maybe get a couple of extra hours of sunlight. We haven't really felt like we've had to do that since we put it in, but it's nice to have that as an option if we feel like we need it. Up here, we've got the hub that controls the angle to the sun that we adjust during the different seasons, because in the winter time the sun is lower, in the summertime the sun is higher. I'll do a close-up of this in just a minute, but basically the idea behind it is we loosen this nut right here that pinches it all in place, and then there's some threaded rod on this backside where I can actually by hand just spin it to adjust the angle of the sun. And I'll show you that really close up right now. So right here, we've got the pivot point. Over here, this stays still. This is threaded, and then this is held in place by 2 nuts. So like I showed you, I can spin this, and that adjusts my solar panel angle either way. So we're just outside at the solar panels, and now we're inside at something called the combiner box. Now, something that National Electric Code says is you've got to have a combiner box, which is essentially a breaker panel, before your electricity goes inside of your house. Now, I learned how to do all of this stuff, and I got most of my materials from a company called the Alt-E Store, short for the Alternative Energy Store. They have a website, and they're located in Massachusetts, right off of I-95, I believe. So for DIY folks like me who want to go get the solar panels and some of the other big items, we can actually save quite a bit of money in just truck freight shipping by driving down, loading everything up, and driving back to wherever you're from. It's really nice for the Northeast. They have a lot of resources as well to teach you how to do this stuff, how to, figure out how much solar you need, how to properly ground it, how to properly run it, all of that sort of stuff. They have manuals and videos and everything that a DIY solar person would ever really need in order to be able to do this sort of stuff on their own. Between the solar panels outside and here, we've got direct bury 10 gauge wire running, and we've got our 2 series running in parallel. So this is 2 of our solar panels on a breaker, and then the other 2 solar panels on a breaker. Combines both of those series and then runs it inside from here. Okay, so now we're inside of our electrical closet inside. So what you can see is we've got 3 12-volt batteries because our system is 12 volt. Each of these massive 12-volt batteries are 200 amp hours apiece. So we have 600 amp hours at 12 volts. And what that roughly equates to is, since we use about a kilowatt of electricity a day, we can get around 3 days without sun before the batteries discharge below the 50% and can possibly do long-term damage. So right here, we've got our electrical panel. The combiner box that I just showed you outside comes into some breakers on this side because you need to have a breaker between every single component in your electrical system. We've got some big breakers. We've got my DC loads, and some of the DC loads we have in our house is some of our lights are DC, because if our inverter was to go bad, we still want something for light on each floor. Our refrigerator is 12 volts. Our water pump is 12 volts, and I also have a miscellaneous circuit that isn't wired up to anything yet, but it's nice to have that if I ever come across another DC load that I need to wire in. Right here is our charge controller, and it's a Midnight Classic. It's a 150 volt, 90 amp model, because that's what I feel like works best for our 12 volt system. I highly, highly recommend Midnight. They've been really good to me. They've been really good to some of our other off-grid friends. And another super plus for a Midnight is when I show you a still of the breaker panel, I'll point out some of the components in there, but one of the components in there is a shunt, and on that shunt, something called a Whiz-Bang Junior. So what a shunt does is it has a known amount of resistance between 2 poles, and the Whiz-Bang Junior has a sensor on each side of that. So what the Whiz-Bang Junior is essentially able to do is take into consideration the ambient temperature, the temperature of the batteries, and count how many amps that go into and leave the battery. So it essentially keeps track of the power that we're putting into the batteries, the power that we're discharging the batteries, and is able to give us a relatively accurate number for how much, what the percent state of charge is. Now, if we didn't have something like a Whiz-Bang Junior telling us, our batteries are at 95%, the way that you have to, or the process you have to go through to tell that is a lot of math, a lot of, sometimes if you have vented batteries, you have to test the electrolyte inside of it. It's just a big headache, where this system is able to do that automatically for us based on some set parameters we have, give us a really quite accurate ballpark for the percent state of charge that our batteries are. And it's as easy as pushing a button and looking at what it tells us. From there, we've got our inverter. This is a Xantrex Freedom HFS 2000 watt inverter. It's capable of doing a 4000 watt peak. It's really a beast of an inverter, and it's able to do just about anything we'd need it to do. It's also a charger. So right here, I've got an extension cord. I haven't swapped that out for Romex yet because there's still a lot of work that needs to go in here, and this stuff is going to move around. But we're able to plug this inverter in via this extension cord directly into a generator, and that generator will be able to charge our batteries with 60 amps, I believe. So something like 800 watts ballpark. Whenever the generator is running and plugged in, it can charge our batteries, and it can also run all the AC loads in our house so that it's not draining the batteries while trying to recharge them. It's a really excellent setup because it makes, supplementary charging really easy, as, plugging it into an outlet if we need to use that. And then from this inverter, it goes to a regular AC breaker panel, much like what you'd have in your house. It's a small one because there's only 2 circuits in the house, but after that, it's pretty much just like how your house would be wired up on the grid. Part of living off the grid and having a very small electrical setup is you have to be careful of what loads you're running at the same time. For example, we can't run our coffee maker, which is just a regular old Mr. Coffee maker, and our washer at the same time without overloading our system. So what this is right here is this is the control panel for our inverter. Just like the control panel I was poking earlier is for the charge controller, this is just the control panel for our inverter. And if we were to try something like running our laundry machine or our coffee maker at the same time, what would happen is it would flash an error code right here, it would beep at us, and it would shut the AC power off to our house. We'd have to go in and restart the inverter and a couple of other things to be able to use AC power again. It's really not a big deal. It's just one of those things where it's annoying and you learn the limits of the system that you've designed and put in place, and we just don't do laundry in the morning when we have our coffee. If that doesn't shut down, another way to overload your system is you could be drawing too many amps from the battery or something else like that, and it's just like popping a breaker in your house. We have breakers, we don't have fuses. If you have fuses, you'd have to replace the fuse, but for us, if we pop a breaker, which I don't really think we ever really have,
Maybe once or twice.
Maybe once or twice, you just go and flick the breaker back on like you would in your house. This is our refrigerator. Unfortunately, we don't have a freezer yet, but I really want ice cream, so that might be in the future. This is a Sundancer 12-volt refrigerator, and they are one of the more pricey singular items that we have for appliances. I just couldn't find another way that I was happy with the amount of electricity used to be able to refrigerate our food. This only uses something like 0.15 or 0.2 of a kilowatt a day. Like 200 watt hours a day for refrigeration is absolutely nothing because it's a chest freezer. It works on 12 volts or 24 volts. So if we ever, put in an addition and then end up changing out our 12 volt bank and inverter for a 24 volt bank and inverter, this will still work for us. Part of the reason it uses such a small amount of electricity is because it's super insulated. It looks large on the outside, but the inside is only about 1.5 cubic feet of refrigeration. You can basically see the bottom right now, and it's this really small area. I mean, you can fit maybe a couple of jars high. Which is plenty for us. I know for some folks that's just not nearly enough, but we can very easily run it on our system.
And another way that this makes sense for us in terms of efficiency is that it is a chest fridge. Rather than with the door fridges, you bring it open, and how convection, heat rising, cold sinks works, your cold air comes rushing out. But with this, if you leave it open, go do something on the stove, come back, all that cold air stays sunken right here. Though we still don't like to do that.
Okay, so this is our clothes washer. We don't have a dryer because our whole idea behind going off the grid was, being eco-friendly, and I just can't bring myself to have a propane dryer. We don't make enough electricity to have an electric dryer, so we just hang dry our clothes. This is a Panda washer. We got it at Home Depot, I think. I think it's something like 1.5 cubic feet of laundry capabilities. And it uses, per amount of laundry, it uses about the same amount of electricity as a larger washer does. But the spikes in the electrical usage are much lower. Like, I think the most that this uses is something like 800 watts. We've tried to run a full-size washer here, and we just couldn't do it because the spikes were too high to get that motor turning. We could run it if it was already started, but we didn't have enough juice to start it, whereas this is absolutely no problem. And yes, it's small. We do more than one load of laundry per week, but for us, the idea that we can, do our laundry off the sun and not have to pay for the electricity and all that sort of stuff, makes the smaller washer much more feasible for us. Internet is another big issue for people who live way out there, particularly in the woods. For us, our nearest power lines or internet lines are more than a half a mile away. So we've kind of dabbled with some solutions for how we can get internet out here. We had satellite internet for a little bit, and I didn't really like seeing the big satellite dish in the yard. Anytime there was anything for a cloud, it just wouldn't work. There was a 20 gig cap, and it was quite expensive. So we really didn't think that the satellite internet was a great solution for us. So what we've done is there's a little tiny bit of cell phone signal out here without the booster. And I decided to do some tests and see if it was viable. And ultimately we decided to go with a cell phone signal booster, which is the little white antenna that you see in the tree. That was about $500, I think, which is the same base cost as the satellite dish. And that boosts our signal, so we have 3 bars of signal on our phones, and we have plenty of internet to watch things like Netflix or play around on the internet as much as we really want. And with the unlimited data on our phones, that was about the same price increase on our cell phone plan as what we paid for the satellite internet. So we have unlimited, relatively high-speed internet here for the same price, other than just the initial investment of the cell phone signal booster. So those won't work everywhere, but if you have something for a signal, even if it's like half a bar, the cell phone signal booster should work pretty good for you. And on our solar electric setup, it uses something like 8 to 12 watts when it's plugged in, so it's a nominal electricity use to allow us to have our internet here.
How do you find out if it's going to work before you invest the $500?
You either call somebody to have them come out, or I can't remember what the number is but for my cell phone, it's an iPhone, and if you dial a certain number, which I'm sure you can find on the internet, it brings up this menu where you can actually see more than just looking at the bars that you have. It gives you an actual decibel reading for your signal strength from the nearest cell phone tower. So it's kind of technical, but again, you can look it up on the internet, and they describe step by step what number to put in, what thing to click on your smartphone. And then once I figured that out, I walked around the yard to see what would be the best spot. And right here was a relatively decent signal at this maple tree. However, what I will say is now that the leaves are out, I'm going to do it again, and that might potentially move, because the funny thing happens when leaves come out, they block your direct line to the cell phone tower, and I might have a better place for that antenna in the summertime. So I'll need to revisit it. It still works great compared to the satellite, but it works less good than it did before the leaves came out.
So like we said before, my aunt bought this property around early 2000s, and for the most part it was in her name. My parents used the land for their sugar bush, and then maybe like 3.5-4 years ago, my parents decided to buy it from my aunt. And when they did that, I don't know if it was their suggestion or our suggestion, but we kind of came up with an agreement that we would carve out, Nathan and I would carve out 2 acres around the hunting cabin and buy that from my parents. So we were very, very fortunate that my parents were kind of our bank. So we didn't have to go to a bank, because before, when we were living in an apartment, we tried applying for loans so we could buy a house or buy some land, and we got turned down. That was just not an option for us. The banks looked at us and said, nope, we're not lending you money. So it's only because really of our parents, or my parents, being generous that we were able to buy this land. And I mean, we're still paying it because we pay our mortgage every week. But the amount that we're paying, every month, not week.
When we lived in an apartment, it was something like $730 a month just for rent, and we had like utilities and that sort of stuff, which that's a lot of money. just every single month for, you know, where you're living, just basic apartment, whatever. And you don't really get anything for it other than a place to live at the time, you know, closer to home ownership or anything like that. And since Barry and Lori, Sig's parents, were gracious enough to allow us to buy the 2 acres and the hunting cabin off of them, we have kind of really been able to start putting away money, because it's been so much cheaper to live off the grid here than what it was with our apartment. For instance, when we bought the house, we figured out, they personally financed us because we bought it off of them. We figured out what our monthly payments would be. We bought the house for $22,000 or $26,000, I think. And 26, yeah. And that, and we bought a new car at the same time. Both of those payments combined were cheaper than what we were spending on our apartment. And we bought the new car so we could go back and forth to our jobs as teachers and whatnot. So for us, because we were able to kind of forego getting approved by a bank, and we did do a down payment, but we didn't have to do the standard, you know, massive down payment that a lot of folks have to save up a whole lot of money for. We were able to actually start saving money by buying a place. And there was no running water, there was no electricity, none of that stuff when we bought it. There was a lot of rot, that sort of stuff. So putting in the solar electric, all included, where I kind of designed the system and installed it myself, was somewhere around $4,000. Which, since we were working at the time and our bills were significantly reduced, we were able to finance that relatively easily. While we bought it and got the solar stuff purchased before we actually moved in. And then once we moved in and we were no longer renting from an apartment, we were able to start, you know, saving a little bit more money towards ripping out the walls and replacing the rot and that sort of stuff. So we've been putting a lot of money into it, but as far as just getting, you know, the basics of running water and electricity, and once we got the house secured itself, it's been significantly cheaper than, you know, a cheap college apartment that a lot of folks end up doing when they're going to school.
Right.
So you were lucky enough to have parents who were able to finance you. Nonetheless, you're paying a regular mortgage, which gives them an income. This is exactly how I've done it with my kids. If you don't happen to have a parent that's in that position, explain some other alternatives.
You can find a house that's kind of fallen in. Maybe before the bank takes it over, find the owner and say, look, before you lose this, why don't we strike a deal? You could always try and find somebody who would be willing to finance you. I have a feeling that as more and more folks our age are trying to go towards owning a house, the traditional ways of going about owning a house aren't really going to work for a lot of people in our age bracket, and we're going to have to get creative, kind of like what we did. I'm sure there's somebody out there who would be willing to finance you, because if their money is sitting in a bank account, they're not making a whole lot of money off of that. Where if they personally finance you to purchase a, you know, a really beat up house that you're willing to put a lot of sweat equity into, they can make more money off of that proposition and you paying them to personally finance that house than they would ever make off from, you know, their money just sitting in a savings account. Something too that I keep thinking of and I want to add before I forget about it is buying a house that's fallen in, or trying to, you know, put together something for off-grid solar, or trying to, you know, make a paradigm shift to living this way is a scary thing. And I'll be quite frank, there was quite a few times that I was scared at the mess that I got into, and it's okay to be scared. You just gotta, you know, do the best you can now, make do with what you've got, and always strive for making it better. It's okay to be scared, but do it scared. Don't let that prevent you from, you know, trying to live your dreams of being as self-reliant as possible, or being as green as possible, not being connected to the electrical grid. trying to cut out fossil fuels, all that sort of stuff. It's okay to be scared to make that paradigm shift, but do it anyway. Find a way to make it work. It's been an incredible amount of work. We don't take a day off, you know. When we work at the school, we're at the school for, you know, 12 to 15 hours a day throughout the winter, during the week. On the weekends, we work on the house, we work on the yard, we work on the garden. During the summertime, we don't take the summertime off. We work on the house, we work on the garden, we work on the yard. This year was a little different because I don't want to go out to, you know, super populated areas to get a whole bunch of materials. So I've kind of taken a little bit of a breather on a lot of the house projects, but that's very much a rarity. And I would dare say that the situation that we're in right now is not typical. I mean, we haven't had one of these pandemic things in like a century, right?
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Last thing that we want to talk about is why live like this. Now, for me, I have wanted to live like this since I was a sophomore in high school, and probably even sooner than that. But that was the moment where I realized I want to live in the woods, and I don't want to be grid tied. I just, you know, I want to sustain myself, and my entire life has been working towards that process. I want to be good to my environment for big reasons like climate change, and also just being respectful and responsible to the land that I am existing on. I love getting to spend time in the garden and in the woods. It makes me happy and it makes me feel good. And I want other people to be able to learn from us and live this type of lifestyle.
So it's one of those things too where if you're watching this video and you take an interest in it, by all means find some way to get in contact with us on Instagram or TikTok or however else. And I want to be a resource. You know, if you're interested in this sort of stuff, we'll figure out a way to, you know, teach you what we know, whether that's bringing you here and showing you what we've done in a more in-depth way, or giving you other resources. It's such an amazing pet project to, you know, make something like this out of absolutely nothing that it would be, I feel, really irresponsible to not share it with everybody.
Well, thanks so much for tuning in to that excellent tour of the Dana Homestead. I just wanted to make a quick mention too. So Signani was on the YouTube live answering questions of the audience. So thank you so much for that. Logan?
Yeah, we have a really special treat coming up right now. Representative Shelley Pingree, who was one of the original journey persons for MOFGA many years ago, is here to read our late executive director, Russell Libby's poem, A Pledge.
A Pledge by Russell Libby. News headline. Now the Pentagon tells Bush, climate change will destroy us. If this is true, that the world we have known will not be, that ice and storms from the north will be matched by dry wind from south and west, where else to be but here? We've known that a world stealing from the future, burning the past in tailpipes and smokestacks, is wrong, and we are complicit. Yet the wagon we bought 20 years ago, wheels and frame, body to be added, only needs 4 legs or 8 to pull it. My 2 are adequate only for short hauls. Hanging on the wall of the shed is a 2-man saw, big enough to drop and buck a dozen cords of firewood. If the winter lasts and lasts, the snow does not melt. We could move with the many, but that only concentrates the problems to come and the mysteries, the questions. I'm curious about what might still grow where. The russet from the bean road should fruit soon. Sheep still makes sense for now. Chickens too. The energy of seeds, their sharing. Vikings ate elemus, wild ryegrass, for grain. Can we too? And still, I return to love. Love of place, love of neighbors, love of you. If the world we know is to crumble, the world we create can only start where we are. My last breath will still carry hope for the future and love for the present and you, though many dark days may yet pass.
Thank you, Congresswoman Pingree, for that fantastic reading. So Logan and I are getting towards the end of our MC. We're sort of wrapping up here. And I guess I just wanted to reflect again the amazing support of the MOFGA community. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, supporting the country store, merchandise, the online vendors that are participating this year. And I hope that folks will continue to support our certified organic operations and the vendors throughout the year who really have sort of stepped up through the pandemic and really have been able to provide us with amazing local and organic foods.
Yeah, Chris, I want to also, here we are out at the Unity Fairgrounds. We wish you were all here with us on this incredibly beautiful day. We know what it would have been like had you been able to be here. But you can be here, you can be part of MOFGA. If you can remember to join or rejoin our organization, we would appreciate it. We have revamped a lot of our membership categories to make it easy for you. You can use the online portal, and when you're on the online portal, you can go to the store and get some wonderful merchandise from MOFGA. It's good for holiday gifts and other occasions. My granddaughter this morning was sporting her new MOFGA Common Ground Fair onesie. So it's a great opportunity for everybody to participate in this amazing organization that I've been a part of for almost 40 years. This is my 37th fair, and I'm looking forward to another 37.
That's great. And our the next folks that will be sort of guiding you through the rest of the afternoon is MOFGA's Executive Director Sarah Alexander, as well as Heather Spalding, MOFGA's Deputy Director. And
it's a real dynamic duo, and I think you're going to really enjoy having Sarah and Heather be directing you in the MC. So I get to introduce as well the next person coming up, who is Andrew Mefford. Most important thing to know about Andrew is that he worked for several years for Johnny's Selected Seed. And Johnny's has been a sponsor of MOFGA and the fair for, I think, about as long as I can remember. I have an organic farm in Gardner. I use Johnny's seeds extensively. One of the things that's best about them is their incredible, impeccable customer service. They're a very good organization. We thank them for helping us. Andrew did a lot of research with Johnny's and wrote a book about hoop houses and about growing in hoop houses. In fact, he is now the editor of Growing for Market magazine, which is one of the most important ones. So Andrew is coming up next. We really thank him for that, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Hey everybody, I'm Andrew Mefford, and I'm here to talk about getting the most out of your hoop house or greenhouse. And as much as I wish we are all together at the Common Ground Country Fair today, I'm also happy to be able to talk with you over the Zoom. So Let me tell you just a little bit about me because I think it makes the information make more sense. I'm the editor of Growing for Market magazine. If you're not familiar with the magazine, it's a really great resource for local vegetable and flower growers. We will have been around for 30 years, starting next year in 2021. The publication focuses on the growing, the marketing, and the business of running a local vegetable or flower farm. So if you're not familiar with us, go on over to the website. You can request a free print or digital copy, but it's a great resource, so check it out. Before that, I did not grow up on a farm, so I apprenticed around the country to learn how to do it. Originally started a farm down on some family land in Pennsylvania, and then we ended up apprenticing and moving it up here to Maine. For 7 years, I worked in the research department at Johnny Selected Seeds as the protected culture specialist, and I wrote this book, The Greenhouse and Hoop House Grower's Handbook, which this presentation is derived from. And in 2016, I took over Growing for Market magazine, and have been doing that ever since. So one thing that I noticed when I was working for Johnny's was I got to visit with a lot of much larger farms than the kind of farms that I learned how to grow on. And what I noticed was that most of the smaller farms that I learned on were basically using the same field growing techniques that they used for crops in their greenhouses or hoop houses. And when I got a chance to visit with some of these larger farms, I realized they had a completely different set of practices that helped them get the most out of their greenhouses and hoop houses. So, of course, the first thing that I wondered was if the techniques from the big guys could work on my own farm. In fact, these are two of my hoop houses in this picture. I have a farm in Cornville, Maine, which is just north of Skowhegan. And so I wondered if the techniques in these big, many of them were hydroponic, heated, fancy greenhouses. I wondered if all this stuff would work out on my certified organic, soil-grown, mostly unheated production spaces. And what I realized was that most of what the growers were doing in the much bigger, fancier greenhouses actually translated really well into a lower tech organic kind of situation that I have and that a lot of growers do have. So if we had to paraphrase this presentation, I could call it what I learned from big growers that worked out for me on my small organic farm. And so basically what I did was I learned as much as I could from these growers and university researchers and breeders and people like that. And then I tried out their ideas on my own farm. And what worked is what made it into the book. And it's what I'm going to tell you about here today. So as an example of the kind of impact that the suggestions from the bigger growers had, so these are our 30 by 48 hoop houses. And when we started out, we would get about a ton of tomatoes out of a 30 by 48 hoop house like this. And by using all the suggestions that we learned from these bigger growers, we got that up to about 2 tons. So we were able to double production by making these changes in our growing practices. And so to understand what we changed, it's important to understand how we started out. So this is how we started. This was the first year that we built these hoop houses. We put 5 rows of tomatoes in a single line into the hoop house with a 1.5 or 2 feet between each tomato plant. And we chose this spacing because this is similar to what we had encountered growing out in the field on a lot of farms. We just happened to have this picture. Our greenhouse construction ran late, of course, and so we had these tomatoes that were really dying to get into the ground before the end walls were on our hoop house. So we just decided to plant them, and it led to a really good photo op here, so you can see exactly how we were growing tomatoes when we started. And then this is how we grow tomatoes now. Now, if that picture looks fuzzy, it's because we put insect netting over the vents at the top of our hoop houses. And so this is a picture looking down, but you can see the tomatoes are basically a topiary hedge of tomatoes. There's hardly any sunlight wasted by hitting the floor. And so the biggest change that we made was to grow all the vining fruiting crops like tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, and eggplant. We started growing all the vining fruiting crops in double rows instead of in single rows. And so that's something that I picked up from the big commercial growers. I think every single big commercial greenhouse that I ever went to was growing all those vining fruiting crops in double rows. And if you think about it, simply planting in a double row does increase your planting density a lot, right? Because instead of having an aisle on each side of every row of tomatoes, you only have an aisle on one side of every other row of tomatoes. And so you have a lot more plants crammed into a hoop house. And so one of the things that makes it possible to plant that densely is one of the things that I think people sometimes take for granted about a greenhouse or a hoop house, which is it doesn't rain in there. So if you tried to plant double rows out in the field, you would probably run into disease problems. A lot of the foliar disease problems in particular that tomatoes, that most of the crops get, are caused or made worse by high humidity and water on the foliage. So late blight is a great example. The late blight pathogen needs wet leaves to be able to infect the tomato leaf. So if you keep the leaves dry, you're mostly protected from late blight. So the reason I put this slide up here is because I think the one big thing that ties getting higher production out of a hoop house or greenhouse together is simply putting more plants into the structure than you could into the field, because you can. The reason you can is these supporting reasons down below. You can cram more plants into a greenhouse or a hoop house than out in the field because the foliage stays dry. There's other things you can do, like maximizing airflow, right? So having the roll-up sides as high up as possible, having either a peak vent or vents at the ends of the hoop house, trellising the crop up to keep them off the ground to improve better airflow. So pruning off some lower leaves to encourage airflow down at the bottom of the plant where plant diseases tend to start. Growing greenhouse varieties can help, because a lot of the greenhouse varieties have been bred to resist the diseases of heat and humidity that are more common in a hoop house or greenhouse. So climate temperature, what I mean by that is either if you have a hoop house and you can't modify the temperature, simply waiting until the temperature is right to plant crops. It means not planting tomatoes right after your last frost. Plus, of course, there's always going to be one later one that's going to make you bite your fingernails if you truly do plant your tomatoes right after the what you think is the last frost. So the other thing on there, climate humidity, what I mean by that is particularly if you do have temperature control, you can use heat to dry out the air, which will also reduce the number of foliar diseases that you get. And even if you don't have heat, just maximizing the airflow, just airflow will keep condensation from building up on leaves a lot of the time. And lastly is fertility. So you need more fertilizer to get any crop through a greenhouse season than a field season. If you think about it, what you're doing in a greenhouse or a hoop house is extending the season, right? So if you think the cropping season is longer for any given crop, you also need to provide that crop with more fertility, but there's a very specific way that you need to do that. And so these are sort of like the big ideas. This is the slide where I'm telling you what we're going to talk about. And so now let's talk about it. But I just wanted to give you the big picture of how growers are getting much higher yields out of their greenhouses and hoop houses before we talked about it. So the last thing I wanted to touch on is what maximized planting density is. Okay, so it's not growing as many plants as possible, right? Obviously, you can't cram 1 million tomato plants into a 30 by 48 hoop house. It's growing as many plants as you can keep healthy. And so what that means is in the book, there are a lot of charts talking about the different spacings. I'm just going to give you a really common basic one that almost all the big commercial greenhouses use, and you can adjust from there. But the setup that almost all the big commercial greenhouses use is they have double rows of plants. So for tomatoes, for example, they'll have 2 rows of tomatoes that are 2 feet apart, with individual plants a foot apart in the row. And so if you're using double-headed plants, you could put a plant every 2 feet, because then you would still have a vine every 1 foot. So I want to make that distinction. You basically have a 2 rows of plants 2 feet apart, with either individual plants or individual vines a foot apart in the row. And then they'll have a 3-foot pathway between double rows and then another double row. And it's really simple. It's the big greenhouses just lay out their greenhouses by doing double rows 2 feet apart with a pathway that's 3 feet wide in between, and they just fill up the whole greenhouse that way. So I would bet that that's a good deal denser than anybody's planting tomatoes out in the field. And if it's denser than what you're planting in your greenhouse right now, I'd say if it makes you nervous to plant that tightly, you don't have to go all the way that dense. In fact, when I made that transition from growing in single rows to growing in double rows, I was really nervous that I would have increased foliar disease. And in fact, so I went from 5 single rows to 4 double rows first. And when the 4 double rows worked out really well, I just went up to 5 double rows. And so I doubled my planting density over the span of a couple of years, and thus doubled the yield also, because I was able to keep those plants healthy with the stuff that we already talked about, the airflow and pruning and trellising and all that kind of stuff that we're going to keep talking about. But so I guess my point is, if that makes you nervous to plant plants as densely as that, there are baby steps in between. So let's say I'm here telling you that you should plant your tomatoes in double rows with plants a foot apart in the row, and that gives you the heebie-jeebies because you think you're going to have disease problems. Well, you could still do rows that are 2 feet apart, but do the plants a 1.5 feet apart in the row instead of a foot. And if a 1.5 feet works out well, then maybe you could go all the way and tighten up that spacing down to plants a foot apart in the row. I guess I'm just trying to point out that there's a principle here that's pretty obvious. The more plants you can cram in a structure, or the more plants you can cram in a structure and keep healthy, the higher yield you're going to have. And so it's not a fixed number. I think the general idea is if you're currently growing with single rows and you can go to double rows with any spacing in those double rows, you're going to have a lot more plants and get a lot more yield than anything that you're doing with single rows. So I should point out, my book really focuses on 8 different crops. So in the vining fruiting crops, I focused on tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, and eggplant. And in the leafy crops, I focused on lettuce, greens, microgreens, and herbs, especially basil, just because those 8 crops are really the crops that are keeping most greenhouses in business, or most farm businesses. If you go to most farms, they're growing tomatoes and or lettuce and some of that other stuff in greenhouses, because those are the highest yielding, highest value crops that are going to make the space worth it, right? Because any protected space on your farm, a greenhouse, a hoop house, that's pretty much the most valuable real estate on your farm, right? Because you've put money and or sweat equity into building the structures in the first place. they take a little bit extra labor to maintain, and you may even be paying to heat them. So they're the most expensive real estate on your farm, and they need to really crank it out to pay for all of that. So not obviously, I'm not saying you can't grow other crops in a greenhouse or hoop house, but these crops are going to be the ones that are going to return the best, because for one thing, they can't be stored. So people always want a fresh supply of tomatoes and salad greens and stuff like that. There's a year-round demand for them. And also the production and value are high enough to pay for all those extra investments with your structure. And if you're thinking about growing another crop, something other than those 8 that I just mentioned in a greenhouse or hoop house, there's one way that you can evaluate whether a crop would be a good greenhouse or hoop house crop. So, and it's if they either have one long production cycle or many quick cycles. And so the example of a long production cycle crop would be tomatoes, right? You start the seedling, you put the seedling in your hoop house or greenhouse, and depending on the size of the tomato, you may not even pick a tomato for another 60 days, right? So by the time you've picked a tomato, you've already taken care of it for 3 months or more, and you may have been heating it at the coldest part of the year. So there's quite a bit of labor that goes into a crop like tomatoes before you even harvest a single tomato. The way that they pay you back is that they can yield for up to 9 or 10 months or even more, depending on how good care you take of them and how much you want to heat them. So most of the crops that we see paying back in a greenhouse or hoop house is either those vining fruiting crops that have a very long production cycle, tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, and eggplant, or crops that have a really quick production cycle, like lettuce, for example. You could transplant lettuce into a greenhouse or hoop house and have a harvest within 30 days, right? So you do that however many times over a year. You could do that 10 or 12 or even more times a year, and you get a whole bunch of cropping cycles. And microgreens would be the ultimate example of a crop with a quick production cycle, right? Because some of them can even be seeded and cut within a month, right? And so, but the point is that most of the crops that pay off in a greenhouse situation are that they're either very long cycle crops that take a long time to get established, but you can harvest for a long time, or really quick cycling crops that you can get a whole bunch of crop cycles within a time period. So, one of the other things that I mentioned before is that is trying some of the varieties that have been bred for greenhouses or hoop house. Is because I see a lot of people growing their favorite field for variety in a hoop house or greenhouse, and that's not a bad way to start because you already have a benchmark for that variety. You're already familiar with it. But a lot of the crops that are bred for greenhouse or hoop house have very specific features to make them thrive in a greenhouse or a hoop house, and I think some people stay away from them because they worry that they're so expensive. They think that couldn't possibly be worth it. A lot of field tomato seeds, for example, might be, I don't know, a nickel or 10 cents. And then some of the greenhouse tomato varieties are a quarter, even 50 cents or even more, right? And so the way that I think about it is that if you harvest just 1 or 2 more tomatoes off of one of those greenhouse varieties that you paid a lot more money from, 1 or 2 more tomatoes pays for that seed cost, and then everything after that is gravy. So I'm not saying, don't take it from me. What I'm saying is it's worth trying some. I would never advise somebody to go out and change all their whole greenhouse over to a different variety in 1 year. But what I would say is that if you haven't tried greenhouse or hoop house varieties, do plant a few plants or a row or whatever amount of plants is meaningful for you. And if those plants yield more and stay healthier later, then that extra seed cost is worth it. So the traits that greenhouse and hoop house varieties are bred for to do well in a greenhouse is that the leafy crops like lettuce and greens are bred to be very compact and dense. The idea is that if you have a limited amount of space, if you can fit more plant matter in a smaller space and increase the number of plants, then you will get a higher yield. And so that's why most of the greenhouse and hoop house lettuce and greens varieties are very small framed, dense and compact plants. That's right. So you can plant them very densely, like in these pictures here. So another thing, so in the vining fruiting crops, they're often bred to be compact and open. So the idea with compactness is same with the vining crops, is that you can just squeeze them in there, like I was talking about with the tomato spacing. But you also want that canopy to be open enough that air flows through it so you don't get foliar diseases. All crops for greenhouse and hoop house are bred to be resistant to the diseases that are common in protected culture. So in my mind, leaf mold, Fulvia fulva, is a good example of, is the poster child for protected culture diseases for tomatoes, because leaf mold you almost never see out in the field, but you almost always see it after a few years in a hoop house. And it's a spore-borne disease that they're very tiny and difficult to get rid of. And so once leaf mold shows up in a greenhouse or a hoop house, it's almost impossible to get rid of it. And it seems like growers, myself included, a lot of times we have a honeymoon with leaf mold. The first 2 or 3 years you grow in a hoop house or a greenhouse, unless you're right next to somebody else's hoop house or greenhouse. The first couple of years in a greenhouse or hoop house, you don't get leaf mold, and then in the second or third year it shows up, and then you have it forever after that. So, so leaf mold, for example, almost no field tomatoes have resistance to leaf mold because they don't need it. You almost never see leaf mold in the field, but almost all the greenhouse tomatoes that you see marketed have resistance to leaf mold because it's just a chronic problem in greenhouses and hoop houses. All crops are bred to be resistant to the diseases of heat and humidity. So the molds and mildews and all the warm weather rots and things that we get with increased heat and humidity, like we have in a greenhouse or a hoop house. And downy mildew is a good example for lettuce. So downy mildew is something that likes the humid and warm conditions. And so, in fact, a lot of companies, their lettuce, if you look at their lettuce mixes, one of the differences between, say, a greenhouse lettuce mix and a field lettuce mix is that the greenhouse lettuce mix probably is all varieties that are resistant to downy mildew. So, so those are examples, and there are others, but it would take a long time to go through all the diseases that we don't have right now. So just bear in mind that most of the greenhouse and hoop house varieties are bred to be resistant to the kind of diseases that you're likely to encounter in a greenhouse. And so if you know you have problems with a specific disease in your greenhouse or hoop house, just go seek out some varieties that are resistant to it. They have varieties that are resistant to most of the common greenhouse and hoop house diseases. Botrytis being a big exception. I'm not aware of any genetic resistance to botrytis. So you'll just have to take care of that with good sanitation and good airflow. But a lot of the other diseases, there are varieties that are resistant that are available. So another thing is just to keep records. Okay, so having been a commercial grower myself, and that's the audience that I think about the most for growing for market. I do think about things in terms of commercial growers a lot. And so if you are a commercial grower, you're probably already keeping some records. In fact, if you're certified organic, you've got to keep track of harvest and all that kind of stuff. But I would say do make sure you're keeping records of everything you can, the yield, how much you sold it for, the price, the weather, everything. Because if you're not tracking what you're doing, there's no way to know if you're doing better or worse from year to year. And if you track multiple different data points, you'll be able to correlate different things that are going on and how they influence each other. And this is just getting easier and easier, because if you're technologically oriented, there are so many data loggers and things like that now that you can just put out in a greenhouse, and they'll just log the temperature and humidity and stuff like that from time to time. So you don't have to go out there and be taking the temperature, and then when you need it, you can go back and look at that you can go back and look at those records. So for example, let's say you were looking at your records and you're like, wow, you know, I'm getting 50% more tomatoes this week than I did this week last year. You might be feeling really good about yourself, and then you can go back and look at your records. Well, what was the temperature at this time last year? And you may have forgotten that the whole week was in the mid 90s and low triple digits, which is terrible for producing anything in a greenhouse or hoop house, because it's just too hot. And so it's a good thing you're getting more tomatoes, but there might be an underlying reason there, basically that the weather was terrible last year. So it's important to just keep records of everything, so you can tell how you're doing. Okay, so we were talking about the differences in fertility for a greenhouse and hoop house. If you have a fertility regime that works for lettuce, you can probably duplicate it in a greenhouse or hoop house, and just re-fertilize every time you have a round of lettuce. But for a longer season crop like tomatoes or peppers or eggplant, you can't put all the fertilizer that crop would need on day one. Okay, so that's why I've got this picture here of when we planted out the tomatoes in one of my hoop houses. And so on this day, we would have put 1/3 to 1/2 of all the nutrients that we thought this crop would need. So we got a soil test. We got the greenhouse soil test. There's a specific greenhouse soil test that you need to ask for. And so based on that greenhouse soil test, we calculated our fertility needs, but only put down about 1/2 to 1/3 on planting day, because if we put the entire amount of fertilizer down on planting day that this crop needed to make it through its whole season, there would be way too much nitrogen, there would be way too much potassium, there would basically be way too much of everything. And I know it seems like well, fertility is good, right? How could you have too much of a good thing like that? And the point is that too much nitrogen would make the crop way too lush and vegetative and more susceptible to pests. And most fertilizers, when there's too much of one thing, it locks up another thing. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But you never want to just load everything on there, because it'll create imbalances in the soil. So talking about meeting the long-term fertility needs, get a soil test first. That's just really important. You can't, if you don't get a soil test, you don't know what you're dealing with. It's just kind of a black box. So first, get a soil test. And some of those excesses that can interfere with plant growth is, for example, calcium in excess of 4,000 pounds per acre interferes with potassium, magnesium, and manganese. Phosphorus in excess of 100 pounds per acre can interfere with potassium, iron, and zinc. This is especially important for growers who use a lot of compost, because what we tend to see with growers who use a lot of compost is that the phosphorus, the amount of phosphorus tends to get actually too high, can get too high fairly quickly depending on what kind of compost you're using. And you can have that situation where it locks up potassium, iron, and zinc. And so that's why we tell growers who are using a lot of compost to only apply compost to the point where it meets your phosphorus needs. And if you still need more fertilizer after that, put on some other sources of fertility that don't have any more phosphorus in there, to avoid getting too much phosphorus. And so another thing that you have to be aware of is to check your irrigation water. So in a lot of rural areas, you're pumping from a well, right? And so a lot of rural areas have hard water. So hard water just means that there's a lot of minerals in your water. And so it can be different minerals depending on the area and how deep your well is and all that kind of stuff. But just get it, just like you got a soil test, get a water test. Find out what minerals are in your water, because if you think about it, your hoop house or greenhouse isn't getting any rain if the only water that they ever see is very high in calcium or very high in some other mineral. You may actually build up too much of it in a pretty short time. Same thing with pH. Some growers wonder how their greenhouses get very acidic or very basic, and sometimes it can turn out that they're using very acidic or very basic irrigation water. And if that's the only water they're seeing, it can cause a change in the soil pH very quickly. So there are ways that you can either condition your irrigation water, for example, by adding citric acid. So that's a solution that is organic. If your water's too basic and you want to make it more acidic, you can either add things to your water like citric acid, or you can add lime or sulfur to your soil to be balancing out if you have very acidic or basic irrigation water. So another thing about irrigation is that pulse irrigation helps prevent overwatering. And by pulse irrigation, what I mean is instead of, let's say you knew that it's the middle of summer and you want to give your greenhouse an hour of water every day. It means instead of putting on an hour at a time once a day, you break that up into, let's say, 4 15-minute waterings. And so one of the things that pulse irrigation does is it keeps the roots healthier, because standing water is one of the things that leads to root diseases. A very specific thing with tomatoes is that if even watering can help reduce blossom end rot and splitting in the tomatoes. And another greenhouse rule of thumb is don't water within 2 hours of sunrise or sunset, because if you water right as the sun is going down, the plant is not very active. That water is going to tend to sit at the roots of the plants. And so a good rule of thumb is to basically confine your waterings to the time of day when the sun is out and the plants are actively growing. White ground cover. So this is one thing, difference that you'll notice. A lot of the most field growers are using a dark. If they're using any kind of mulch, they'll use a dark colored mulch, especially up here in the Northeast, because our tomatoes out in the field need all the heat they can get. Most of the greenhouses are using a lighter colored ground cover, which has two advantages. So for one thing, it reflects light back up into the canopy from the ground. So a lot of the ground that's hitting a lot of the light that's hitting the ground, like in this picture from my farm from a couple of years back, we had young tomato plants. So you can see it's really bright in there. A lot of the light that's hitting the ground is bouncing back up into the canopy, and the plants can actually use that light even though it's hitting the leaves from the underside. So one advantage of white ground cover is that it reflects light back up into the canopy that the plants can use, and it also helps to moderate the temperature. So to my thought, any kind of black mulch is really a field technique, because in greenhouses, even here in the cold Northeast, pretty early in the season, our challenge becomes keeping the greenhouse too cool. And so using a white ground cover will help keep the greenhouse cooler, obviously, because the soil won't absorb as much of that heat. So when you have a hoop house or greenhouse, that's really, use that structure to modify your climate. Don't rely on white ground cover, on dark ground covers to do it for you. And so that's my farm. So here's a picture. This is actually a greenhouse that has a brand new greenhouse range that had never had a crop in it that I got to visit, and I was looking at, and you can see how bright it is in there. And that's, obviously not the style that I grow in. And my other point is, it doesn't have to be plastic. I have transitioned to light colored straw or hay, which I like just because I'm trying to get away from plastic as much as possible. So I want your takeaway here to be that it doesn't have to be plastic. You can use the hay or straw or any other light colored material. I also like the hay or straw because it's just nice to walk on, and it breaks down over time and adds to the organic matter in the greenhouse. So there may be other light colored mulches, different papers and cardboards and different things, but using light colored mulch of some type will help you moderate the climate in your greenhouse or hoop house. So insect netting is something that we had a lot of success with, because so this is a picture of one of our greenhouses where we had cucumber seedlings planted, and the problem that we were having was with cucumber beetles, because what happens is that the cucumber beetles go dormant over the winter, and then they come out in the springtime looking for something to eat, and they typically start coming out before any cucurbit crops out in the field. And so the cucumber beetles come out in the springtime, and the only thing on the menu was our cucumber seedlings. And so we had a terrible problem with cucumber beetles in that not only would they do a lot of damage by chewing on the plants, and especially chewing on the head of the plants and sometimes killing the head of the plant, but also they transmit bacterial wilt. And so if you're not familiar with bacterial wilt, that's the thing where one day your cuke plants look great, and then the next day you come back and they are just a wilted mess. And so that's something that is transmitted. It's in the gut of the cucumber beetle. So it's transmitted plant to plant as the cucumber beetle moves along and feeds on plants. And so between the chewing damage and the bacterial wilt, it was to the point where it was almost not worth us to grow cucumbers anymore, because the damage was just so bad. And being certified organic, we didn't have a lot of other options to control them. So our last ditch effort was to install insect netting. In fact, what we did is we wiggle wired the top of the insect netting to the hip board up there, and the blue thing along the bottom is some old lay flat irrigation header, and so we just split it open and stapled through the lay flat into the insect netting, and so we needed that lay flat to keep it snug along the bottom edge, but then we just used wiggle wire to attach the insect netting on the other sides. And that worked. That made a huge difference for us, because the cuke beetles are so small, they still get in somewhere. It never got the cuke beetles down to nothing, but it kept them down to a dull roar, which was manageable. So if you have certain pests, one option is just to exclude them. It's an option you don't have in the field, is to exclude them. Although it definitely does cut down on airflow. We noticed that with this insect netting, which is about this insect netting is kind of like about the size of a screen door netting, because that's small enough to exclude cucumber beetles. But we noticed it just got hotter faster, because even though that's a fairly open mesh, the air just can't flow through there as quickly as it did with the sides completely open. So just know that you're going to have higher temperatures, and you may need to have more ventilated area, or install fans or something like that, to exhaust fans to really move the air through your structure if you want to put on netting. And so this is just another picture of netting. This is a research greenhouse at the University of Arizona, where you can see they've netted their intake fans. And I like this picture because in Arizona they're concerned about thrips and whiteflies and things like that. So that's a very dense mesh they put on there. It's almost like cheesecloth or something like that. And so the rule of thumb is that if you're going to put on netting that's that dense, you need to quintuple the surface area that you're drawing air from. So for example, those box fans, they're drawing from a square area, the size of the face of the fan. And so what they did at the University of Arizona was add this sort of cube of mesh on there. So there's basically 5 sides that are netted to make up for the surface area, the airflow that's lost by putting that netting on there. So almost done. One of my last points to make is just that is temperature management. So of course, if you have a hoop house, it's passive. You can't just turn the heat on and make the temperature whatever you want it to be. But my point is, in the book, we have temperature graphs listed for all the crops that we're talking about. If you don't have the option to change the temperature in your greenhouse or hoop house, simply wait long enough. If you plant tomatoes out right after your last frost, they're still not going to be happy. They're still not going to be happy. Tomatoes don't want to be anywhere near freezing. So my advice to you is that, one tip I picked up from big greenhouses is just use bigger, pot your plants up more, or use a bigger container to start with, so you can hold them for longer, because your tomatoes will be a lot happier in a heated propagation greenhouse than freezing out in a hoop house that's just barely warm enough for them to survive. And so if you do have heat, just know what the ideal temperature is, because a lot of people think like, well, tomatoes and peppers and things like that need it really hot. And I think they spend more money on heat than they really need to. Because, for example, it's a lot more complicated than this, but if you needed a really simple heating regime for, say, tomatoes, 75-degree daytime temperature, 65-degree nighttime temperature would not be the most terrible thing to happen, you know. So I've heard of a lot of people who think they need to make the tomato greenhouse really hot in the daytime for things to grow well. You actually don't need to have them that hot. Pretty quickly in the springtime, your challenge is going to be keeping the temperature below the mid 80s and 90s, you know, once the sun comes out and you're really growing. So that is the end of my presentation. We have time for questions. So whether you stick around for questions or not, thank you so much for coming. And if you do have questions, I can't wait to hear them. Thank you.
Well, hi, this is Sarah Alexander, Executive Director of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. And I'm really excited to be speaking with Andrew Mefford this afternoon. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Andrew. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, sure, Sarah. Thanks so much for having me.
Great. We'll just want to remind folks that they can ask any questions that they want on our Facebook Live or YouTube Live. And we have one first question coming in from YouTube. So somebody who is asking about building their first greenhouse in the next few days. And do you have any suggestions for what can be planted this late in the season?
Yeah, sure. Great question. If you plan on, if you're here in Maine and you plan on finishing that greenhouse within the next month or so, I would say you could probably go ahead and plant some lettuce, some of the kale, spinach, the different, a lot of the different greens in the brassica family that sort of fall into the mixed greens family. All of those things can, especially, well, maybe, you know, a lot of people don't like to transplant spinach, so I don't know, but all those crops, whether you transplant them or direct seed them, can continue to grow even here in Maine, where we don't have a very long season, because they're so cold hardy. Not only will you be you'll be moving them a couple zones south. So as we originally started our farm in Pennsylvania, and so we always say that our farm is in Maine, but our hoop house is Pennsylvania, because the climate in our hoop house is very similar to the outdoor, more similar to the outdoor, and we have the similar planting dates as when we were in Pennsylvania. So all those crops, depending on whether you want to direct seed or transplant them, if you did want to transplant them, you could even start them now and transplant them out within a few weeks, as long as that hoop house is built within the month. And then a lot of that stuff could also be direct seeded. I definitely lean towards transplanting on things like lettuce, because for one thing, if your hoop house isn't done, if you seed it for transplanting at a later date right now, well, it can be growing for a couple weeks while you're building that hoop house, and then you'll have transplants ready to go in the ground. And then there are things like spinach and also claytonia that can be direct seeded, that are really cold hardy. So the spinach and the claytonia can definitely freeze. And if you are, especially if you're putting a row cover on inside of your hoop house, they can even freeze and thaw, and in many circumstances grow all winter long. And so we are so cold here in Maine that a lot of times those crops may just sort of stop growing through the December, January timeframe, but they will survive. And the beauty of that is that when the light and the heat comes back in February, they'll start growing again. And so you're ahead of the game from work that you did this fall or early winter. So all those greens crops that I just mentioned are things that you could plant for transplanting in a couple of weeks, and that should survive the winter here in Maine.
And here in Maine, I mean, is there a cutoff window when you just wouldn't recommend direct seeding anymore because it's too cold or we're not getting enough light and you need to wait until the conditions change? Or can you direct seed through the winter?
I would say that the next month or two is really the time to either seed for transplanting or direct seed, because the thing is, even crops that like to germinate at a lower temperature, like spinach, for example, a lot of times people have problems with their spinach germination in the summertime because it's too hot and the days are too long. And the similar thing with lettuce is that lettuce has a thermal, it's called thermal dormancy. So lettuce has this thing where lettuce, being a cool weather plant, it's pre-programmed not to germinate in the heat of the summer. So but they still need a certain baseline temperature to germinate, right? And so you will probably have trouble getting things to germinate in December, December and January, even November. So I would say this month, September and October, are your best windows to get stuff started. Whether you're transplanting it out or direct seeding, you should think of this month in October as your last chance to get things planted, because it's going to be, germination is going to be really spotty from November through January. And I'm guessing unheated here, because of course, I'm assuming this person, I think you said hoop house, and so I'm assuming this person means an unheated structure. Because of course, hey, if you got heat, you can make it as hot as you want. You can get things to germinate more or less whenever you want. But yeah, if we're talking unheated production, the next month or two are your chance to get things germinated. And once again, even if you don't get a harvest off them this winter, if you can keep a row cover on them, and if you can keep the voles away from things, then you may have something that you could start to harvest even, depending on what the weather's like, February or March or something like that, which can be so gratifying, when there's still snow on the ground and it's still really cold, to have things, start to come back. Those cold weather things will take the little bit of heat and the little bit of warmth and day length that comes back in February and March and start growing again. And you can really get some harvests, even when it's still, nothing's even close to growing outside.
Great. So we have a question from Peg on Facebook, who's asking about managing thrips and what's a good way to deal with them.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, thrips are really tough because they're so small. One thing that I did talk about in the presentation was insect netting. And although the problem with thrips is that they're so small, the kind of insect netting that will keep them out is almost like cheesecloth. It's so dense that it prevents a lot of airflow. And so if they're already in, so they are hard to keep out. And then if they're already in, there are a bunch of different, I would say, beneficials. So there are a bunch of different beneficial insects that will go after thrips. Now, I honestly don't know exactly which one is the best. And part of it is because it depends on the time of year, because there are a lot of things that will eat thrips, but it really depends. Certain beneficial insects are more active in the warmer time of the year. Certain beneficial insects are more active in the colder time of the year. And so I would say to get in touch with one of the companies that sells beneficial insects and tell them when you're trying to deploy them, because if you have thrip problems right now, they're probably going to recommend a different beneficial than thrip problems in the middle of the summer. But there are a lot of things that will eat thrips. So get in touch with a company that sells beneficial insects and get some beneficials in there, and they should eat a lot of your thrips.
Great. We have a question from Joe on YouTube who says, we're trying to build a small greenhouse on our apartment balcony. So it's only 2 by 4 feet, very small. Do you have any advice for materials or how to do that, and what plants would be most high yield for small space?
Well, 2 by 4 is very small. I would say, we know one thing, the first thing that occurs to me is make sure and have some way to ventilate it, right? Because sort of like your car, your car, if the windows are all rolled up on a sunny day, there's not very much air in there to heat up. And so the car or your apartment, the temperature is going to spike as soon as the sun comes out really quickly. So make sure there's some way to ventilate it first. And so just like in the presentation, I focused on 8 crops because those are really the crops that are the highest yielding in small spaces like that. So just in the presentation, I would say the vining fruiting crops that I focused on, tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, and eggplant, probably the things that you're going to get the highest yield out of in a very small space are either tomatoes or cucumbers. Something in 2x4, you might be able to have 1 or 2 tomato plants, especially trellis them up, right? So you definitely want to take them vertical so they don't sprawl out and take up a lot of space. So cucumbers and tomatoes. Obviously, we are not heading into cucumber and tomato season here in Maine, and so any of those greens, okay. So my favorites are the one cut lettuces, because what you can do is you can start. So one cut lettuces, just head lettuce for that matter, because you can start seedlings somewhere while you already have a crop growing, and then the day that you cut the head lettuces out, you can plant new head lettuces or other greens. So I would say head lettuces that are relay cropped, or kale, or other you could do direct seeded greens, but I honestly think you're going to get, if you're trying to maximize a smaller space, you're probably going to get higher yield out of transplanted lettuces that you put in there, cut and replant the same day. So lettuces, kale, or something like that on the greens crops.
Great. That is great advice for those very small space gardeners. Wendy on YouTube is asking if you can talk a little bit more about active versus passive ventilation systems for a larger hoop house, something like 30 by 96. So any preferences or tips on active versus passive?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so if you can, I would say you can never have enough ventilation. So the best, so the hoop houses on my farm, we all have end wall vents. So in fact, in the presentation, you saw some of the pictures of my farm where we had the louvers. So basically, what we do is we have the, if you know what I mean by louver, it's basically a vented, it closes up and makes a solid wall, and then it opens up. It's basically a vent for the peak, right? So we put them up at the peak of the end walls of the greenhouse, since that's where the heat builds up. And so we have, on our farm, we have those attached to a thermostat. And so we have a little dial in the hoop house. And so during the summertime, we can change the temperature, and it's great because it's just automatic. When the temperature gets up to a certain point, those vents just open up. But the better thing would be, and if I had to build those hoop houses again, I would do a peak vent, which is a vent that runs the entire length of the peak of the hoop house. And so they can be automated, or they can be hardwired, depending on your preference. Once again, so they just open at a certain temperature, which I would definitely advocate for, because temperature, a cloudy day, temperatures can fluctuate a lot. You really don't want to be running out there every time the temperature changes. And so a peak vent would be the ideal thing. But even if you can't do a peak vent, which a peak vent does add a significant amount of cost to a greenhouse or hoop house build. So I think the question was about passive versus active ventilation. And so I've thought many times, the thing that I would do, you can't really retrofit a greenhouse or a hoop house with a peak vent once it's built. But one thing you could do is add a fan. And so if I were to build my hoop houses again, I would probably put exhaust fans. So meaning the big fans that are like 3 or 4 feet wide that fill up the whole. So the louvers up in the peaks of my hoop houses, I think they're 4 feet wide. And so if I had to do it again, the best way to make the most of those louvers would be to have an active ventilation, right? To have a fan, instead of just relying on those louvers opening up and the hot air flowing out, to actually have a fan. And so you can also get fans that are down lower that push or pull the air out of a hoop house. And so once, you can never have too much ventilation. Use the roll-up sides. Some of the multi-bay greenhouses do not have roll-up sides, and they just, in that case, they rely on either a peak vent or or you can rely on those if you can put fans in there. So that's what we mean. You know, I have passive ventilation as far as the louvers open and hot air flows out. The better thing to do, you know, if you can afford it, or you know, it will make your growing environment better if you can have the actual fans in there that are actively turning on and moving, exchanging air, because the more air exchange, you know, that's how they measure this in greenhouses or hoop houses, is the number of air exchanges that you can do in a certain period of time. So the more air that you can exchange is going to lower temperatures. It's going to make it drier in there. It's just going to create an overall better growing environment. So if you can afford it, or if you can put fans in there and have active airflow, that would be even better. You know, the one thing that I do have, I'll say, in our greenhouse is we call them half fans. So HAF, standing for horizontal air flow fans. So we don't have active exhaust fans, but what we do have is we have fans. You know, in the presentation, you may have seen the pictures. We have fans that are hanging down from the trusses in the greenhouse that simply circulate the air. So anything you can do, if you can actively exhaust the air, that's even better. But even just blowing the air around in our structure just creates airflow. It reduces condensation and will result in a better growing environment.
Great. We have another question from Simon on YouTube, who asks, do you have any recommendations for heating an 8x12 greenhouse?
Well, yeah, once again, that's a pretty small space. So you shouldn't need anything too extreme. So I mean, the cheapest option for most people is either propane or a wood pellet. So I would recommend you look into either one of those. I mean, I really like the wood pellet because I'm here in Cornville. We got a wood pellet mill, you know, just up the road, and also just we're trying to be as reliant on fossil fuels as little as possible. So wood pellet, and you know, wood pellet propane is cheap right now, but you know, fossil fuels are subject to fluctuation. So you know, one of those two options, either a wood pellet stove or propane, you know, if you want something a little bit more, you know, they have a lot of very off the shelf kind of options for propane heaters, just because that's what most people do. But I know a lot of people are using wood pellet heat. And for a greenhouse that small, you might even be able to get a little tiny wood stove. Like there are a lot of stoves that are non-compliant. You know, there are new regulations around wood stoves, and so I think some of the older non-compliant models, you might be able to find them on Uncle Henry's or Craigslist or something like that. And you know, get a little tiny stove, because that's such a small area. You know, it'll that you may be able to get a little tiny wood stove and just burn cordwood, especially if you're already burning cordwood.
Great. So we have time for just one more question here, just a couple minutes left. And you started to touch on this in your presentation, and you said there's a lot more to share about varieties specifically for protected culture, and we can't learn everything, but you know, for our growers out there, is it worth it, and which ones should they maybe try first or make the investment in?
Yeah, that is a great question, and yeah, and I didn't have to have enough time to get into all the differences between the greenhouse varieties and the field varieties, but what I would say is that you know, what growers often suffer from is sticker shock. You know, they're looking in the seed catalog and they see that, you know, field tomatoes costing a nickel or something, and a greenhouse tomatoes costing 50 cents or maybe even more than that. And so, you know, what I would have to say is I would never tell a grower to change over all their production. You know, I would never say, oh, you know, change all your varieties over in any 1 year. But in the grand scheme of things, and I do tend to think in the mindset of a commercial grower, because I've been one. But you know, really, even if you're a homesteader or a serious home gardener, you're going to want all the same advantages to maximize your production and everything as a commercial grower. So the thing is, you know, the way I think about it for commercial growers is even if that seed, like let's say, you know, tomato seed costs 10 times more. Instead of a nickel, it costs 50 cents. Like let's say your favorite field variety of tomato costs a nickel and your favorite, you know, a greenhouse variety is costing 50 cents. Well, if you can just pick a few more tomatoes because of the greenhouse variety, you're using a greenhouse variety, that will cover the difference between growing a field variety. Because I see a lot of growers who have been field growers and build a hoop house, and they just start using all the same varieties that they use out in the field. And what they got to understand is that the greenhouse varieties have been bred for decades in you know, this greenhouse environment. Part of the reason they're more expensive is just because there's a bigger market for field seeds, and so like anything else, anything that has a bigger market is going to be cheaper than the more specialized. So part of it is that the greenhouse seeds are more specialized, just have a smaller market. And so they've been bred. There's a lot of differences, you know, light levels, humidity levels, things are very different growing in a greenhouse than in the field. And so it's you know, it may not, you know, I'm saying don't take it from me. Like what I'm saying is do your own test. Don't simply be overwhelmed by that sticker shock. Go, you know, buy the smallest size, you know, buy a packet, or, you know, plant a row or whatever amount is meaningful. Because one of the things about growing, especially if you are a commercial grower, okay, so let's say, you know, you plant your favorite field variety in your hoop house. So most field varieties don't have leaf mold resistance, and most people who have been growing in a hoop house for more than 3 years have leaf mold, right? So the thing is, if you're a commercial grower or homesteader for that matter, you know, everybody else gets paid before you do, right? Because you had to buy the seed at the beginning of the season, the fertilizer, you already built the greenhouse. Basically, all your costs are up front. And one of the things that greenhouse varieties may do is just have disease resistance. So to things like leaf mold that are very common, or for example, in lettuce, you know, downy mildew is a good example. So, you know, if you spend a little bit more money, buy the greenhouse variety that doesn't get leaf mold or doesn't get downy mildew or something like that. The thing is, like I would have this. We would grow, you know, we would grow heirloom varieties in our greenhouse and right next to greenhouse varieties. And what would happen is that usually by around this time, our heirlooms would just be dead because from leaf mold. And right next to them, because there were greenhouse varieties that were immune to leaf mold, they look beautiful and they were still cranking out the plants. And so my point is, if your plants die in early September versus early October, that may be the difference between you breaking even and making a profit, or, you know, having enough tomatoes to make that extra batch of, you know, pizza sauce or salsa or whatever you're trying to make. So that's one of the real benefits of the greenhouse varieties, is just the longevity, is that simply the disease resistance will keep them alive in your hoop house for longer than a lot of those field varieties. So once again, I'm not saying go out there and change every single variety that you're growing over to a greenhouse variety. You know, if you have field varieties that you're happy with in your greenhouse, I'd say, you know, just buy the smallest size of a few of those greenhouse varieties, grow them side by side. You may be surprised. And, you know, maybe not. Maybe you can stick with that variety, but a lot of times the greenhouse varieties will just survive for longer and also be healthier, which plays into flavor, right? Because at the end of the season, if your favorite, you know, delicious heirloom variety tomato is all covered in leaf mold or powdery mildew or whatever you're getting on your leaves at that time, it's not going to taste like much if the solar panels for the sugar factory are dead, right? So not only is it a yield thing, but it's also a flavor thing, because healthy plants are going to make better tasting fruit too, and more of it. So it's worth, if you're really getting into protected growing, it's worth at least trying some of those greenhouse varieties, even though they're more expensive, and many times they will pay you back much more than the seed cost that you paid for them.
Yeah. Well, thanks so much, Andrew. It's clear there's so much more we could talk about. I know you have so much information to share, and I hope folks will check out your book and the other resources that you have. You have a website, right, where folks can find more resources. Do you want to share it?
Yeah, growingformarket.com.
there's a lot of information there. We got a lot about protected growing and vegetable growing and flower growing and everything else. So yeah, that'd be a great place. If people want more info, they could go there.
Great. Well, thanks so much, Andrew, for joining us today for the Common Ground Country Fair, and we'll look forward to talking to you again, hopefully next year.
Yeah, let's do it. Awesome. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you so much for having me. Bye, everybody.
Hi everyone, I'm Heather Spalding and I'm the Deputy Director of the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. And I'm so glad that you're joining us today. I am here all alone and I have the opportunity to work with MOFGA year-round, and today I'm here all alone, so it's kind of like a normal day. But what's not normal on a Saturday afternoon for the Common Ground Country Fair is that I'm here all alone. And we're missing all of you and wishing you could be here with us, so hopefully we'll be rejoining next year. But I am so glad that you tuned in. One thing that we do have in common this year with the Common Ground Country Fair is we have incredible educational content that we're offering all weekend long, as you just heard with our greenhouse presentation. And so please support MOFGA so we can continue all of this work. I do want to thank one of our supporters, our big supporters, which is Harvard Pilgrim. They have been great partners with MOFGA for a long time, and they have been a community sponsor of this online Common Ground Country Fair. So thank you so much to Harvard Pilgrim. We're very excited about the next presentation, which is commercial hybrid horse logging and land management. And we're going to be joined by Brad Johnson and Derek O'Toole, who are coming to us via Zoom from Third Branch Horse Logging in central Vermont. And Brad and Derek are long-term members of our low-impact forestry program here at MOFGA. And they do wonderful instruction in our annual low-impact forestry weekend, which we hold each year in November. And they've just done incredible work in training the next generation of low-impact forestry loggers and in inspiring people to manage the forest with ecology in mind. So thank you so much again for joining us, and now we'll be joined by Brad and Derek. Thank you very much.
Brad Johnson and Derek O'Toole are what you would call workhorses. Durable, dependable, and hardworking. Bob and Ted would agree. And they should know.
We work with them, they don't work for us.
Johnson and O'Toole own and operate Third Branch Horse Logging. To watch them work the woods using animal power invokes a way of lifelong past. But make no mistake, these men and these horses aren't here for sentimental reasons. They're here to work.
And that's the assumption, right, in the public at large, and we're always fighting those assumptions like, oh, you're a horse logger, well, it's something you do on the side or for fun, or you have some other business, or it's not, it can't possibly be a full-time job. You can't really be running a small business as Power with Horses. We hear that all the time. And the reality is we're making the same kinds of analysis and decisions that every other small business owner is making.
People often make the kind of jump that we are anti-heavy machinery, anti-skidders, anti-harvesters, feller bunchers, and that's just not true. We just have a different model. And yeah, the horses may have been brought from the old world, but we feel that they are still a relevant tool as far as we can see.
Horses were used for centuries as the primary draft animal on the farm and in the forest. Because, well, they work.
We're trying to use the horses on as much acreage as we can because they are the most nimble extraction tool. Nothing has come on the market yet that weighs this much, even though he is about a ton, and can move as much weight and go through a 3-foot gap.
The horses primarily work on the stump, so the tree is felled, easy G. It's laid down, it's limbed and cut to length. We move that wood out to a place where the tractor can pick it up, and then the tractor makes that longer distance, that forward from the place where the horses leave it out to the landing, and then the tractor is able to stack it. But we need both tools to be commercially viable.
Third Branch Horse Logging provides landowners with a less is more approach to forestry that prioritizes long-term goals over quick profits.
We're certainly not a quantitative extraction tool. We pull out a lot less The trees that are left behind, we're trying to do everything we can to give them the best shot to become the next generation of high quality, healthy trees.
We want to minimize our impact in every possible way while still providing a good financial option and a good long-term ecological option for landowners. And that's a little bit of a different approach. When I ask them to prioritize their top 5 goals for this cut, timber sale is probably not going to be number 1. It might be number 3, but they might have things like carbon sequestration. They might have things like cross-country ski trails for them and their kids and their grandkids. They might have things like bird habitat. But in every case, almost all of them have a very long-term perspective beyond timber sale.
Third branch horse logging offers a unique approach to forestry, but it's no different from any other ag-based business. In order to work, it has to be profitable.
We still have to plug into a commodity market at the end of the day. And all of our expenses leading up to that truck taking those logs to the mill has to work. End of story, right?
In an ideal world, if we could do everything with just the horses and we can make a living doing that, I'd much prefer to do that. I'd rather be on the lines or on the cart than I would be on a tractor seat. But given the economic market in New England, the way logs and wood is bought and sold, we can't make a living doing that.
Yeah, well, with getting your website going, and now you've started
to keep
get
their business on track and in the black, Johnson and O'Toole work with Chris Lindgren, a forest business educator with University of Vermont Extension.
It's a different dynamic, for sure, when you add horses into the mix. You know, I work primarily with forest products businesses now, but historically I've worked on farms, and so figuring in those costs of essentially 24-hour work, which is when you're farming. So they're doing forestry work, but they're also farming because they have animals that they take care of.
There are about 2,000 people working in forest products businesses according to the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund. Through workshops and one-on-one consultation, Lindgren works with around 60 clients.
A lot of what I do is work on building people's confidence, both on the sort of analysis, record keeping, business, numbers part of it. Once people see the work that these guys do, if they're the right fit, the right person who's looking for that kind of job, it kind of sells itself.
Chris has been great for us. We frankly needed help in terms of figuring out a number of different things. The biggest one being, how is our model viable in the conventional marketplace? Can you use horses in a way that allows you to make a decent living? So Chris has been super helpful for us in getting our fixed costs, our variable costs down. And I think a lot of folks who use horses, and probably other loggers as well, are really, for the most part, guessing at those numbers, right? And for us, because our profit margins are incredibly small, we really have to know what those numbers are.
The financial viability and sustainability of third branch horse logging is yoked to the pride these men have for their work and the horses they work with.
You have to love it, but there's also results on the ground from the work that we're doing that are tangible, that you can see. So coupled with the work that we do and the product that we deliver and liking the animals and using them for that application, it's something that I like to get up and do.
I love horses. I connect with them. I get something out of my work that I can't get using any other tool. There's something about working with live power that really appeals to me, and frankly, I think I'm skilled with it, and the tool suits me, and I think I'm able to get something from horses that's pretty magical when you're out there working.
Third branch horse logging takes a fresh approach to forestry management. And if it looks a little old-fashioned, that's okay, because it still works. In Randolph, I'm Keith Silva with Across the Fence.
Great. Okay, well, here I'm back inside, and very happy to have Brad and Derek again with us to answer some questions. We really, really appreciate your longtime support of MOFGA and MOFGA's educational programming, and joining us here live today. Wish we could be in person, but maybe next year. So when I was outside, it's hot and dry, and the wind's blowing, and the grass is crunching underfoot, and we've been talking a lot in our presentations today about the drought. And I guess one thing I'm curious about is, how is that affecting your operations and your animals and your ability to get your work done?
I'm out of grass, so grazing the animals has kind of slowed down, and hay yields have been down all year. But I guess from the positive side, as far as our impact in the woods, the trees are there. They're under a different time schedule with their life, so this one season isn't really going to have a huge impact on them. But we're able to harvest with a lower impact with the less moisture.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, a job that we're on currently is probably one that in most falls you would be unable to do in a sustainable way because the mud would prevent you from doing work that had a low ecological footprint. So this fall has been a good window for those kinds of jobs.
Right. So interesting. Yeah. Well, maybe you could talk a little bit about the particular types of woodlands that you work in as horse loggers. Just the preferred ecosystems, if there are, that where the impact is going to be less.
So we need a variety of factors to be a good fit. We can't have trees that are too great a distance from the landing where the truck is going to pick them up. We do use a hybrid system, so we have a machine that we feed with horses that then is able to get the wood up off the ground and forward it out some distance, but it becomes costly and more difficult logistically if you have to travel long distances. Flat ground is great. We rarely get that in Vermont, and we just don't have a lot of woodlands that are on flat ground. So, but steep ground is tougher for us. And depending on how dense the understories are of the ground we're working on, that can make a big difference in terms of how easy it is for single horses or teams to move around, to get to the stump, to pick up the logs and firewood pieces that we need to move and get them out to a main trail.
Right.
And then we have economic factors as well that play into whether or not that particular job is a good fit.
Right, right. Yeah, well, I would like to get to economics because I think that is something that people have a lot of questions about. But before we get to that, I'd like to maybe ask a little bit more about what are the specific benefits that you see with working with horses and draft animals in the woods as opposed to heavy equipment.
I mean, I think the general kind of perception of that surgical extraction with the single horse is true. I mean, you can fit in a very narrow place and you can make very sharp turns and you can kind of whittle your way through any kind of terrain almost. And, you know, their weight, they're light on the ground for the most part. The way they apply their momentum through the 4 feet versus a rolling implement tire is good. And just that nimbleness. I mean, I was just walking in my own personal wood lot today, and there's probably a harvest here 30 years ago, and the amount of value, if you just wanted to take that out, and health of the trees that are bumpered from machines. I mean, every good tree that I see, I can see damage. So not only is there an ecological downside, there's going to be a financial one as well.
Right. Yeah. Is there anything more?
Yeah, I think in general, the hybrid system offers you the advantage of having the horses work where they're best suited to work in terms of ecology, which is right off the stump, right? We don't have to get any vehicle to the stump to reach that piece of wood that's going to be sold, whether it's firewood or log. The horses can then come to a main trail, which is where your impact should be, no matter what your harvesting tools are. And then our forwarder or our tractor or a second team of horses picks that wood up with some kind of conveyance tool and gets it to the landing. And that means fewer impacts in terms of skid trails to the stump or from the stump. And most of your impact stays right on a main skid road. And those main skid roads are few and far between. So it keeps carbon loss to a minimum, keeps soil erosion. Watershed impacts are all significantly lighter when our tools are properly applied. You can make a huge mess with horses, not just the tool, right? It's the operator needs to be skilled enough and sound enough in their techniques to make it work. But when you combine good practices with the right tool, then you get a really positive outcome that is noticeably different on the ground. Even to someone who has no sense of what they're looking for, usually can see the difference between a mechanical operation a year later and our operation a year later. It's right in front of you in plain sight.
Yeah, Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's really important to think about. And we've been having a lot of discussions about the challenges that people are facing economically and with our changing climate. Today we had a policy teach-in on the challenges that farmers and foresters are facing in Maine due to our changing climate. And so you were talking about the carbon in the soil, the carbon in established trees, and how important that is. And I just wonder if that's something that you think people are thinking more about, that foresters in Vermont or in our bioregion in general are thinking more about how to adapt forestry practices with climate in mind.
I think they're starting to think about it, but I would say that we are way far behind in terms of the progression of our thinking. And if we don't catch up soon, the impact on our woodlands in New England is going to be significant enough that we are going to pay a price ecologically and economically as we get further down the line. And when it comes to climate change, the tools and techniques that we use at some point are going to fit a marketplace, I think, that's going to evolve in our favor, right? There's going to be small parcel sizes. People are going to be worried about things like residual tree stand damage, soil erosion, carbon sequestration. They're going to want systems that are not whole tree or tree length removal, right? They want all that carbon, right? The boar wood still comes out, but they're going to leave all the trees and all the branches all nicely chopped up to mulch the soil so that you can produce a new generation of trees that are then sequestering carbon. Our system fits well into that. But I would say right now, there's precious little in the way of resources to help a landowner particularly find the right forester, the right logger, get a management plan written particularly for current use, which is our tax shelter program for treeland, working woodland. It's difficult in the state of Vermont, and I suspect that it's similar in Maine. So we've got some catch up to do.
Yeah. Well, that's great. So I'm thinking about a beautiful wood lot, a place in North Anson that MOFGA owns. It's part of our one of our many assets, I guess you would say, owned by Jerry Sass was the person who lives there and wants this to be managed in perpetuity according to low impact forestry management practices with forest ecology in mind. And we have talked about over the years trying to add value to wood that we could extract from that land in a very sustainable way. But we haven't quite gotten there. We haven't figured out exactly, what is the premium that people would be willing to pay for sustainably harvested lumber. And is that something that you're working on now? I mean, what are the economics of your operation?
Yeah, Brad and I this past winter dove into a side business that was strictly on that principle of creating a marketable product that carries the story and of the harvest that it came from. And I think we've come up against a lot of challenges that are just beyond what seem to be our expertise, if you will, as far as marketability, where the consumer's at. People have a sense when they're buying food that, oh, I'm buying an organic carrot, or I'm getting this CSA share, and this is how they're doing things. When people grab a 2x4 off the shelf, they don't seem to carry that same sentiment.
Right.
And so we've come up against that marketing, how we break through and say, hey, this is worth more and you should pay more because these are the benefits. And there's just a lot of challenges to even developing a wood product. Just the kiln drying it and getting it turned into flooring, or the usable product has to be just as good, or if not better, than the best producers in the country. So there's a lot of infrastructure that comes behind that, and it's quite frankly been daunting to get all of those little things lined up.
Yeah, the economic scenario right now I don't think is going to be manageable for an operation like ours to produce a low carbon footprint flooring board, for example, until we change things at the consumer end, until the consumer walks into Lowe's or Home Depot and says, I don't want the cheapest one I can get. I want the one that's the most sustainably produced, and I'm willing to pay an extra X number of dollars per linear foot or per board foot for this product. I think that's what it's going to take. Similar to the food movement in the 70s. I mean, that it's not, we see parallels there, but we are not there yet. And most of our landowners, even who want us to log in a sustainable way, they're making those same kinds of decisions. And I frankly look at that too. When I go to buy lumber, I want an affordable product. And so I think we all have to at some point recognize that that's really where the market issue is at the moment. It's largely on the consumer end.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's great. Yep. Absolutely important to see those parallels with the organic farming movement. We just have a little while left to visit, but we do have a question that came in on YouTube, and we were thinking about, maybe you could talk about the personal experiences of getting involved in the different approaches you've had through the years. This question is, have you ever harvested the wood with exclusively old-fashioned equipment like crosscut saws? Is there a place for these methods in the modern world?
I personally have not. I think there's a place for that maybe within your own personal endeavor, and owning that experience and feeling, the story of that whole piece of lumber and then the structure. For Brad and I, we are up against the biggest and heaviest equipment that John Deere produces for the woods right now. And we sell our wood to the same places that those guys who haul literally 15 times more than us a day.
Right.
So right now, I would hope that maybe there'd be a place for that, but we have to fold up shop.
Yeah.
Took on that for a general thing, but I have not done it personally. Have you ever cut down a tree with a
We used to do felling demos for students with crosscuts on with axes, and it's just not, it's really fun and interesting, but you could be all day working on a tree or two, a diameter tree. I mean, so it really, until the marketplace changes, if you as a landowner came and said, I want this harvested all with hand tools and only horses, no tractors, we would say, sign us up. Right? And that'd be wonderful, but no one says that, because at the end of the day, the landowner wants to make money in most cases off their woodlot, and so that's where we are.
That's the bottom line, and we really appreciate your vision and your dedication and the knowledge that you're sharing and inspiring all of us. So really appreciate it. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have to visit today, but thank you so much, Brad and Derek. We really appreciate it, and we hope to see you in person soon.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Have a great day.
Take care. Bye.
All right, well, there's so much incredible knowledge being shared here today. This is the 44th annual Common Ground Country Fair, and this year it's all online. And that is thanks to our sponsors. I want to especially thank Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Foundation, who's been really instrumental in working with MOFGA for a number of years, and they support many local food projects throughout the state and throughout the region. So we're really appreciative of that. On this Saturday afternoon, out here in the bright, sunny day, we are generating power here at MOFGA's Common Ground Education Center, and that is thanks to a large solar installation that we partnered with Revision Energy on. And one fun fact is that during the normal fair, our solar panels would cover the entire energy usage for the entire fair and for MOFGA year-round for everything that we do here at our offices and at the Education Center. Which is why I'm really excited to introduce our next speaker. John Luft from Revision Energy is going to be talking with us about community solar farms. We're going to learn a lot about it. This is a hot up-and-coming topic. So get your questions ready, get them onto Facebook Live and onto YouTube Live, and we're going to go to John now.
Hello, folks. Welcome to this year's Common Ground Country Fair. My name is John Luft, and I'm with Revision Energy. And today I'd like to talk about community solar farms. But first, let me tell you a little bit about myself and Revision Energy. I've had the fortunate opportunity to work for Revision Energy since 2003. And since then, I've been able to see Revision Energy grow from 4 people to now over 250. We now have locations in 5 branches throughout 3 states in New England. I work at the Liberty office, and I'm a branch manager and the sales manager of the Liberty location. Revision Energy recently became an employee-owned company, which is very exciting. As an employee-owned company, we're also a certified B Corporation, which means that Revision Energy gives back to the communities that we all live and work in, and it's a great thing to be a part of. At Revision Energy, our mission is to accelerate the transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. And we do so with solar energy for businesses and residences throughout New England. With the passing of more solar-friendly legislation in Augusta, Maine, we now have better rules that allow for community solar farm development in our state. Now that we have better policy in the state of Maine, Revision Energy is now offering community solar farms again, but this time on a much larger scale. This larger scale makes community solar farms more economical and more sustainable. We are currently offering farms both in Central Maine territory and Verson territory, which is very exciting for all utility customers in the state of Maine. So there are 2 types of community solar farm options. One is the subscription model and the other is the ownership model. With the subscription model, an investor builds the solar array and they therefore operate that solar array. There's no upfront cost, so you would pay as you go. Typically, there's a 10 to 15% savings off of that electric bill, and they're easy to enter and they're easy to exit. So it's an easy option for folks who don't have the capital investment to be able to do a long-term investment like it is with the ownership model. However, the money that you spend towards that, there's no equity that builds up, and essentially you're renting that electricity, and therefore the savings aren't as good as they are with the ownership model. With the shared ownership model, which is the version that Revision Energy is currently offering, members can own individual shares. They are also eligible for the federal tax credit and get to utilize that to help bring down the investment cost of that system. You also get to use your federal tax liability to do something that you believe in and will hopefully change the world for the better. There are greater long-term savings associated with the ownership model, and similar to a retirement fund, it's something that you will put money into and then draw a return on over the life of the system. With the ownership model, individual shares can be sold, so at any point in time, if you would like to get out of this arrangement, you can sell that share to another purchaser and therefore recoup some of your investment back. With the shared ownership model, there are operating costs to be able to maintain and operate the farm. Those fall on the responsibility of each individual share owner. But to do that, Revision Energy has simplified that by setting up a parent LLC that will monitor and manage the overall solar farm. The way it works with the shared ownership model is an individual will purchase a portion of the farm. So some segment of these panels will be ones that you own, and the production of the panels will apply to your electric bill. Let's take a moment and explain how net energy billing works. Through the rules governing net energy billing, any production that is generated off-site will be applied to your utility account, and that'll be done by the percentage of the solar farm that you own. So for example, if you own 1% of a solar farm, you would get 1% of that day's production applied to your electric bill. So the beauty of that is the solar doesn't have to be in your backyard anymore. Those energy credits can just essentially come from a large solar array as long as it's located in the same utility that you live in. So under Revision Energy's community solar farm model, once all the shares in an individual community solar farm are all bought up, that solar farm will then be constructed. That community solar farm will also join a larger parent company called Community Solar of New England, LLC. This LLC has been set up by Revision Energy to manage the day-to-day operation and maintenance of these community solar farms. This takes all the management work out of each individual share owners and allows that to all be consolidated so that it can be done more cost effectively and streamlined. That way each individual share owner can go on with their regular life and not have to also manage a community solar farm in their spare time. As more solar farms are built, Each one of those solar farms will also join the Community Solar of New England LLC, which will then manage multiple solar farms. The multiplying effect of this will be great on the operating costs to help bring down insurance costs and maintenance costs, and also give this group a larger organizational structure. This larger organization structure will only benefit the share owners as time goes on. Community Solar of New England LLC will work with Revision Energy and hire them to be able to maintain all of these solar farms to ensure that they're operating properly and that the maintenance schedules are upkept. So how to size a community solar farm share? Well, to do this, what we like to do is look at how much electricity you're using in your household annually. To do that, what we need you to do is to send us your electric bills or look at your electric bills and see how many kilowatt hours your house is using annually. So add up each month and come up with what that total is. We look at the whole year because that's the way net energy billing works. With net energy billing, you're able to take solar energy credits that are produced and then apply them to your bill. Those credits are allowed to accumulate for up to 12 months. For example, solar production that happens on a nice sunny day in September, that energy credit will go to your bill. If you need to use that credit, then that will offset that month's bill. If you've produced excess energy credits, you can carry those over to the next month and do so for up to 12 months. This is why we look at 12 months worth of electric bills. In the example that I show here, this household's using 8,000 kilowatt hours per year. So what we would do to size your share is to look at the individual solar farm site that you would be joining and look at the yield rate for that solar farm and then divide that into 8,000 kilowatt hours to determine the size of your share. In this example, a 6.7 kilowatt solar farm share will produce 8,000 kilowatt hours per year. We can also oversize that community solar farm share if you're looking to use more electricity and convert from fossil fuels to electricity. For example, if you're planning to buy an electric vehicle, rather than purchasing gasoline, we can now get that electricity that your car will run on from a community solar farm. We can also look at converting your house to air source heat pumps and now use less fossil fuels to heat your home and use locally produced electricity. The same is true for hot water. We can look at electric hot water options and therefore reduce your fossil fuel usage in your home. The overall effect is essentially to give you a more secure fuel source that is better for the planet, and community solar farms make that possible. Pricing will vary a little bit between different utilities, but in this 6.7 kilowatt solar farm share example, the system cost would be $22,200. Because this is an ownership model CSF, it is eligible for the 22% federal tax credit. In this example, that would come out to $4,884. So as long as you have federal tax liability, you'd be able to utilize that to bring the system cost down to $17,316. We do have financing options available, and we can discuss which one is right for you. And that will be no money down and just bring it down to a monthly payment. In the example that I show here, we use the Vermont State Employees Credit Union, which is our lending partner, with a 12-year 5.65% loan, which brings the monthly payment down to $150 a month. When that tax credit is applied towards the loan, that'll bring the monthly payments down even more. You're essentially pre-buying your electricity, possibly for the rest of your life, and doing it with a local and renewable energy source, therefore locking in at a lower electricity cost when factored over time. In this example that we're showing here, rather than that electricity costing 17 cents a kilowatt hour, you are now locking in over the next 25 years at 11.7 cents a kilowatt hour. So looking at the long range, the economics are very favorable. The first bar graph represents essentially having the solar on your home or at a CSF, but with you owning it. Over 35 years, you're locking in your electricity costs at around 8.5 cents a kilowatt hour. If you decide to finance that, it raises the cost a little bit to around 10 cents a kilowatt hour. In this example, we're looking at Central Maine power rates at 14.9 cents a kilowatt. So you can see that right out of the gates, the cost of electricity over time is cheaper with solar that you purchase. If you compare that to utility costs over 35 years at a 3% escalator, you'd be looking at electricity in the neighborhood of 24 cents a kilowatt hour. Each community solar farm share does have some operating costs, which we also show in the proposal right here. We have those structured so that between years 1 through 5 they're fixed, and then years 6 to 10 there's a 2.5% escalator. And then after year 10, we will essentially look at what pricing is and negotiate that with the solar farm members, with the intent of keeping those costs down as low as possible, and doing that through the buying power of all of the community solar farms that make up the LLC. The overall economics of a community solar farm are essentially looking at locking in lower energy prices over the time. Even though there's upfront costs to get started, you're essentially pre-buying your electricity, possibly for the rest of your life, and doing it with a local and renewable energy source. Therefore, locking in at a lower electricity cost when factored over time, resulting in below market energy costs that offers a guaranteed return on your investment. So community solar farms make it possible now to convert your home to 100% solar, with that electricity either coming from the roof or becoming virtually via net metering to your utility account, which now makes this 100% solar household now possible. The beauty of it is now there are many options for Mainers to go solar, and it's just a matter of picking the one that's right for you. At Revision Energy, we'll gladly work with you to look at all the options and see which one is the best for you. And then we can make a plan so that you too can make your household 100% solar. Now we'd like to open it up to your questions. Hello folks, welcome to this
Farmers
year's
and Gardeners Association. Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon and for sharing all your knowledge. We're glad to have you here at the online fair.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, one of the first questions, just to dive right in here, is, you know, I'm sure have folks watching from all over, some who may be in more rural areas, some who may be in more urban areas. But if they're considering solar panels generally, what would they want to think about between having solar panels on their own property versus participating in a community solar farm?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I went into it in the video a little bit there, but I think, you know, really looking at your site, you know, community solar farms really offer now this other option to where if there's things wrong with your roof or you know you have roof maintenance coming up, I think now you have a good option to seriously consider. You know, so this way you can go solar now. You don't have to wait for someday once I, you know, fix my roof, then I can do solar. It allows you to kind of jump in right now. And I think that's a biggie there, as well as also to be able to cover more of your load if you're trying to really get away from fossil fuels. Sometimes that can be a lot of solar panels you need and your roof might not be big enough. And this is a great option for that as well. And I'd say the other major one is for folks who feel like that's maybe not their dream home, or they're planning to move. And as long as you're going to stay within that same utility, community solar farm shares the credits can follow you around as you move. So I think that's another great feature, because it's you know, there's a lot of upfront cost to investing in solar, and I think, you know, sometimes people are hesitant because they wonder how long they're going to live in that house. And this is a great feature because you know, those credits can move with you, and you can also sell the solar farm share. So that's an option as well. So that's really a game changer in terms of really opening up your options.
Yeah, that's great. And related to that, so if somebody does go for the community solar farm option, does that have to be in the town where they live?
Yeah, the way it works with the credits is you need to be in a solar farm that is in your utility. So in Maine, we have primarily two major utilities, Central Maine Power and Versant, formerly Emera. So if you just need to join a community solar farm that is located in the same utility. And then the way the net energy billing rules work in the state of Maine, you can apply those credits kind of remotely to your utility account.
Great. And we have a question from Sue on Facebook who's asking, some of what you presented was in the future tense. Can you talk about what's available right now in Maine?
Yeah, so right now we do have community solar farms options in Maine. Revision Energy is very close to completing one in Vassalboro, and that's in Central Maine Power Territory. So there are, almost, I think, close to 100 members of that farm that will soon be getting their electricity from a solar farm. And we also have a site in Versant territory that we're going to be working on soon. And as soon as this one wraps up in Vassalboro, we have another one right behind it. So, and so right now there is an option to join a farm, right now. With solar farms, there'll be possibly some initial delays because you have to fully subscribe the farm. Let's call it 100 to 500 members depending on the size of the farm, and then you have to construct that farm. So Maine has the winter season to contend with, so not a lot of construction will be happening in the winter for most of these solar farm projects. So there could be a delay to where there's kind of a spring start, depending on where you are in the construction cycle.
So that's interesting. The farm has to be fully subscribed before it can be built. Is that the case?
With so as I went into the video, there's an ownership model and then there's a subscription model. And with the ownership model, that farm needs to be fully subscribed. So all the members need to be essentially there, and then the farm can go ahead and proceed to get built. There could be you could be say 90% of the farm is sold, and that's enough to begin construction. But you want to make sure you have a large enough committed group to go ahead and proceed with that. And then, as the subscription models start to come up, there's none that are built yet. Those will probably have more of a rolling basis, and they're not as dependent, but I would imagine that they'd want to have it fairly subscribed before they build it. You just want to make sure that you have a place for that electricity to go.
Mm-hmm. Sally on Facebook is asking how much acreage is needed to lay out a solar farm?
Yeah, it's a great question. It really depends on the size of the solar farm. So the larger the solar farm, the better the price point, from a construction standpoint, potentially. But what we're seeing right now is there's a lot of farms coming into Maine. So we're actually seeing it's getting a little bit more complicated to build larger farms because the substations are starting to get full because there's so many in the planning stage right now. Typically, I would say between 5 to 30 acres. Those are that's the land size that most of these solar farms are going to be on, somewhere in that range.
Great. And once somebody is a subscriber or they're an owner, do they actually own the solar panels that make up the solar farm share?
So yeah, that depends on the model, the type of solar farm that you join. So the one that I go into mostly in my talk, and that's the kind that Revision Energy is currently offering, is we call the ownership model. And you actually own a portion of that solar farm. You can sell that if you ever want to, but it is something that you own. With a subscription model, all you're doing is kind of renting. You're just getting electricity on a monthly basis. You don't own anything. So, the money that you're paying on a monthly basis isn't really going to pay off of something. So, the quick way to think about these is like owning your own home or renting. And with the ownership model, you actually own a piece of that solar farm and you're a stakeholder in that farm.
Great. And then once somebody is a part of a solar farm, what does that mean for their power bill? Is their power bill zero through CMP, or how does that work?
So you're always going to have a minimum connection fee, and that varies between utilities, but call it between, you know, $12 to $18, somewhere in that range is going to be your monthly connection fee. So your bill will never be zero, but it could go as low as the minimum connection fee. And the way it works is you'll have solar credits depending on your portion of the farm that you own. That portion of the production will go towards your account, and that's something we can calculate and get it down to roughly what it will be per year. And the idea there is to try to offset your utility bill by somewhere between 0 to 95%. You know, you can go 100%, but sometimes we pull it a little bit below just to make sure, because if you have extra, that you don't get to, they don't pay you for that energy. So it's based on an annual amount of energy produced versus what you're using.
Mm-hmm. And related to that, is this energy less expensive, or how does it compare with just energy coming from the normal utility?
Sure. I mean, that really, in order to answer that, you have to really ask the question, well, what's the time frame? You know, because, you know, like any investment, you're putting down a sum of money. You're essentially pre-buying electricity in advance, and then over the longer the time period, the better that return is on investment. So in the short term, you know, it could be temporarily more expensive, but eventually it actually starts to you know, be less expensive over time. So if you look at it through the lens of a 25 years to 35, and the solar farm could go as long as 35 years, you know, you're definitely your electricity is a lot cheaper than what it is you'd be purchasing right now. So it really depends on the time frame that you're looking at.
Okay, great. Claudia on YouTube asks, can anyone who is now covered by CMP join a community solar farm?
Yes. Yep. You have to be connected to the grid. So that's one of the criteria, because you need to be able to you have to be getting a bill. So, but yes, right now, if you are a CMP utility customer, you are, there is a solar farm option out there right now for you.
Okay, great. And Ben on YouTube asks, would the solar farms be feasible in a more urban area without 5 to 30 acres of ground space readily available? So maybe rooftops, or, you know, are there other areas where these could go in more urban areas?
Yeah, probably not. And it's really price point. I mean, that's the beauty of these, is Maine has lots of land. You know, we are definitely fortunate in that regard, so that we don't have to put, you know, and find real estate within cities, which can be complicated. You're going to pretty much, these types of farms are going to stay off of roofs, because roofs are going to be limited in size. You're never going to get a roof large enough to be able to take a solar farm of this type of scale. Just, we don't make buildings that big. And if we do, you know, there might be a few out there. Putting it on the roof, it's going to be a flat roof. In Maine, those panels will get buried in the snow. You know, you also have the long-term cost of roof maintenance, you know, that you kind of want to avoid that with the solar farm option. So I'd say, you know, the vast majority of these, if not fields, large fields, and they can be in an, you know, we have a large solar array in Rockland, kind of in the downtown Rockland area, but, you know, even that's not really big enough to be a community solar farm. So it's just not a lot of land available in urban environments.
Great. We have Kevin on Facebook who's asking a few different questions here, but could you talk a little bit more about kind of the full integration of electric cars, utility investments, and, you know, how this is going to look for the future? So what are the best things to invest in terms of our utilities for the future?
Yeah, well, I mean, essentially what Revision Energy is trying to help usher in is a transition of fossil fuels to an electric economy, electric-based economy. And, you know, if we make that transition happen where we're driving on electric vehicles, we're heating our homes with electricity, we're going to need a lot of electricity to be able to do that. And the beauty of a community solar farms as an option is it helps solve that riddle of where is all this electricity going to come from? Because realistically, not every roof is going to be able to do that, and we're going to need to have other ways to produce electricity and get that to you. So, and when you look at the price of fossil fuels and switching to electricity, the electricity is actually going to be cheaper, and it'll be a better investment, a better place for you to put your money rather than investing in fossil fuels, which will are very volatile in terms of pricing and what they do for the planet. And burning all that fossil fuels is something that we're trying to avoid. So the electric option is so really think about how can I use electricity in my life, and then if we can use solar for that, then we're essentially going to be better off.
Great. And maybe our last question here today, but at MOFGA, obviously, we're all about agricultural lands. And I'm curious if you can just talk a little bit more about the balance between how do we preserve and protect our prime agricultural lands and balance, where these solar farms are sited.
Sure. It's definitely something that's in the mix and something that we take seriously. One of the benefits of working with Revision Energy is you're working with a Maine-based company that has, and we're an employee-owned company. So, and we have people who live all throughout the state of Maine, and we care about the towns and the communities that we live in. And as a certified B Corporation, we're going to really try to do our best to place these arrays in places that make the most sense. Realistically, we will use fields, but we're not using prime agricultural land typically. In some ways, what we're seeing too is there's a lot of farmers that have more land than they're currently using. And this is actually allowing them to create a revenue stream for their farm, because the farmer who rents the fields for this type of activity gets, essentially lease payments. And that income stream helps them actually stay on the farm, and it helps with the economics so that they can actually continue owning that land and they don't have to sell the farm. So it actually is beneficial to our farms in that regard. And what we're doing in the field realistically isn't a, when you look at the long-term impact that a solar array like this will have on a field, that soil will still be there. All of that equipment can easily be taken out and it could go back to field. Whereas if that farm sells and it becomes a subdivision, that's never going to be a farm again. So in some ways, we're kind of secretly preserving land, in my opinion, because after 35 years, then what? It's like, well, there's your field again. It's a field. It's still there. So, but it's a great question, and we're going to be realistically grappling with more of this in Maine in the coming years, because there's a lot of solar development that is planning to come into the state of Maine. It's going to happen more than we've seen to date. So.
Yeah, well, thanks so much for that, John. That's all that we have time for this afternoon, but thank you so much for sharing all of your incredible knowledge, and folks can connect more directly with Revision Energy. I'm sure they can just go to your website and get connected up with you all. But thanks so much and have a great afternoon.
Great, thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Heather Spalding, Deputy Director of Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. I have a quick announcement for you all. We will be switching to a new Facebook stream at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock. So just so you all are aware. We're very appreciative of all the folks who have been supporting us through this weekend. We have a wonderful sponsor in Bright Built Homes, and so thank you so much to Bright Built Homes for all the support you've given us in bringing this amazing online fair to fruition. We are excited to have another really informative presentation this afternoon. We're going to be talking about the steps it takes to become a certified organic grower. And MOFGA has a big certification program here, MOFGA Certification Services. It's a wholly owned LLC of MOFGA. And I just want to take a minute to thank all of the staff of MOFGA Certification Services in particular, because like many, many different organizations and businesses, the staff of MCS has been facing some really challenging protocols and parameters to get through the certification process this year, and they're doing an incredible job, and so a big heartfelt thank you to all the certification staff. The director of MOFGA Certification Services is Chris Grigsby, and he's going to be doing this presentation, which we'll segue to in a minute. Chris is a great guy, and he joined us at MOFGA about 5 years ago. He's got a ton of experience in the food world, working for a lot of different food organizations and businesses and cooperatives and distribution centers. He worked for Belfast Co-op, and we snagged him from Belfast Co-op. So sorry, Belfast Co-op, it's your loss but our gain, but I'm sure it's your gain too in some ways. So anyway, we're really thrilled to have Chris talking about the steps involved in becoming a certified organic grower. So take it away, Chris.
Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Grigsby, the director at MOFGA Certification Services. I'm here today to talk with you a little bit about steps to becoming a certified organic producer and some general information about the organic regulations and the requirements. So I wanted to first just give a little bit of background about MOFGA Certification Services, the relationship with MOFGA, and how we came to be. MOFGA has been certifying farms since the 1970s, and with the implementation of the Organic Foods Production Act through the 90s and the development of the National Organic Program as of 2002, MOFGA made a decision to seek accreditation from USDA to administer the National Organic Program rules, therefore forming MOFGA Certification Services as an LLC. And we've been accredited by the USDA to administer the National Organic Program through that public-private partnership since 2002. We currently certify over 550 operations. And sort of the way the process works is that if you're an existing certified operation, then you renew your certification every year. If you're an applicant, then you are applying for certification. So the general question about who needs to be certified. So there is a carve-out exemption in the regulations that allows for a producer who grosses under $5,000 per year to be exempt from requiring certification, but still able to utilize the marketing claim of organic in your sales to customers. You still need to maintain the records and those types of things to show compliance as needed, but certification is not required in that category. On the other hand, if you are a producer who grows a crop and sells it to somebody else, a processor or a handler, and they're going to use that as an ingredient in one of their products, then certification is required regardless of your gross income. So there's a little differentiation there. So as far as the reasons why to certify as organic, what MCS is able to provide is a third-party verification of your marketing claims and your growing practices. It can help with consumer confidence. So if a customer is sort of seeing that there's a certified organic by MOFGA statement on there, or the logo, or the USDA organic logo, then that can produce some confidence in the consumer that those practices have been verified and compliance is there. So the organic sector is the fastest growing food sector in the US at this point. In terms of the grocery arena, I think it's surpassed $50 billion in annual sales. And then additionally, there is a cost share rebate that the USDA administers each year, which helps to defray the certification costs that the operation pays to the certifier. And I'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation here. So as far as certification and the accredited certifiers, under the USDA, there are lots of options. There are a lot of certifiers that operate in Maine. But the reason why we feel like certifying with MOFGA is a benefit and the way to go is that we do the certification part of it, but then MOFGA has so many other programs that can really sort of assist in supporting you as an organic producer. And so there's access to free technical and production assistance through our farmer programs department and team. There's lots of marketing materials. There's toolkits for marketing and helping to sort of promote your products out in the marketplace. Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Grigsby, the director at MOFGA Certification Services. I'm here today to talk with you a little bit about steps to becoming a certified organic producer and some general information about the organic regulations and the requirements. So I wanted to first just give a little bit of background about MOFGA Certification Services, the relationship with MOFGA, and how we came to be. MOFGA has been certifying farms since the 1970s, and with the implementation of the Organic Foods Production Act through the 90s and the development of the National Organic Program as of 2002, MOFGA made a decision to seek accreditation from USDA to administer the National Organic Program rules, therefore forming MOFGA Certification Services as an LLC. And we've been accredited by the USDA to administer the National Organic Program through that public-private partnership since 2002. We currently certify over 550 operations. And sort of the way the process works is that if you're an existing certified operation, then you renew your certification every year. If you're an applicant, then you are applying for certification. So the general question about who needs to be certified. So there is a carve-out exemption in the regulations that allows for a producer who grosses under $5,000 per year to be exempt from requiring certification, but still able to utilize the marketing claim of organic in your sales to customers. You still need to maintain the records and those types of things to show compliance as needed, but certification is not required in that category. On the other hand, if you are a producer who grows a crop and sells it to somebody else, a processor or a handler, and they're going to use that as an ingredient in one of their products, then certification is required regardless of your gross income. So there's a little differentiation there. So as far as the reasons why to certify as organic, what MCS is able to provide is a third-party verification of your marketing claims and your growing practices. It can help with consumer confidence. So if a customer is sort of seeing that there's a certified organic by MOFGA statement on there, or the logo, or the USDA organic logo, then that can produce some confidence in the consumer that those practices have been verified and compliance is there. So the organic sector is the fastest growing food sector in the US at this point. In terms of the grocery arena, I think it's surpassed $50 billion in annual sales. And then additionally, there is a cost share rebate that the USDA administers each year, which helps to defray the certification costs that the operation pays to the certifier. And I'll get into that a little bit later in the presentation here. So as far as certification and the accredited certifiers, under the USDA, there are lots of options. There are a lot of certifiers that operate in Maine. But the reason why we feel like certifying with MOFGA is a benefit and the way to go is that we do the certification part of it, but then MOFGA has so many other programs that that can really sort of assist in supporting you as an organic producer. And so there's access to free technical and production assistance through our farmer programs department and team. There's lots of marketing materials. There's toolkits for marketing and helping to sort of promote your products out in the marketplace. As a certified producer, you would get discounts on classes, events, through registration. The MOFGA, which is the quarterly newspaper that MOFGA produces, there's a discount for ads. And then, of course, we administer an online searchable database that's free. So free promotion through that database that's consumer facing, as well as social media posts and producer profiles and the like. So generally, I wanted to get into the sort of the process and the cycle a little bit here. And so this is a graphic that we put together just to sort of help to show folks what the annual process sort of looks like. So if you're interested in becoming a certified organic producer, first step is to contact us. Either phone call, email, that type of thing. And then that way we can kind of get into the specifics of your operation and point you towards the specific forms, application forms and things like that would need to be completed. So once that sort of takes place, then the next step obviously is to submit the application to us, or if you're a certified producer already, then it's kind of a renewal process where we send you kind of what we have for your existing organic system plan. You update it with next year's plans and the like. Send that back to us. We conduct internal reviews and desk audits of the application. Make sure that we've got all the information we need. The more complete the application is, the quicker and easier it is for us to sort of review that. But we may very well have to kind of reach back out to you and gain clarity on particular sections as needed. But once we review it and feel like we've got all the right information we need, we then mark it and send it to an inspector. And the inspector would then contact you and schedule an on-site inspection, which is a requirement with the organic regulations. And in that annual on-site inspection, like I said, it is annual. It's something that has to happen kind of every year. And what the inspector does is sort of verifies that what you submitted in your application is actually what's taking place on site. Once the inspection takes place, the inspector submits a report to us. We review that again and kind of go through any particular details and follow-ups as needed with the operation. And once we get to that point where we feel like it's we've got all of those things and checked all of those boxes, then we would sort of complete the certification and grant certification at that point. So once that happens, the operation would then have a valid certificate as well as what we call a product verification, which is essentially the specific products that you're certified for. And once that takes place, we just sort of ask that folks, keep in contact with us throughout the year, maintain communication. The regulations require that if there are any major changes to your organic system plan, that the certifier, gets notified. And so that can be, changes in crop planning. It can be, adding a new field or facility, label changes, those types of things are definitely things that you'd want to let us know about. So as far as the certification fees, MCS utilizes a flat fee schedule, which is a little different than some of the other certifiers, but we feel like it's a way to keep the cost reasonable and affordable for operations. And so we base our flat fee on your gross expected income from organic sales for the coming year. And so you can see by this slide that the scale sort of goes from zero all the way up into the millions. And so this the annual fee on the right hand side of this is what the fee would be to be paid to us as the certifier, and then that would cover all of the review work that we do, as well as the inspection costs and those types of things. And then this slide sort of shows that breakdown with what the final out-of-pocket cost would be for you as a producer based on the fee and the schedule there and the levels. And this is after the USDA cost share is paid out. And so you can see that, you know, the fee to us originally would be $475 in the first column. After the cost share, which is 75% of your certification fees, up to $750 per production scope. The first two categories, MOFGA also has a small producer rebate, which is in addition to the USDA cost share, and can kind of assist with the small producers in making sure that the certification process is affordable. I will caveat that this year, for 2020, USDA just announced that they're not going to be paying out at the 75% level based on appropriated funds. That this year is a 50% reimbursement, which was a surprise to everyone, and MOFGA is doing a lot of work to try to remedy that. If not for this year, then at least years moving forward, because the funding for the cost share is appropriated through the Farm Bill, so it's an every 5-year cycle. So I wanted to pivot now to just sort of discussing some of the requirements of the organic regulations, and specifically to just sort of talk through some of the record-keeping requirements. This is one of the things that is a little bit different about organic certification is that the record-keeping requirements are sort of designed to allow the certifier to see the activity when we're not there on site. So that the records are designed to be easily auditable, they need to be available, and we have on our website, we do have some really nice record-keeping checklists that are developed sort of by production scope. And so you can go in and download the one for crop or for livestock or you know, handling and the like. And that's really sort of helpful to sort of see, okay, if I'm a crop producer, these are the types of records that I'm going to need to keep. There's no one specific way to keep the records. It just really has to be a system that works for you and is easily auditable for us and for the inspectors. And so this is just sort of a general list here of some of the types of things that we would be looking for. So, you know, keeping all of the receipts for your inputs and your purchases, you know, seed purchases or, you know, amendments or anything like that. Field activity logs, so, you know, planting dates, transplant, seeding dates, planting dates, transplant dates, all of the field activities, you know, in terms of just, you know, scouting and those types of things, harvest records, production logs. If you're making compost, you know, that has to be sort of logged so that we can demonstrate compliance with the requirements of making approved compost. Equipment cleanout log if you're utilizing shared equipment that may be kind of coming from a non-organic farm. On the livestock side, there's sort of animal ID requirements, health records, those types of things, and then of course, you know, sales records. And the regulations require sort of mass balance and audit trail exercises to be completed at inspection. And so those are things that basically test the record keeping system to make sure that it's sound, as well as verifying compliance with the regulations. So we do hear a lot that the record keeping isn't the funnest part of being a farmer or producer, but they are needed for us to complete our audit exercises. And we also feel like there's benefits to you as the operator as well, just in terms of, you know, proving your activities. From a business standpoint, you know, having the records there is good. I mean, as far as, you know, analyzing costs and expenses and price points to sell your product as, those types of things. It is a compliance requirement. If you have employees or workers on your farm, it can help to keep everybody on the same page. From a training perspective, you know, like letting folks know, hey, we're certified, so we have to kind of keep these records. So these are the types of things that we have to do, you know, day to day. And then again, getting back to that consumer confidence piece, I think this is just another one of those ways that organic certification can sort of show that, show to the consumers and the end users that that the verification has taken place. So our website is really the place to go for the resources and the application materials and things like that. So MOFGAcertification.org is the MCS specific website. You can get there from the MOFGA website as well, but this one is specific to the work that we do in the certification. So mofgacertification.org, there's a drop down for certification, which has all of the application materials depending on your production scope. The resources tab is excellent. There's lots of resources there. Our practice manual is located there. And you can see by this sort of listing that the manual is really good. We've got the rule at the end of it in the appendix, and it really does sort of break down kind of what the requirements would be sort of by production area. Other things that are sort of there is application materials, material list, and then different forms for livestock or processing or sea vegetables, maple syrup, all those types of things, poultry production. So when you're filling out your application materials, we really do need to have them detailed and complete. And I've sort of have circled this sort of spot where even if a question doesn't necessarily apply to you, writing, NA not applicable, something like that, the more complete an application is when we receive it, means that we can turn around that certification quicker, and we don't have a lot of kind of time lags between back and forth and requesting additional information and those types of things. So there's a section in there around labels under the organic marketing tab where you can download our logos. There's some really great graphics that sort of show what the labeling requirements are depending on the type of product. So the website has the resources, the logos, and that type of thing. And I think I'll stop there because we've got a Q&A here, and we can kind of go through any specific questions that you all have. Thank you very much for taking the time, and I look forward to speaking with you and hopefully reaching out to our office with any questions you may have.
Hey everyone, welcome back outside to the Common Ground Education Center. Chris, we really appreciate the great work that you and your staff do to run a top-notch certified organic program, MOFGA Certification Services, LLC. And again, we know that you've been challenged by the pandemic and all the protocols you had to put in place, but it looks like the numbers are pretty good, the metrics of our overall program. Do you want to talk a little bit about that and like the size and the scope of and the breadth of MOFGA certified growers?
Absolutely, yeah, thank you, Heather. And yeah, I'll put another plug out to MCS staff and our inspectors as well. It's been a really challenging year. The pandemic sort of delayed our inspection season start by a couple of months, and we're still required to do all of the same things that we would in a normal year. So yeah, hats off to the staff at certification as well as the inspector pool. And I would say as well, the operations have been really good to work with as well. They're busy as well, trying to meet market demand and customer demand, and they've got to take time out of their busy days as well to host us for the inspections. So yeah, kudos to that. And yeah, I would say generally, our certification program is really strong. We've had pretty steady growth and pretty consistent numbers over the past few years, generally running around 530 certified organic operations. And we also administer MOFGA's Clean Cannabis program as well, so there's 38 operations that are certified through that program. All require an annual on-site inspection. We also have to do random pesticide residue sample testing and unannounced inspections as well. So yeah, it's a lot of work, and trying to squeeze that all into the growing season as well. But yeah, we overall metrics, we certify over 70,000 acres of organic farmland, sugar bushes, those types of things. Let's see, over 3,600 unique products are certified by MOFGA as well. And so when you really think about that number, in terms of all of the different types of things that could be, it's over, almost a couple hundred different crop types, livestock products, tons of value-added products as well. And I guess that's sort of a mention too, is that the scope of our certification on the farm side is sort of through the crop and the livestock pieces, and then the handlers and processors are really bringing a lot of value-added products to market as well. And so we're seeing a lot of growth there. We're seeing a ton of interest in local and organic products in the marketplace. And that has translated into, our general, rough estimate of gross income for 2019 was over $85 million.
Awesome.
So that's a huge amount of economic impact for the state.
Yep.
As well, yeah. So.
Yeah, that's so great, Chris. And we're so fortunate here in Maine. We have an amazing number of certified organic growers and opportunities to purchase their beautiful produce. The natural food community in Maine and the retailers are very widespread and very well established. And so it's funny, I mean, we're way up in the Northeast in Maine, but we really have a lot of opportunity to have the absolute best food you can possibly get.
Yes.
And a lot of it is the relationships that MOFGA has had with the retailers through the years, and this, of course, the certified organic growers. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And the market, I think, is continuing to grow. So we're seeing even a more traditional grocery store, more and more certified organic products on the shelf, and that has to do with really the customer demand. I think that the consumer these days are more educated than they've ever been. They're asking questions about where their food is grown, how it's grown, and yeah, I think that really bodes really well for the future of Maine and organic producers being able to access places to move their products. So yeah, and a huge shout out to the MOFGA community as well for supporting these producers over the years.
Yeah. We did have a question from our media sponsors, UMaine. One of them was asking on the break about, is this a good time for someone to get into organic farming and certified organic production?
Sure. I would say definitely yes. I think that there are a lot of opportunities, whether it's traditional crops to markets that don't have that access, or bringing some type of a value-added product to the market as well. And I would say too, I mean, Maine has the opportunity to even push out the products regionally as well. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities in Boston, New York, kind of all up and down the East Coast. So yeah, I hope that continues to grow moving forward.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for all you do, and to your staff as well, and all the inspectors, and all the certified organic farmers in Maine and beyond.
Yes. Thanks so much.
Yeah, so...
Hats off to Joy Granis, the artist behind this year's Common Ground Country Fair design, featuring Monarda.
Relationship that we have and we've had for over 40 years now. This beautiful t-shirt, the one that Sarah has, and the ones that you've seen throughout the day and throughout the years, they're produced by Liberty Graphics, which is just about 25 minutes down the road, down 220 from us. They do amazing work, and they come through every year with the most incredible work on the merchandise that we sell for the winning artwork each year. And so we have a little tribute and some words of thanks.
Hats off to Joy Granis, the artist behind this year's Common Ground Country Fair design, featuring Monarda, or bee balm, and bees. This beautiful illustration helps us call attention to native plant species and their role in supporting threatened pollinators. Thank you, Joy, for your brilliant work. Please visit our online country store at store.mofga.org to find lots of environmentally friendly merchandise. MOFGA is fortunate to have a long-standing partnership with Liberty Graphics, just 25 minutes down Route 220 from the Common Ground Education Center. For more than 40 years, we have worked with Liberty Graphics to create extra special and environmentally friendly merchandise. The t-shirts that you buy at the Common Ground Country Fair go through 6 steps, from farm to fairgoers. The cotton is grown organically in West Texas, spun into yarn in the Carolinas, then waxed and knit into long tubes of fabric. The fabric is then pre-shrunk, cleaned, and dimensionally stabilized. Some of that fabric is left in its natural color, destined to become the beloved Common Ground Country Fair volunteer shirts. The rest of the fabric is peroxide brightened before being sent off to become the colorful fair merchandise that we all love. Shirt fabrication is done both in the Carolinas and in Pennsylvania. The colored shirts are dyed right next door in New Hampshire using the most environmentally friendly process that Liberty Graphics could find. All of the Common Ground merchandise is printed 25 minutes down the road by Liberty Graphics using earth-friendly water-based ink. Liberty Graphics has been printing exclusively with water-based ink since their inception in 1978. We're pleased to work with Liberty Graphics and offer the most environmentally friendly screen-printed merchandise in the marketplace today. Find your favorite organic cotton Common Ground Country Fair items at store.mofga.org.
Well, thank you again to Liberty Graphics, and there are no lines at the country store this year. It's open 24 hours a day online at store.mofga.org. So we hope that you'll support MOFGA by going and purchasing some of these amazing organic, locally produced shirts. And I also want to say another way that we're really thankful this year for the online Common Ground Country Fair is to our sponsors. And again, one more time for Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare Foundation, who's been a critical sponsor for all of our content for the weekend and for today's content especially, in helping support our year-round educational work. So we've really valued that partnership with them and thank them for their work. So one of our next upcoming presentations, one of the final presentations for today, is one that I think you're really going to enjoy because it's the Sagadahoc MOFGA chapter's special edition of their baked beans. So normally they would have a booth at the fair where they sell baked beans. Sagadahoc is the longest running MOFGA chapter, and they've been at every fair for the last 44 years. And their baked bean sales go to support their year-round work, which they do in their community, and they also donate the proceeds back to the Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association and our year-round programming. So it's an incredible community effort. They have delicious baked beans and hot apple cider in their booth, and they made a little presentation for us to share about how they make that and what it means to them each year. So we're going to learn more now.
Hello everyone, welcome to the virtual fair booth from Sagadahoc MOFGA, where we make baked beans, switchel, and hot malt cider, among other things. We're proud to be at the Common Ground Fair. We've been at every Common Ground Fair since Litchfield back in 78 or 79. We started our booth at Litchfield. We actually picked our own apples down here in Harpswell, and we pressed those apples at a cider press down in Schofield Farm. It was a real exciting experience, and the fair was a very interesting new fair. I think it was hot at that fair. Near the end of the fair, our cider was getting a little bit hard, and when the people found that out, we had a long line wanting to buy it in half gallons to take home. So that was our start at the fair. So we enjoyed that. We've been selling cider all the time we've been at the fair. Early on, when we were at the fair, there were only 4 of us that could sell ciders, and we'd like sell 100 gallons a year. Then eventually everybody could sell cider, so we don't sell near as much cider. But we branched out into other things. We started making Power Pack snack bars, which was an interesting, they were granola bars. They were really quite good, peanut butter, granola. We used to get together as a chapter activity and make about 300 of these bars every year. We worked out to, I think we sold them for 75 cents. They cost about $1.25 to make. We made up the difference in volume, and after 5 years we moved on to other things. Another thing that we started early was switchel, which is an old-time haying drink, and I may ask Maureen Blakelock to say a few things about it because it's It's her specialty. Thanks, Maureen.
I'm going to have to take this face covering off if I'm going to have to talk. Switchel is a haying drink that goes back to heaven only knows when, hundreds and hundreds of years. It's sort of an electrolyte replacer, vinegar, water. We use for the MOFGA fair honey, maple syrup, and ginger. Ginger wasn't always present, but it certainly adds to it. And I have always slipped a teaspoon of molasses in because I kept getting people who would say, yeah, that's good, but when we made it, we did it with molasses. So I would say, there's a little bit in there. And they thought that was absolutely wonderful and bought more. And it's an electrolyte replacer, pretty much. Very good for heat, thirst, and the stuff we sell at the fair is, by most standards, much too sweet. But children drink it. And a lot of people also mix oatmeal in with it, which is a very good idea. Just the body, rolled oats, just stir it in, and it makes it cloudy, and it would be less appetizing looking at the fair, but it's still much more nutritious. And I don't think I have anything else to say about it.
Ready when you are. Okay, next we went to baked beans in 1999. Ellis Percy, who was selling baked beans at the fair, gave us his recipe and permission to sell the baked beans. So we've been selling baked beans that were originally his part of the fair since 2000, essentially. Become very popular. We've won a lot of awards for our baked beans at the fair. Kathy right now and David are working on the beans. The recipe calls for, we do 9 pounds of beans, 3 or 4 onions, a couple cups of maple syrup, some oil, and a spice packet that includes honey and salt and pepper.
Ginger?
No, not ginger.
Mustard.
Mustard, ground mustard. And they're quite popular. They're vegan, there's no meat in them. And we've been selling these for many years. You can watch Kathy work hard here, getting everything ready.
So we soaked the beans overnight, and so now we're adding the ingredients to soaked beans. Okay, so the maple syrup and canola oil. Can I have the spoon?
It's not terribly complicated.
No. Nothing to it. Stir it.
Heat her up for, usually she's doing this at 3 o'clock in the morning so that they're ready by 10 o'clock. So when we bake our beans, we have a crew that stays overnight each night. So on Thursday night, Kimberly has recently been the people that stay overnight. Phil and Judy used to stay overnight on the first night. David and Kathy, you usually have done Friday night. You and I have done Saturday night. What's that? Festlers are now doing the Thursday night, Bob and Sally. So we have about 20 or 30 people that volunteer at our booth every year. I made a list here that Alicia, I think, got a picture of earlier. We've had about 100 people work at our booth over the years. Some of them were at the beginning. Blake Locks and us were at the beginning, and other people have come and gone since then. But we just love it. It's being at the fair with this booth to come to and meet friends, and people come back to see us, and we've enjoyed all the time we've had at the fair.
Okay.
Okay, now it's time for the customers to come. We have good, reliable customers. They've always been spacing themselves out at our booth. We've never had long, crowded lines, but we have good, regular customers. Kimberly is going to be doing the serving today, and we've got our beans. Through the magic of television, and we had one batch that's already done. So that we got up bright and early at 7 o'clock this morning and started that one. So that one's ready to go, and so let's see if we can get a few people coming through.
Hello, how can I help you?
How you doing? I love some beans. I've been looking forward to it since last year.
Just one bowl?
One bowl and some cider too, please.
Okay, one bowl, please. Well, they might want it good enough. You want to have a full meal there?
I want to see real money. Now we got a problem. More beans and...
We're donating to the cause.
We're donating, yes.
And then we got some condiments here if you'd like some. Spoons and napkins. Help yourself. A little bit of salt here. Anyone else going to help you?
Yeah.
What can I do for you?
I think about a half of a bowl of beans.
Just a half? Half a
And
bowl,
I'd love
please.
to have some of that switchel to see if
Ah,
that came
you're a
out.
brave soul.
Yeah, we've been. This is mainly our chapter's fundraiser for the year. This is where we get the money
just go ahead and help
for the
yourself.
projects we do. We've done a lot of different projects over the years. We support a community garden for senior citizens in Bath. We get together every Memorial Day weekend or around then, and we prepare the beds for the garden for the seniors. And then we ask them what they want for the plants, and we plant them for them. And we come in the summer and take care of them. And that's one of our favorite activities. We have the booth at the fair.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my God.
We sponsor speakers on agricultural and organic methods.
Yellow
spoons. And there's spoons right here. You can just help.
Enjoy.
Is it on?
Very much.
Cutting and slicing on this one later?
Yeah, well, thanks. We're back in business here. Looks like we got another new customer here. David just reminded me, one year we bought MOFGA, a washing machine that they use at the Unity Fairgrounds. We've donated to MOFGA many times. We were buying books about organic gardening and gardening in general for local libraries. That's been one of our favorite projects. Sometimes we sponsor new gardeners. We've given shares to people that have CSAs to people once in a while. What else have we done? We've done a lot of different things.
We donated a lot of money in people's names to the parent organization.
Yeah, we've done that. Yes. Yeah, we've donated. We've had a tree planted in memory of our past members. Many of who we've actually over 40 years. You have a lot of members that come and go, and we've lost a fair number of our early members, and we miss them dearly. But we keep moving on. This organization we've been together as a group for 40 some years. We've had 2 or 3 celebrations of our 25th and 30th years, and sometimes we had Chautauqua, New York, our original director, come and do his Henry Bascom routine at one of our get-togethers, which is all kinds of fun. I hope he's still doing that. I haven't seen Chautauqua recently. I don't know, have we got all the customers that want to come here?
No, they're waiting.
They're waiting. They're supposed to happen. You're supposed to come while I'm talking. Okay. And we'll see if we have any Good job. Yeah, just having this booth at the fair has been a great experience for most of us. It gives us a place to be at the fair, and that's what we enjoy. And people know who we are. Sometimes we get new members from the fair, and make all kinds of nice friends. I don't know how much more we've got to say about our organization. And come and see us next year. We better be back by next year, although it's not a sure thing, I'm afraid. But I hope we can get them together. When you're gathering 60,000 people, like MOFGA gathers every year, it's a tough job in these times. So, well, be well. That's about all I have to say. Anybody else want to say anything?
I just have one anecdote. When I was there, we were selling apples at one time, and Helen Nearing came by, and she asked me. I told her the only thing wrong with these apples is that they're filled with worms or something, and she said, "Oh, that's all right. That just adds to the protein content."
Well, what a fun video and what a fun community effort. We're so grateful to the Saginaw chapter for making that, and also for their incredible longevity of really being a part of this community and being a part of this movement. We were just talking about generational involvement here, and Jeremy Blakelock, who's actually one of our board members right now at MOFGA, he grew up, his parents were part of the Saginaw chapter, really formed that, and so he's at least the second and maybe third generation that's been involved here. But you've seen many generations.
Yeah,
involved.
I know. It was really thought-provoking watching that wonderful video and thinking about all the years of the amazing baked beans at the fair and all the work of Saginaw MOFGA and all the people when they were scrolling the names of the people who have been volunteers for them through the ages. It brought back a lot of memories, and that's one of the themes that I've been thinking about over the past couple of days is how
we have just this incredible wisdom and this knowledge base from the folks who really started this organization and pioneered it. And we also have that coupled with amazing energy and vision and creativity of the next generations. And you know, we see that in every facet of this organization. We certainly see it in the staff and at MOFGA. And you know, it's just been amazing to see how this has all come together with new technologies and new ideas, and but that same dedication to MOFGA and our mission.
Yeah.
So.
Well, even bringing up the youngest generation, normally Fridays at the fair are Kids Day, school day, and we have over 4,000 students that come from all of the area schools around. And because that couldn't happen this year, teachers were doing some different lesson plans in their classrooms based on what they might have learned at the fair at MOFGA. But one school down in Arundel, the school around us, actually did their own, just very local, just for their students, version of Common Ground Country Fair. They've been at the fair every year for the last 44 years, and normally they come and they volunteer with us and they camp out. And so this year they volunteered on local farms in their community, and they camped out at the school overnight, and then they did demonstrations and things for their students, and also did a little bit of fundraising. And they're actually going to be making a donation to MOFGA, so thank you for that, for the school around us folks. We really appreciate it. And we're glad that you are sharing the education and knowledge with the next generations as they come up. Now, our community is one of our most important parts in terms of our membership. So we do just want to remind everybody, we have a little sign here just to help remind you to join today, but please join today as a member or renew your member. This is our biggest opportunity each year. Over a third of our members actually renew during the fair. So we really hope that all of those members are going to go online this year and renew this weekend if you haven't already, or go ahead and send in your renewal check. We appreciate that and we rely on that, and your support is more important this year than ever, so we can continue our year-round educational programming and help educate those next generations.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know, and it's very exciting to get those next generations involved as members and as leaders, taking on responsibilities and coordinating the fair, or doing all kinds of volunteer work for MOFGA throughout the year, or just being members and spreading the good word. I know this is the first fair that I haven't been able to spend with my two kids who are now off in college, but they were, like, you know, born and raised here, and they did tune in, and they're members, and they're dedicated, and they're trying to help, you know, talk about all the good work of MOFGA and other organizations like MOFGA around the region, so I just feel like we have so many opportunities to keep on growing in every regard, grow our membership, grow the acreage that is cultivated with organic management practices, grow our educational programming, and just grow the fun in general. And so we really, really want you to join us if you haven't already, and if you are a member, just please renew.
Now, one of the other things that has kept growing throughout the years is our volunteer base. And so we want to say thank you again to all of our incredible volunteers. During the normal on-site fair, there are over 2,000 volunteers that help make the fair happen. And there are over 200 area coordinators who help curate and manage every aspect of the fair almost year-round. So as soon as one fair is over, the planning for the next fair begins, and that is going to be the same this year. We hope that we can be back in person next year and celebrate with you all again in person. But there's, as in a normal fair, as we near the end of the day, there's a whole volunteer culture and kind of nightlife that starts to happen. And some of our evening entertainment tonight is actually related to that. So most people, if you're not volunteering, you may not know about that, or you may not get to see it. But everybody will get a little taste of that and participate this evening. So what's on tap for tonight?
Yeah, well, we have a long-standing relationship with fiddlers of all kinds in Maine, and we've had the Fiddlers Showcase has been a big part of the fair entertainment for years, and we have the folks who run the Fiddle Camp in Maine every year in Waldo County have been really supportive of our overall entertainment efforts, and particularly entertainment for our volunteers in the evening. They've helped us with stages and just really bringing some down-home, really great homegrown entertainment to fairgoers during the day, but in the evening really honoring the volunteers with contra dances. And so for those of you who have been to the fair many times and have volunteered, you've probably just had the time of your life dancing the night away after the fair. We're missing that this year, but we do have a special presentation that maybe is going to suffice given the reality of these times.
Yeah, so Maine Fiddle Camp has put together a special tribute to the Common Ground Country Fair for our evening music tonight. So we hope you'll stay tuned into that and enjoy that music. And you can learn more about going to Maine Fiddle Camp's website if you're interested in getting more involved with them. But as we wrap up here today, we just want to thank all of our presenters, everybody who's participated in making this online fair possible. You know, this is a new thing for us.
Yeah.
This has never been done. We couldn't do it without our partners at UMaine Studios, who have been incredible in helping us get this out to you. WERU, our other media sponsor, who did that live simulcast of both our keynote presentation today and our public policy teach-in, which are both very important parts of our fair and getting that educational message out there. So even though it's the end of the day today, we've got another full day of live programming set and ready to go for tomorrow, Sunday. And I'm going to be back tomorrow. Heather's going to be back helping out, and we're going to have so many wonderful things tomorrow, including if you haven't caught the sheepdogs yet, if you haven't gotten enough sheepdogs, there's another presentation tomorrow at noon. And I'm really excited about our keynote tomorrow.
Yes.
Winona LeDuc, who I actually had the pleasure of working with for a number of years, but I'm really excited to chat with her and hear about their agricultural projects and what's been going on. So we hope you'll tune in. Any highlights for you tomorrow, Heather?
Oh, well, that's definitely one of them. Absolutely. I'm just really looking forward to Winona's presentation and just all of the wonderful content that we have. I don't know, I just can't get enough of it. And I feel fortunate that I'm up here and able to kind of see some of the people coming and going and not like sitting at my computer the whole time. But I think one important thing to mention is that if you know you are sitting and watching and you know that somebody would have just loved to have seen it, fear not, because all of our content is going to be archived and available for future reference. So that's going to be great, and we're going to use all of these educational presentations and have them available for everyone in perpetuity. So.
Well, thank you for tuning in. We hope to see you tomorrow as part of the online Common Ground Country Fair, and we hope you enjoy all the music this evening from Maine Fiddle Camp.
Hello, virtual Common Ground fairgoers. This is Doug Protzik from Maine Fiddle Camp presenting a musical tribute to the Common Ground Fair. For the past 10 years, we've been bringing the Maine Fiddle Camp dance floor to the fair and having contra dances throughout the day as well as the evening. And I was there at the very first Common Ground Fair in Litchfield, where we had fiddle contests and shows and dances as well. And I can fondly remember Helen Nearing being one of the fiddle contest judges, as Helen and Scott Nearing were major influences for me when I began homesteading here in Maine in 1970. And ever since then, myself and my musical friends have performed many times at the fair. For the last 10 years, we've brought the Maine Fiddle Camp dance floor to the fair so that we could have contra dancings right in the heart of the fair on a nice wooden floor. So here are a bunch of wonderful musicians with some fabulous music to celebrate once again the Common Ground Fair. All of the performers you see will have been part of the fair over the years, and we're going to start off with one of the best fiddlers in the world that has been part of the Common Ground Fair. So here we go with Frank Farrell.
Hi, I'm Frank Farrell. I live in Bath, Maine. For the past 7 years, our family's had a little business, and we get to have a booth in the Maine marketplace right across the road from all the performers in the tent. And as we work our booth all day, we get to hear everybody that comes and plays and sings. It's just a great celebration of music and farming. And that's what this collaboration is all about. Common Ground Fair and the Maine Fiddle Camp. So I'd like to play a few tunes for you. These are jigs. The first one's called Erin Go Bra. The second one is Old Man Dillon. And the third one is A Trip to the Cottage. Kind of old standards.
happy to be here as part of the Maine Fiddle Camp showcase for the Common Ground Fair. We're going to sing a song for you from the Georgia South Sea Islands. Things are coming my way.
I got the left hind leg of a rabbit. Things are coming my way. All I got to do is just reach out and grab it, 'cause things are coming my way. Oh me, me oh my, I feel happy all of the time. You know I ain't got nothing to worry my mind, because things are coming my way. I got the left hind leg of a rabbit. Things are coming my way. All I got to do is just reach out and grab it, 'cause things are coming my way. Oh me, how good I feel. I come calling in an automobile. You know I can eat chicken and I don't have to steal, because things are coming my way. I got the left hind leg of a rabbit. Things are coming my way. All I got to do is just reach out and grab it, 'cause things are coming my way. Oh me, I feel so fine. If it starts raining, I don't pay no mind. Like a pie in the oven or a fruit on the vine, you know things are coming my way. My clothes are tailor-made and my shoes are patent leather. Things are coming my way. All I got to do is just stitch myself together, 'cause things are coming my way. Oh me, me oh my, I feel happy all of the time. You know I ain't got nothing to worry my mind, because things are coming my way. Left hind leg of a rabbit. Things are coming my way. All I got to do is just reach out and grab it, 'cause things are coming my way.
Here are a couple of tunes from Quebec.
1, 2, 1. We're going to sing you a song all about making maple syrup. It'll be that time before you know it. This song was written by Dennis Pulaski from Michigan, and it's called 40 to 1.
40 to 1, 40 to 1, yeah, 40 gallon sap's not too much fun, but boil it down and strain it clean, and it's the best maple syrup that you've ever seen. When winter days are warm, but the nights still freeze, there's a sweet treat dripping from those maple trees. Drill a hole in the trunk and pop in a tap and hang a big old bucket to collect that sap. Well, it's 40 to 1, 40 to 1, yeah, 40 gallon sap's not too much fun. But boil it down and strain it clean, and it's the best maple syrup that you've ever seen. Sugar maple trees are my favorite to tap. They got a high amount of sugar in their water sap. 96% is water, but when it's boiled down, that clear maple sap turns to syrup brown. Well, it's 40 to 1, 40 to 1, yeah, 40 gallon sap's not too much fun. But boil it down and strain it clean, and it's the best maple syrup that you've ever seen. Well, eating maple syrup is like a sunshine kiss because of a process called photosynthesis. Water and air are absorbed by the tree, and the sunlight on the leaf provides the energy. Well, it's 40 to 1, 40 to 1, yeah, the 40 gallon sap's not too much fun. But boil it down and strain it clean, and it's the best maple syrup that you've ever seen.
Thank you, T. Akadi. At Maine Fiddle Camp, food is very important, and we have a tradition of celebrating the hardworking cooks and the volunteers that help to prepare all the wonderful organic food that we like to feature, grown by local farmers as well. So, in that tradition, we march from our main tent over to the hall and salute the hardworking kitchen workers and volunteers. And we usually play a march. So, in this case, we were going to do the old Road to Boston. And this is our version of a virtual march for the kitchen. Next are some wonderfully talented young people that have grown up both at Maine Fiddle Camp and the Common Ground Fair. Thank you, Ben and Jamie. Well, these days we could all use some cheering up. So here's a song from Kenny Raskin and all the way from England, Kevin Brooking, with a song that's guaranteed to make you happy.
If you're getting tired of climbing up the walls, or bouncing off the ceiling, or pacing through the halls, here's a little ditty. We hope you find it witty, and you won't be so blue. It could change your point of view. Ooh. A 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3. Be happy. Be happy. Be happy. Happy as a foot in a shoe. Happy as a pocket in a kangaroo. Happy as the ink in your tattoo. Happy. Happy as a coconut in a pie. Happy as a suntan in July. Happy as a sparkle in your eye. I'm happy. You can be the pillow when I'll be the head. You can be the jelly. I'll be the bread. Happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. I'm happy as a basketball in a hoop. Happy as the crackers in your soup. Happy as a dog who's got a bone. I'm happy. Happy as a corner in your room. Happy as the smell of your perfume. Happy as the melody of this tune. I'm happy. You can be the cream. I'll be the cheese. You can be the hanky and I'll be the sneeze. Ha, ha, choo! Well, the docs and the nurses are working all day to chase this evil bug away, so we can all go out and play and be happy. And be happy. And be happy.
Thank you, Kenny and Kevin. You guys are the funniest human beings that I've ever met. And what a great name as well for appearing at the Common Ground Fair. But next we have a group that's been at the Common Ground Fair for many years in the children's area. It's the Ladybugs.
It wouldn't be the Common Ground Fair without the Apple Pickers Reel, and we hope you all sing along heartily. It's up in the morning before the sun, and I won't get home until the day is done. My back is aching and my shoulders are sore, but I'll be back tomorrow to make more. Hey ho, makes you feel so fine, looking out across the ocean in the bright sunshine. Hey ho, makes you feel so free, standing in the top of an apple tree. One start at the bottom and you pick them from the ground, and you pick that tree clean all the way around. Get up on your ladder and you climb up high, then you're looking through the leaves at the clear blue sky. Hey ho, makes you feel so fine, looking out across the ocean in the bright sunshine. Hey ho, makes you feel so free, standing in the top of an apple tree. Three-legged ladder, wobbly you can tell. I was reaching for an apple, whoops, I almost fell. 20-pound plank hanging round my neck, and just a few more apples I just can't get. Hey ho, makes you feel so fine, looking out across the ocean in the bright sunshine. Hey ho, makes you feel so free, standing in the top of an apple tree. They come in green and yellow and red. You can eat them in the morning and before you go to bed. You can catch them and toss them up high. Squish an apple pie. Hey ho, makes you feel so fine, looking out across the ocean in the bright sunshine. Hey ho, makes you feel so free, standing in the top of an apple tree. Hey ho, makes you feel so fine, looking out across the ocean in the bright sunshine. Hey ho, makes you feel so free, standing in the top of an apple tree. Here's a song in French called Plantez des choux, plant your cabbages. This is a song my mother used to sing up north in Madawaska, Maine. Savez-vous planter des choux
plant your cabbage so? Just as we do, just as we do. Can you plant your cabbage so? Just as we do back at home. We can plant it with our feet. That's what we do, that's what we do. We can plant it with our feet. That's what we do back at home. This is a song called The Bluebird Song, and it's by Jean Ritchie, and it's about a fortune-telling song that children used to play as they sat under their apple tree. And anyone can play it as long as they're not worried and they're nice and calm and they're sitting very still, waiting for the birds to come along. When I was a young thing once on a day, dreaming under my apple tree, long came the bluebirds sailing through the sky. They spied my tree as they passed by. Oh, it was a beautiful sight to see as they came down to rest in my apple tree. Count them, said my mother, how said I? Out of the window came this reply. One, you'll have sorrow. Two, you'll have joy. Three, get a present. Four, get a toy. Five, receive silver. Six, receive gold. Seven's a secret that's never been told. Eight is a letter with promises. 3, 9 means you're true friends, as true as can be. Only once in a lifetime, the old folks say, the vision of the bluebirds comes your way. Only if you're dreaming, only if you're still under an apple tree on a green hill. So stop while you're hurrying and worrying away. Take time for dreaming on a sunny day. Wait for the bluebirds, and when they come along, tell your fortune with the bluebird song. 1, you'll have sorrow. 2, you'll have joy. 3, get a present. 4, get a toy. 5, receive silver. 6, receive gold. 7's a secret that's never been told. 8 is a letter with promises. 3, 9 means you're true friends, as true as can be.
Hello everyone. This is a lullaby, and it comes from Northumbria in the northeast corner of England, and it's called Bonnie at Morn. And the basic story is just a family getting used to having a new baby around, and there's a little kind of dishevelment going on, but it's all very sweet. And the little girl is called Bonnie, and she's staying in her bed a little bit too late in the morning, and her mom's trying to get her up to do the chores. The sheep are in the meadow, and the kye are in the corn. Thou's lying in thy bed, Bonnie at morn. The sheep are in the meadow, and the kye at the keep and all the band. The lad will nae work and the lass will nae learn. Canny at meat, bonny at morn, thou's our lang in thy bed, bonny at morn. Canny at meat, bonny at morn, thou's our lang in thy bed, bonny at morn. The bird is in the nest and the trout is in the burn. The hinder is the mother at every turn. The bird is in the nest and the trout is in the burn. The hinder's the mother at every turn. Canny at meat, bonny at morn, thou's our lang in thy bed, bonny at morn. Canny at meat, bonny at morn, thou's our lang in thy bed, bonny at morn.
Thank you.
Now whistling winds and slaughtering guns bring autumn's pleasant weather. The moorcock springs on whirring wings above the blooming heather. The waving grain wide o'er the plain delights the weary farmer. The moon shines bright as I stroll at night to muse upon my charmer. The pheasant loves the fruit-filled vales, the plover loves the mountain. The moorcock haunts the lonely dales, the soaring heron the fountain. Through every grove the cushat roves, the path of man to shun it. The hazel bush overhangs the thrush, the spreading thorn the linnet. Thus every kind their pleasure find, the savage and the tender. Some social join, their leagues combine, some solitary wander. Avent away the cruel sway, tyrannic man so mignon. The huntsman's joy, the murdering cry, the fluttering gory pinion. Now Peggy dear, the evening's clear, thick fly the skimming swallows. The sky is blue, the fields in view are faded green and yellow. So let us stray our gladsome way to view the charms of nature, the rustling corn, the fruited thorn, and every happy creature. We'll gently walk and sweetly talk while the silent moon shines clearly. I'll grasp your waist and fondly praise, for I swear I love you dearly. Not vernal showers unto budding flowers, not autumn to the farmer, so dear to me as thou can be, my own, my lovely charmer.
That was Ode to Autumn by the Voice Squad, sung for you by
Edith Goller,
Mia Bertelli,
and Elsie Goller.
and we're all missing the Common Ground Fair big time this time of year. Here are some of our top fave things about the fair.
Top fave, Common Ground. Oh, there's so many. Hard to choose. But I think the first thing that I do when I get there is I run over to the Chaiwalla of Maine tent and get at least 4 cups. Get very jittery and then run around the fair. Very exciting.
I think one of my favorite things about the fair is the celebration of the harvest and the abundance, and having all of the vegetables and apples on display at all the stands, and the celebration of the hard work and the harvest in September. Yeah.
September! I love September!
I love September.
I love being at the fair in September when the sun is shining and you're pulled out your woolly sweaters again and you're walking around and you run into a bunch of people you haven't seen either since yesterday or for like years. And there's beautiful woolen things everywhere and beautiful edible things and the hot cider and the cheese and the wooden bowls and the wooden implements.
I know, the wooden spatulas.
Yeah, the spatulas.
Stools and ceramics.
Oh, and the ceramics, yeah.
Tempura mushrooms.
Tempura mushrooms.
So
and the chai.
The pie cones.
Yeah. Did I say the hot cider? Because the hot
Yes.
cider again, if I already said it.
All the good music. Oh, and then the singing of songs around the circle of popping garlic and shucking garlic with Bennett and the work songers. So good. And then, yeah, just, the sheepdogs are always
Sheepdogs. The horses.
Delightful.
And the cows.
Yep, Maine Fiddle Camp tent, concha dancing with lots of people. Oxen.
And the bunnies.
We love the Common Ground Fair.
Oh,
Safe to say.
Yeah, I haven't missed one in a long time.
Yep.
And we're still not missing it. We're just being, creative about it this year.
Absolutely. We still have an overabundance of zucchinis and tomatoes in the garden, so
yeah,
that's almost the same thing.
Yeah. Well, all right. That was fun.
Here's to an amazing, abundant Common Ground Fair next year. And here we go, guys.
Yeah, here we
Let's
go.
go. We're gonna make it. Oh yeah.
Hey there, my name is Noah Fishman. I grew up in Belfast, Maine, and I have always loved going to the Common Ground Fair. Ever since I was little, every September, it's one of the best parts of fall. And one of my favorite parts of the Common Ground Fair is the big building that has all of the amazing animals in it, particularly the ornamental rabbits that are just so beautiful to look at. And so here's a tune that I wrote called Bunnies in the Hutch. I hope you enjoy.
And next we have a video I made for virtual Maine Fiddle Camp that I thought would be most appropriate for the Common Ground Fair. Hello there, this is Doug Protzik, Maine Fiddle Camp Director, with a new rain song to present to you. Rain songs are a tradition at Maine Fiddle Camp because we need to cheer everybody up when it rains, and there's also many songs that have used rain as a symbolic aspect of feeling sorrowful or having difficult times. So this is a rain song from 1934 representing the Dust Bowl right at the start of the Depression. And in the song, they're pleading for rain. So here we go. Rain.
When you gonna rain again, rain? Grow the golden grain again, shower your blessings on me. Rain, make the rivers deep again, rain. Make the air sweet again, shower your blessings on me. The sheep in the corn know that something is wrong. Old Mother Earth never gave birth when you're away too long. Rain, make my garden green again, rain. All upon my window pane, shower your blessings on me.
already heard from Kenny Raskin playing ukulele because he teaches ukulele at Maine Fiddle Camp. But he also happens to be a clown of great renown. And here is a masterpiece of pantomime storytelling that reminds me of a silent movie. In the latter part of the 19th century, the Grange became a major force for farmers to work collectively and kind of as a sort of a union. And they developed a whole set of rituals in their organization that included music, especially old-time piano playing. And years ago, living in Fayette, I joined the Starling Grange in order to be able to have our old-time country dances there. And I learned all about the ceremonies and the music that went along with it. They have a Grange songbook that had songs that they would sing. And the old-time piano players would always play for marches as they would march around during their special ceremonies. The march was very popular at that point in the latter part of the 19th century, along with old-time piano playing. And so every Grange had a piano player. And in Fayette at the Starling Grange, we had Geneva Walton, and she played for the Grange meetings until she passed away, and then I took over, and I got a chance to mentor under her, and she was quite a piano player, and when I first knew her, she was in her 80s, and when I'd go to the Grange, she would ask me to help her up the stage through some steps so she could get to the piano, which was on stage, and play it. And here she was, this very fragile old lady, and I'd help her up the stairs, and she would wobble over to the big old upright, and then boom, she'd start playing away with booming left hand and getting the old piano rocking away as she played the marches for these ceremonies. And then after the Grange meeting, she would then go off the stage in this very fragile old lady. But while she was playing the music, she was an ageless person. So here's a song, one of my favorite ones from the Grange songbook. The idea was to entice the young boys, especially, because back then women and girls were still second-class citizens. They didn't even have the right to vote in our country. And so they were trying to get the boys to not be lured away from the farm by the city or by going off to Alaska or Australia to search out their riches in the gold mines. Instead, they said, stay on the farm where you can be safe, secure, and one of my favorite phrases is, monarch of all you survey. And they warned of getting caught in the vortex of fashion. So here is the old Grange song, Stay on the Farm.
Stay on the farm, boys, stay on the farm. The profits come in rather slow. Stay on the farm, boys, stay on the farm. Don't be in a hurry to go. Come, boys, I have something to tell you. Come here, I would whisper it low. You're thinking of leaving the homestead. Don't be in a hurry to go. The city has many attractions, but think of the vices and sins. When once in the vortex of fashion, how soon our destruction begins. Stay on the farm, boys, stay on the farm. The profits come in rather slow. Stay on the farm, boys, stay on the farm. Don't be in a hurry to go. You talk of the mines of Australia, they're wealthy in treasure, no doubt. Ah, but there's gold on the farm, boys, if only you shovel it out. The mercantile life is a hazard, surrounded by that glitter and show. And wealth is made in a day. Boys, don't be in a hurry to go. Stay on the farm, boys, stay on the farm. The profits come in rather slow. Stay on the farm, boys, stay on the farm. Don't be in a hurry to go. The farm is the best and the safest, and certainly surest to pay. You're free as the air on the mountain, and monarch of all you survey. So stay on the farm a while longer, though profits come in rather slow. Remember, you've nothing to lose. Boys, don't be in a hurry to go. Stay on the farm, boys, stay on the farm. The profits come in rather slow. Stay on the farm, boys, stay on the farm. Don't be in a hurry to go.
Hi, my name is Sharon Pine, and ever since I came to my first Common Ground Fair in the 1980s, my favorite thing to do is meet with my musician friends from all over Maine and have a big tune session. And I brought a couple of those friends today to play with me. Maggie Erickson from Bath on the button accordion and Hank Washburn from New Sharon on the fiddle. And these tunes are called The Stack of Wheat and Rollin' in the Ryegrass. And I'd like to dedicate them to the Bouchard family farm up in Fort Kent. Alba, Bouchard, Rita, and their children and grandchildren who grow everything from beef to blueberries to buckwheat, and probably wheat too. And they do it on the same land that their ancestors farmed generations ago. They make a wonderful product called the Bouchard family ploys, which are traditional Acadian crepes. And you can find the Bouchard ploy mix in Hannaford's and any small grocery store. And if you'd ever like to go up to Aroostook County, I would go in August and September. And when you go, you'll see the beautiful golden hills of waving wheat and oats and buckwheat. And stop by the Bouchard Country Store. If you'd like to hear more about this special farm, you can Google Alban Bouchard, A-L-B-A-N, Alban Bouchard, University of Maine System. So enjoy the stack of wheat and rollin' in the ryegrass. 1, 2, 3. My dad took us to a lot of agricultural affairs when we were kids, and one of the ones I remember best was the Potato Blossom Festival in Fort Fairfield, Maine. And we would always meet the Potato Blossom Queen when we went. This next tune is a jig called The Queen of the Fair. 1, 2, 3. We're going to finish up with two tunes, The Bag of Spuds and The Swallow's Nest. Spuds is what they call potatoes in Ireland. And my mother, growing up in Madawaska, Maine, was given every September off from school with her friends. And that was so they could help all the farmers pick the potato crop. And they would pack their lunch and all get on a truck and go out to one of the family farms. And she said it was fun. They would all pick in a big basket. But the thing she didn't like about it is once in a while you'd stick your hand down and it would go right into a rotten potato. And she said she couldn't get rid of the smell for months afterwards. So here's The Bag of Spuds and The Swallow's Nest. 1, 2.
Fiddle Camp and also at the Common Ground Fair, we share the value of revering nature and the environment. So all of our workshop groups are named after birds. And for our virtual Maine Fiddle Camp, we put together virtual ensembles of the various nests. So here is a collaboration of the Buffleheads, which are an advanced fiddle group, and the Boom Chickadees, which are the piano players.
Ready, Bufflehead, attention! 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Schneckenberger grew up at Maine Fiddle Camp and the Common Ground Fair and was raised in Litchfield, Maine. She has performed many years now at the Common Ground Fair and also has been on staff for many years at Maine Fiddle Camp. She really knocked my socks off with coming up with this video that she did just on her iPhone and really inspired me to get into recording music and videos like she did for our virtual Maine Fiddle Camp and now for virtual Common Ground Fair. So here's a very enjoyable video from Lisa Schneckenberger, accompanied by Bethany Wakeman and featuring Owen Marshall and Eric McDonald, all filmed at Maine Fiddle Camp.
When the lumberman comes down, every pocket there's a crown, and he wonders some pretty girl to find. If she's not too sly with her dark and rolling eye, the lumberman is pleased to his mind. The lumberman is pleased to his mind. Then the landlady comes in, she is dressed like an evening star. She is ready to wait on him. She finds him in good trim, chalking down to 2 to 1 at the bar. Chalking down to 2 to 1 at the bar. Then the lumberman goes on till his money's spent and gone, and the landlady begins to frown. With her dark and rolling eye, will always be her cry. Lumberman, it is time you were gone. Lumberman, it is time you were gone. She bids him to understand that there's a boat to be a man, that away up the river he must go. With good liquor and a song, it's go, it's yours is on. Bid adieu to the girls of St. John. Bid adieu to the girls of St. John. Then to the woods he'll go with his heart so full of woe, and he wanders from tree after tree till 6 months have gone and past. He forgets it all at last. It is time that I should have another spree. It is time I should have another spree.
Peter Urensky and Emmeline Reynolds have been part of Maine Fiddle Camp ever since it first started 25 years ago. For the last 5 years or so, I've invited them up to be part of Common Ground Fair and help play for the dances. So here's a nice, wonderful dance tune medley from Peter and Emmeline.
people from Maine Fiddle Camp. Where are you? Yeah. Oh, my violin is right there. And oh yeah, come in, Howard. Yes, take place just beside. Oh yeah, sure.
Good to see you. Hey.
Very nice to see you, my friend.
Nice to see
yes.
you.
Oh yes, you have a very good head.
I was just in the bath. I'm sorry. Oh, I was just in the bath.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Do you bathe much?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you ever use mayo in the bath?
No.
No, I do. It's good for my skin and my hair.
Oh, you ready?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, very luscious.
Oh, it's very nice for you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What do you think about play music?
I think that'd be great.
Huh?
I think it'd be great.
What? Oh, no. Absolutely no problem at the border this year.
Canadians.
no
Jesus.
problem. Yeah. But if you are ready, I'm ready.
I am ready.
Okay.
Thank you,
yes.
Eric.
All
My pleasure is mine.
Yeah. And thank you, everybody. And oh, maybe just a little thing, you know. Oh, look at that. I have a little baby bell. It's for the people from Maine Fiddle Camp. You will understand this. And it will be especially for Doug.
Oh, for Doug.
Take care, everybody. I hope to see you soon. Au revoir. À la prochaine. Yes. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, here's one of my favorite songs called The Fiddlin' Man, and it was written by Michael Martin Murphy. When the fiddlin' man came to our town, sister dressed up with her prettiest gown, but mama told sister don't be hanging around that no good fiddlin' man, because the fiddlin' man ain't on the level. He'll fiddle like an angel but act like a devil, but sister wouldn't listen cause she was a rebel. She liked that fiddlin' man. She went to the dance, stayed all night long. Mama waited up till the break of dawn. Mama found a letter that said she's gone with that no good fiddlin' man. And then sisterin' off with the fiddlin' man. Mama threw a fit banging pots and pans, said she better never ever get her hands on that no good fiddlin' man. So I got me a fiddle and I got me a bow. I practiced in the woods where mama wouldn't know, cause I knew she'd never ever let me go off to be a fiddling man. Now the leaves in the wind, they danced and twirled as I played for the rabbits and I played for the squirrels, but I couldn't wait till I played for the girls. I had to be a fiddling man. And then late one night when the moon was low, I packed my fiddle and I packed my bow. I left mama a note, she said, oh no, he's gonna be a fiddling man. And then I run off to be a fiddling man. Mama threw a fit banging pots and pans, said she better never ever get her hands on that no good fiddling man. So late one night when I started to play, I saw a pretty girl, she was looking my way. She was dancing with her brother and I heard her say, I like that fiddling man. Now her little brother was about knee high. He looked at my fiddle with a gleam in his eye. He said to me, sir, I'd sure like to try to learn to be a fiddling man. I said, son, there's a whole lot of boys gotta know, like chicken in the briar patch squawking at the crow. He said, I don't care, I just gotta go off to be a fiddling man. So I had an old fiddle that I never did play, and his sister winked when I gave it away. There ain't no doubt what his mom's gotta say. That no good fiddling man. And then brothering off to be a fiddling man. Mama threw a fit banging pots and pans, said she better never ever get her hands on that no good fiddling man. And then sistering off with the fiddling man. Mama threw a fit banging pots and pans, said she better never ever get her hands on that no good fiddling man. And then we all ran off to be a fiddling man. Mama threw a fit banging pots and pans, said she better never ever get her hands on that no good fiddling man.
This tune is called Mouth of the Tobique. It's from Quebec.
one.
For the past few years, I've invited the State Street Traditional Jazz Band to be part of the Common Ground Country Fair and play for swing dancing and foxtrotting. This next song is one that they played almost every dance they had at the old-time dances in Maine, and I'm sure you'll recognize it.
your life that it isn't her. Well, could you know, could you know, could you know, everybody sing my dad.
Next is a great example of the kind of music that we bring to the Common Ground Fair from Maine Fiddle Camp that is wonderful to dance to. that's our show, everybody. I want to thank all of the artists who contributed and volunteered their talents to make this tribute video for the Common Ground Fair possible. So we hope to see you all next year for real at the Common Ground Fair and hopefully Maine Fiddle Camp as well. Until then, we'll see you in Madawaska. Hello, virtual Common Ground Fairgoers. This is Doug Protzig from Maine Fiddle Camp presenting a musical tribute to the Common Ground Fair. For the past 10 years, we've been bringing the Maine Fiddle Camp dance floor to the fair and having